Okay, are we live? Let me just check. This is working. Okay, good, we're working. Okay. Oh, this is weird. Why am I not signed in here? Buzz. Sorry, I'm just trying to get things set up here. I thought it was all set already, but for some reason, the control panel was not logged in, so I can't actually see what's going on the stream side of things. But if anyone is here, hello, welcome. It has been a while. I think it's been like 2 months since I last uh did anything really. 13th of October was the last stream. And the last oh god, the last upload was mid-August, so apologies for not getting that next video that I had promised to get out. Um it is still 2024 and I will have that video out before the end of the year. And this time zone thing is totally not hiding the whiteboard drawing so that you guys can't see uh, what I'm planning to put out. I mean, at the end of the stream, I might just move this out of the way so you can see for a brief second, but yeah, for the time being, I'm just trying to keep that under wraps, and then the main thing is that uh once that video goes live, you will see what the next two videos are planned to be. So, I think that should be all good. Wow, I don't know what is going on with this control panel, but it does not want to work. Actually, this docs menu. Okay, docs control panel. Let's try signing in again. How are you guys doing though? Because again, annoyingly, I can't actually see if anyone is in here. Unless I were to check, um, unless I were to actually go in and check the YouTube thing. That was the wrong password. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. You have two-step verification turned on. Yes, I do. Again, apologies. I'm not sure why it's doing all this stuff. Apparently, I live in the town next to where I actually live, according to Google. New sign in. Yes, that was me. Let's not do any of this now. You're signed in. Okay, thank you. Let's not do any of that now. Oh, okay. And there we go. Okay, now I can actually see that there are people in here, possibly. Hello. Sorry again about how long that took. I did not mean for it to happen like that. But anyway, so what are we doing today? So, as the title suggests, we are going to be ranking some anime. Uh I didn't actually watch that much this year. I mean, I had kind of been mentioning that I wanted to cut down on the amount of anime that I've been watching recently, and I think overall I kind of did this year, although it's kind of hard to tell. Yo, dude, love your Land of the Lustrous video. Thank you. Uh, that is quite an old video, and I'm surprised, like, over the last year or so, it became the most actively viewed video on my channel. I'm not really sure why, but I'm not upset about it because I think that video turned out really well, so I am proud of that. Um but yes, thank you for coming. We're just going to be ranking some anime, and then I'm also going to be playing my old visual novel that I made with a bunch of friends back it was, I think, over the course of 5 years from 2014 to 19, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah. So anyway, let's just get to the anime ratings. I guess I don't really need my head. I'll leave my headphones on. Um, Actually, you know what? I don't want them on. Okay, so yeah, I don't need my headphones on because we're not like listening to music or anything. So let me just check that. Okay, here we go. So hopefully I'm not too in the way here, and my chat box, I can't see if it's working or not. Oh, kind of. I can't actually read what it says on there, but I can see the chat in a different screen, so we're all good there. Um But yeah, so why don't we just get to this? That actually seems really small. Let's make that bigger. If the chat box is too small, let me know. Otherwise, let's go through this. So, I just made this tier list earlier. I mean, this is pretty basic. I forgot to actually change that to F because we don't need a D tier. Yeah, so there are 40 shows and movies, I guess, all put together that I watched this year. And yeah, I guess I'll talk about them as I go through. It's about 40 give or take. Like there are some things that are going to be a little weird, and I guess I will explain how I'm going to rate them a little later, but like things like Shangri-La Frontier, which I've got somewhere on here. But season 1 aired in all in 2024, and then obviously, oh, here it is. Season 2 is airing currently. So I guess the main thing with Shangri-La Frontier is I'm only really taking into account season 1, and then I'll kind of factor in season 2 into it, but I didn't want to rate them separately because right now my opinion is more or less the same, and I've been enjoying it. Also, apologies if my voice is shaky. It's really cold in this room, and I've got the AC going, or the heat going, but it's not working as well as I would like. So I have a blanket on, but that's about as good as we're gonna get right now. Hopefully it'll warm up a little as we go on with this. So anyway, why don't we just get right into this? I don't actually know how these all got uploaded or what the order of this is, but we'll just go in order. And if I see something that I feel like deserves getting talked about beforehand, then I will do that. But yeah, so first up is ReZero season 3. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should talk about these rankings. So it's pretty straightforward. S tier, top tier. I think these are all opinion based too. I'm not really rating it based off of any specific criteria. I'm just going off the vibes. But yeah, S tier is top tier. S tier, I would watch again. Which is saying a lot because I really don't rewatch shows anymore. Because I don't really, I do rewatch shows sometimes when I'm showing a friend. some shows that I recommend. So yeah, I'll say S is like something I would rewatch uh if I wanted to show a friend, so I would rewatch it with them. And just yeah, even potentially rewatch on my own time if I had the time, but I don't really have that kind of time, so maybe not, but you get the idea. And then A tier. A tier, we are saying what are we saying for A tier? A tier is a recommendation. I would recommend it to someone. I might not necessarily rewatch the show with them, but I would definitely recommend it to someone. And then maybe, I don't know, catch an episode or two with them if I felt like it, but it's not necessarily something I would need to rewatch unless I really, really felt like it. B tier, B tier, let's say is just kind of like middle of the road. It's like, yeah, I enjoyed it. It wasn't amazing, but it wasn't terrible either. Just kind of like, it's fine. C tier. Should I add a D tier? You know what? Yeah, let's add a D tier. Oh, and let's change the color of it. What color should we do? Let's go like that. Yeah, okay. This is D. S would recommend, and rewatch. A would recommend. B enjoy. Oh, enjoyed. Enjoyed, but once is enough. And let's say C. C tier. What are we gonna say for C? C is like, meh. It could be like it was okay. It like I definitely wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Same with B. I'm gonna say B is like maybe for the right show and the right person I would recommend, but C probably wouldn't recommend. Probably wouldn't actually, why am I saying probably? I wouldn't rewatch it, and it's yeah, I think it kind of speaks for itself. D, bad. Just bad. Like, and then F. Do I need a D? Well, we'll see. You know what? As we're going through this, F, you kind of get the idea. D, we'll see if there's a difference, and if there's not, then I will just merge the two of these tiers. But anyway, let's get to it. So now you can see how I'm rating everything. ReZero. ReZero is weird because season 3 is technically currently airing, but it's not currently airing. So it like I don't know. So one of the things uh I didn't really enjoy season 2 as much as I did season 1. The main reason being because season 1 was new. I didn't read the novels or anything, and then season 2 was just kind of I don't know, not that interesting to me. I mean, when I was reading it, it was amazing, but like watching it, I already knew everything that was going to happen. So it ruins all the twists, it ruins all the surprises that made season 1 so exciting for me, especially since, season 1 was the first time I was experiencing the series as a whole, which I do enjoy a lot. Season 3, we're only halfway through it, and I don't really know how to feel because I definitely enjoyed a lot of what was going on. I don't think I got that excitement out of season 1 or out of season 3 that I did with season 1, but season 3, I'm also not as invested in anime as I was when season 1 was airing. So, for now, I think because it's only halfway through its season and it felt like it kind of stopped at a weird point. Like I get why they cut it off where they did, but also it just felt very random. So I'm gonna say for the time being, I mean it is ReZero. Let's put it in A. For now, we'll figure things out as we go along, but I think ReZero is, yeah, yeah, it deserves an A for season 3 right now, at least. So let's move on to the next thing. Yubisaki Torenen, a sign of affection. So I loved this show. I don't know what the general consensus on it is. I think on Mal, it's got a fairly high rating, if I remember correctly. But again, I don't actually know how it rated. I don't know what audiences tend to think of shoujo things. I just know that they're not as popular as their shonen counterparts. But I really love this show. It gave me the butterflies. It kind of reignited that love of shoujo that I felt like I was missing over the past few years. And the art, the art. I remember watching the opening and thinking, this is kind of weird. Like I don't know if I like their designs. All their lips are like very luscious and plump. And then it got into the show, and then it was like, oh, she reads lips. Okay, now it makes a lot of sense. I think it's very enjoyable. Um, and then also, uh, pretty decent soundtrack too. Talking about that, ReZero, I don't think I need to mention the soundtrack is like it's up there because Soihiro Kenichiro is amazing. But yeah, Yubisaki to Rennen is Hashimoto Yukari, who is like the Toradora. Um, oh god, only Japanese words are coming out now. She is the composer for like Toradora and did she do Golden Time? I can't remember. She did a bunch of she's done a lot of like sort of like slice of life and romancy types of soundtracks. But yeah, I did enjoy this one quite a bit. Um, and actually, I haven't rewatched it all the way through with my friend, but I did recommend it to them. And we were watching it for a while. Um, we got about halfway through the show. And then both of us just got busy with work. So I would like to finish rewatching that with them though. And yeah, so definitely it's in S. Where in S? Like middling range, low range. By the way, I'm not saying this like 10 out of 10. I'm not equating these to numbers. I'm just saying how I feel about them. Because my number ratings are also very arbitrary. I still do use Mal, so if you want to see the My Anime List ratings that I give to things, go for it, but also super arbitrary numbers. Um, so we've got Yubisaki Toren, and next is 100 Girlfriends. Yes. But no, seriously, I don't actually know. Let me think about this for a sec, because 100 Girlfriends. So it brought me back to like when I first started watching anime and like loved harem stuff, which I feel like every guy who watches anime goes through that phase unless you only want to watch the sort of like action heavy and edgy kinds of things, which is fair enough. I am a softie, so I love romancy stuff, and I don't care if it's degenerate stuff like harem. I don't watch that stuff as much anymore because the character archetypes bother me more. But 100 Girlfriends, because it was so uh stupid, but like self-aware stupid, I I enjoyed it a lot just because again, it being so self-aware, it just like going balls to the wall crazy with how archetypal its characters were. Um yeah, I just think it was a really good sort of parody slash homage to old harem shows. I say old, like mid 2010s and mid 2000s are not I guess they're kind of old at this point, but yeah, no, definitely I had a lot of fun with this show. Would I put it in S? You know what? I think I've put it above ReZero season 3 right now, only because ReZero is not finished. I think once season 3 finishes, it's probably going to either be top of A, bottom of S, unless it goes off in a crazy direction that I suspect it won't, but you never know. It could. So anyway, so there, 100 Girlfriends is in the A section. Would recommend. Ah, wait, hold on. because of the type of show it is, maybe you know what? It's okay, bottom of A. Let's go bottom of A. Uh, it's better than Once is Enough. I probably wouldn't watch it all the way through again, but I would also recommend it to a friend who at least is aware of how these harem things work. So let's leave that one there. Free Ren. Free Ren, I think, is a no-brainer. Would recommend and rewatch. Obviously, Free Ren is amazing. I think while I was watching it, I didn't necessarily feel as strongly as I think a lot of the community seems to have felt. Like, I feel like a lot of people just like went crazy over Free Ren, and yes, I enjoyed it, and I thought it was really good, but also, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because like I would definitely rewatch it on my own and with friends, and I have recommended it to people who are not even necessarily into anime. Uh, and I think, yeah, but it was weird. I don't know. When I was watching it, I feel like I was just having a regular good time watching it, feeling the feels and, experiencing everything. Obviously, Evan Call's music, incredible, but um yeah, I don't know. I feel like the more I have sat on the show after having watched it and not really rewatched it, I've kind of like re-seen a few clips from episodes and things, but I haven't rewatched the show. And sort of having a retrospective and having seen other people's thoughts on the show, uh, yeah, it's definitely like I don't think it needs much of an explanation that it is an S tier show. So yeah, I'm excited for season two. Looking forward to whenever that is set to come out. I can't remember if they said when or not, but if you know, let me know. And yeah, so that one is good. And next, the other end of the spectrum, tsumashou gakusei ni naru, if my wife became an elementary schooler. I'm forgetting the English title. Um, bad. So yeah, I went into this show with a lot of high hopes. Not high expectations, but hopes. Because from the premise, I wanted it to be good. But, I didn't really know much, or I didn't know anything about it going in. And it was. Uh, so, I mean, the moment it starts, you can tell the budget was not high for this show, which I don't usually think too much about. I mean, like, it's kind of like, oh, that's a shame that they couldn't get a higher budget, is generally my thought process on shows not doing so well in regards to how they look. But it was kind of like, I've seen a lot of low budget shows, and the obvious go back the obvious example for a low budget show with amazing results is like Kemono Friends, which at this point is kind of old. So I don't know if there's a newer version of that, but yeah, something like Kemono Friends, which had a low budget and is also an amazing show, was, yeah, it was good. But this show, Tsumasho, was I'm assuming that the original story, I think it's a light novel. If not, it's a manga. But either way, I'm assuming that the original source material also kind of handled things a little weirdly. Like, I felt like there was a weird amount of humor. Um, in the sense that, like, sure, humor was like obvious because it's his wife coming back as an elementary school kid, so that would lead to obviously a lot of weird hijinks and things like that. But like, I think the way they handled him as a character, at least in the beginning, he just seemed so dumb to me, and not in like a normal, like, he would go off and be like, oh, why can't I just tell people that my wife has come back as an elementary schooler? It's like, like does this need explaining? Does it even your daughter is telling you that that is a dumb idea, and she also knows that the wife, or I guess her mom, is this kid now. But yeah, no, I didn't like the way a lot of things were handled in it. And then also pacing was pacing was dog shit. I'm just say like straight up, it was awful. It was They spent so long like just reestablishing their relationship, um when I felt like they should have focused a lot more on uh the mom and the wife being readjusting to this life, and then also fixing the relationship with her elementary school kid mom, so Chica. And I'm forgetting all their names because they are like they screamed them all across the show, and the most memorable character to me was Chica, the abusive mom who had sort of a redemption, but I feel like they didn't explore her enough when they really could have explored just the show about her without doing all of this other stuff, and I would have enjoyed it a lot more. But then yeah, they just I don't know why. Like, if the source material is one book, sure, but there was a time skip of like a year between the daughter Mai and the fisherman guy that she ends up with. Sorry, spoilers for anyone who wants to see this, but I don't recommend it, so I'm okay with spoiling it. Uh, but there was like a year time jump where she had like just met him and they had had their pseudo date in the city, and then by the next episode, it was like, oh yeah, we're getting married because a year has passed, but they said it so quickly, I missed them saying that a year had gone by. Also, by the way, 1 year is a very short time to date. I know in Japan, they tend to do quick marriages here, but it's just weird and I don't like it. And yeah, no, I just felt like they rushed the ending so that they could tell the complete story, and that was bad. It just didn't work out, especially when you compare it to something, I'm gonna skip ahead, like Ji-san Ba-san Wakagairu, which you know what, I'm not gonna put it anywhere, but I'm gonna move it up so that I can put it put it somewhere. But anyway, yeah, let's stop talking about this show because it was bad. Don't recommend. If you want to see something with terrible pacing and stupid characters, then sure, go ahead and watch it, but I don't recommend it. Um, Now on the flip side, yeah, let's do Ji-san Ba-san Wakagairu. Um, and that was a really good show. I believe it was like a Pixiv thing. Um, yeah, how do I explain it? Like, it was like a Pixiv manga that someone on just like a Pixiv artist was making, and like that happens kind of often. I've seen a handful, and I even have a manga that I picked up on a whim when I came here on vacation years ago. That was just like a Pixiv artist manga that got published as a actual printed book. But yeah, Jisan Basan Wakagairu. Let's say it's a B because I did have fun with the show, and like it was nice, it was cute. Again, you could tell it was low budget, but it told the stories in a fun way, and it used the humor to its advantage because like these characters are old people but they're in young bodies, but they act like old people do. And so they really played that up, and then because they had the ability to sort of like choose when they change back into their old person form and their young person form, that made for some good comedy. um I will say I never like lulled at the show. It was always just kind of like a or like I think there may have been like an occasional like haha, but it was never like laugh out loud hilarious. But I did enjoy it, and I think uh I know some of my students also mentioned it when they were talking about their favorite anime at the moment, and yeah, I thought it was cute, it was fun, and it was paced well. Like it told the entirety of its story and did it in a really good way. So I was happy with that, and I think that it deserves to be watched. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it just because it's kind of slow and isn't really an amazing representation of what is out there in terms of anime. But for people who just want something more slow paced, easygoing, put on in the background, yeah, definitely that one would be worth giving a watch. Next, Shangri-La Frontier. So, Shangri-La Frontier, let me think. I think it is handling the gaming aspect. So, I'm not going to call this one an isekai in the same way that I don't think that like Sword Art Online is an isekai, because I do understand why they're considered isekai. But the thing is, like, it's a game world, and these people are, at least in Shangri-La Frontier, like Sword Art is a different story, but Shangri-La Frontier, they're choosing to go into this world and then they can come out whenever they feel like. There are no consequences of anything that happens in the game that happen in real life in terms of like bodily health. Like, if they die in game, it doesn't do anything in real life. It's just like, oh, I died in the game. Well, restart from here, respawn from the last save point or whatever. So it's not really an isekai in that sense. It's just like, it's just a video game show. And they really lean heavily into the video game mechanics, which I enjoy a lot because they're well explained, especially as someone who doesn't really game much anymore. My Switch report came out from Nintendo, and it was like, you played two games this year, and they were Tears of the Kingdom and Suika Game for a total of like 40 hours over the whole year. So that's about the extent of my gaming this year, not counting Princess Connect. But yeah, no, Shangri-La Frontier, it explains everything really well. I understand all the mechanics. As someone who, even when I was gaming, barely played MMOs, I fully understand everything that's being said and is happening in Shangri-La Frontier. And I think they handled the story really well. And the fact that it's getting two core seasons is just, yes. Yes, so good. It gives it so much time to explore its world, so much time to really flesh out its characters and help you understand their motivations. Like the fact that they spent such a long time with I'm forgetting the name of the like the boss that they fought in season 1, but the armored guy, the tomb keeper, whatever his name was. But yeah, that was such a good way to build up the story for it, because it brought in all the elements of the other parts of the story, and then it just worked so well. And because they had the time to flesh it out and really help you explore these characters' mindsets and everything, just amazing. So you know what, would I put it in an S though? No, I think it's an A. It's above ReZero right now. uh yeah, and with season 2 airing, they still haven't, I feel like they haven't really done as much as they did with season 1, which is kind of fair because season 1 they were just setting things up, setting the stage, helping you get to know everything. Season 2, they have been a little slower with it, trying to explore certain things. But I am excited to see what like the second half of this season goes for, because it's an interesting show, and definitely one I would recommend to people who are gamers. At least it doesn't throw in too many uh anime isms that would turn too many people off, I think. But I also am anime brained, so who knows? Anyway, next, Apothecary Diaries. What is that? Kusuriya no Hitorigoto. I think this is also a no-brainer. Ooh. Let's put it above Yubisaki to Rennem. Yeah, definitely it's above that. And then it's about, is it on par with free? It's very, very slightly below Free Run, but uh, yeah, just it has been quite a while since I last watched it. I think I waited until the whole show was finished because I wasn't initially planning to watch it because I didn't know anything about it when it first started. And then once it got to the point uh where people were saying like, "Oh my god, this show is amazing," and then I saw a couple of clips of it that made it like piqued my interest. So I was like, "Oh, okay, well, we're like it's like halfway through the second core, so why don't I just wait until it's over?" I binged it all in I want to say like a week or so, which doesn't sound fast for chronically online people, but I am not chronically online, so it took me about a week to watch all 24 episodes, and I loved it. It was amazing, great humor, great storytelling, great music. Oh, three amazing composers. Kosaki Satoru, Kevin Penkin, uh, Oke Hazama Arisa, I think is her name. She did God of High School, and she did something else that I've seen. I can't remember now, but yeah, just fantastic composers all around. Great music, great story, great characters. I just said all that. I don't know why I'm repeating it. But yeah, definitely 100% would recommend. Would also rewatch because I think I might need to give it a rewatch before season 2 starts. At least rewatch the last arc or so. Something just to like get a refresher. And I mean, speaking of this show, I also kind of really hope that the Raven of the Inner Palace, which the Japanese name I'm now forgetting, but yeah, I'm really hoping that gets another season because that is again similar settings, equally amazing music, but also it was just like it was more mystery and spooky, supernatural kind of thing, whereas Apothecary Diaries is not. It's I don't really even know how to describe Apothecary Diaries in a genre sense other than historical China. Uh but that doesn't do it justice. So, yeah. But anyway, yes, loved it. Super glad it's getting a second season. And again, the 24 episode thing is just it's magic. It's magic for these shows because you can see like the better shows are going to tend to be the longer ones. And yeah, I think it kind of speaks for itself. It just gives them time to flesh out their characters and story and really give you a sense of their world. So yes, very, very good. Next we have the weakest tamer picks up garbage or something. What was this show even called? I'm gonna change the page for a second. When did this show come out? 最弱テーマ、ゴミ拾いの旅を始めました. It was, let's just go on Mal for a second. It was this show. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash. Yeah, I hardly even remember the show. I remember not yeah, it's okay. I think it's like baby's first fantasy world show because the main character is loved by everyone except for the village they came from, which I guess is supposed to set the story in motion. So they I hardly remember. It was something like they reached the age where they needed to have their skills or their innate abilities ranked, checked, kind of like in uh Danmachi, like is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? The same way that they rank all their characters, but like not quite the same. Anyway, this person has like a zero ability in something in like taming, and for some reason that makes them subject to scrutiny because everyone's like, "Oh, a zero, disgusting, you pathetic little piece of shit." And this kid is like 7, just like, "Oh, I'm worthless," runs away and lives off of garbage, finds a slime, and then somehow becomes super OP and befriends every person in the world who also happens to be like super open-hearted and willing to sacrifice everything for this kid, except for the bad guys who are always bad and they do bad things because they are bad guys. um Except I think for there was like one girl character who they tried to make you sympathize with, I think mostly because she was a girl and the main character is also a girl. I don't know. It was kind of weird, but it did have some cool music. So I will give it that, but I'm giving it a meh. Definitely better than Sumo, but I hardly remember anything other than thinking like, why is everyone so kind in this world? Anyway, so next we have Monogatari Off and Monster, which was kind of like the spin-off but also sequel to uh whatever the most recent Monogatari was. I am not caught up on the more recents. I never watched Kizu, which yeah, I didn't watch the Kizu movies, which in fairness, those are all prequels, but I feel like they would have helped me in understanding what was going on during the Shinobu arc of this one. Uh Not that I didn't understand what was happening in it. I just feel like it would have given more context to make it more enjoyable. I did actually really like the Nadeko arc in the beginning, the Nadeko snake arc, or whatever they called it, the Nadeko, where she like splits off all of her personalities and then has to go capture them, because I don't know if it redeemed her as a character, but it helped redeem her, if that makes sense. Like, I think it's subjective. I never really hated her, but also it's been such a long time since I last watched uh, the first two seasons of Bakemonogatari, so I don't remember exactly all of the bad things she did. I just know that she was kind of like weird and stuff, but also I don't know. I felt like it was a good way to explore her character and then also have her just facing her past self quite literally as she faced them, and yeah, just did a bunch of crazy stuff to get them all back. So I enjoyed that a lot. I think I enjoyed that arc more than I enjoyed the vampire arc. And was there another part? I feel like there, I guess, was there? No, because I'm thinking like Mayoi came back in, but she was there for the yeah, I guess it was just Nadeko and Shinobu, kind of Shinobu arc. Not really Shinobu, but let's say Koyomi. It was Koyomi's arc through like the high school girls plus Shinobu. Yeah, we're going with that. So let's put Off and Monster in B above this. Uh the hard thing about Monogatari recommending it is that you have to watch so much of it just to understand anything, and even watching it is tough. I don't know how I watched it and understood and loved everything that happened in the first, like those early seasons, because it goes so fast. I didn't know any Japanese when I was first watching it, and you need a lot of just like a knowledge. So, I mean, I think people like Trash Taste and them have talked about how like they don't really understand how it blew up as much as it did, but like they're certainly not complaining. And same with me. I'm not complaining that people love the Monogatari series, but like man, I don't know how I kept up with it. And I would at some point want to attempt rewatching it, or at least just getting a refresher somehow, but it's daunting. It's almost like Fate levels of content, which I mean, that's not true, but anime content, it's a lot, and it would be a very large undertaking. I remember one of my old housemates wanted me to watch it with her because she had heard it was good, and uh I bantered with this housemate a lot, and straight up said, I think you are too dumb for this show. Granted, she was Japanese and she understood. She would have a better understanding of things in the show than I would from a language and culture perspective. But man, I think we watched a lot of things together and she just did not understand some of the more simple concepts, and I was like, okay, I think Monogatari might be a little bit much for you. So why don't we watch some other things and warm you up to this, because it is very fast and there's a lot of thinking. Uh so yeah. Let's move on. So next one is The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. I don't remember very much about this show. I'm gonna be honest. I know I enjoyed it while I was watching it, just kind of like generally, but I don't think like it is getting a season 2 if I'm not mistaken. But I man, if I rewatch or if I go straight into season 2 without getting some kind of a refresher on season 1, I don't remember any of the characters' names for one. I know that his heal it took me a while actually. I was thinking about this yesterday. It took me a long time to remember how the healing magic he uses is wrong. And it's not that it's wrong. It's just that they use it to buff themselves up, like literally like get make themselves stronger because they beat the shit out of themselves and then heal and then work out and heal to heal the fatigue and everything. I don't know. I don't remember very much about the show. Just that they have to fight the bad guys and stuff and be ready because their healing magic is unconventional and they have to run onto the battlefield and carry people off and heal them and stuff. But yeah, so let's see. Where am I putting that? I'm going to put it in B. Uh, yeah, B is good, I think. I will definitely watch season 2. And I didn't watch this show until after it was done too, so it was a quick watch, 12 episodes. Again, I think it would have benefited from 24 because that would make it more memorable and it would have helped set the characters and the story and everything better in my mind. On that note, also Tsumasho, I think 24 episodes, it needed 24. It needed at least like a weird number, like 16 or something, to spend more time with those characters. Not that I necessarily wanted to if they were just going to handle them the way that they did, but it definitely needed more than what it got, especially because the pacing was probably the worst thing about that. Mao Gakuin season 2, part 2, season 3. This show has just such an awful production schedule that I don't know what parts are what because like it would stop production and start up at random times. You'd have no recaps. You would just yeah, season 1 incredible because of how stupid and self-aware it was. And then after that, it just feels like they're trying to add story to something. It kind of reminds me of like Mashal. Mashal season 2 being like, oh, we've gone beyond the dumb jokes and stuff. Now we need story because we want more content, but we can't just have content that is dumb and brainless when there's clearly an entire world that has been built up, which is unfortunate because uh, I think if I read this, I might enjoy it a lot more because the way it's presented in the show and like I think I'm the average watcher for this show. I don't know what the hell was going on. I don't know what they were trying to do in season 2, part 2. I don't know what I don't know what they were trying to accomplish. I don't know what their goal was. I don't know how their powers work or what gods are or anything in this show. Season 1 was funny because it was just like, did you really think blah 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 would kill me or defeat me or stop me from doing the thing that it literally says it will do? So it worked in the first season, but season 2 just like added a lot of story stuff, running into the past, him having a sister that's not his sister. I don't know. Do I want to say it's bad? Because there's a very slight amount of substance there that I can see what they were trying to go for, but what am I gonna put it? Mao Gakuin, let's put at a. I'm gonna put it top of bad, top of D for now. No, let's put it bottom of C. Meh, because I think it is the same level as like this one, but for very different reasons. Anyway, Mashal. Was Mashal season 1 this year? Hold up. Mashal. Because I know obviously season 2 aired this year. Because that is what all of the every person everywhere was like, oh my god, let's do the dance. Mashal. Oh, there it is. Mashal. Oh, yeah, this is season 2. Oh, just season 2. Because season 1 was 2023. Okay, that makes more sense. So, season 2. I don't really remember season 2 if I'm being honest. Season 1, again, it had the same problem, but maybe it wasn't as bad. So, I'm going to put it here. I don't have a lot to say about Mashal. It's got the same. It's like One Punch Man, except that I didn't actually continue on to season 2 of One Punch Man. But it's like, yeah, once you start adding in story to a show that's meant to be more of a comedy, like obviously it always had a story, but I don't remember any. Like, I actually, now that I'm trying to think about it, I don't remember anything that happened in season 2. I just know the dumb, like, bling, blong, bling, bling, blong, blong, bling, blong. So, yeah, we're gonna leave that there. So next, Gimai Seikatsu. This was a big disappointment too. Wow, we're just going through all of the disappointing shows, aren't we? This had such a strong beginning. Like, it was started off so well, so good. And again, this was also a show that had like low production value, so I'm not, but I don't think it mattered as much in this one's case. Although I do remember there was one scene that caught me off guard when I was watching it because it was something like they were like turning a corner as they were walking in the rain, and then one of them clipped through the other person, which I don't really understand how that happens in anime because it's not like game mechanics, but who knows. Anyway, started off so strong, had such strong vibes, like it was such a vibey show. It was like lo-fi the show, if we're not considering like Yofukashi no Uta in the equation, this would be like lo-fi the show, anime to study and relax to. But I don't know. Over time, it just felt like they were adding in. Like I knew they were gonna add in drama. There was gonna be romance drama, romantic tension, and all that kind of stuff because obviously this show was gonna add that in. But I felt like it was weird, like the way that their romance sort of developed was not quite right. There was something off about it. Like the main dude, honestly, best girl was the bookstore senpai. She was best girl. He should have gone for her. She liked him too, and just what that was a disappointment. But that's more of a subjective thing. But yeah, no, I felt like it didn't develop very well, and then it didn't have a nicely conclusive ending. Like, sure, maybe the story's still ongoing. This is kind of the problem when you have like a multimedia type of franchise, like, but not in the sense of like Idols are a multimedia franchise, but this one feels more like it should just be a story. And yeah, I don't know. It felt very too open ended as to what their relationship would be at the end. I didn't want them to get together, but I felt like with the direction they were going, it felt kind of dumb for them not to have gotten together, or at least for them not to have ever really established with each other how they felt, or if they did, I just completely forgot about it. That's the problem. I should not have forgotten about it. So I think this is either top of C or bottom of B because again, I did enjoy it. It was like super vibey, and I am still really annoyed that the soundtrack is not available and is not even a thing that exists. Like there are some shows that just had fantastic soundtracks that just don't get released, and I'm always annoyed by it. 100 Girlfriends is also one. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think bottom of B with potential for me to drop it depending on where the rest of these shows go. So, anyway, it's been about an hour and we are very slowly moving through this. We've only gone through 14 shows right now, so let's speed this up. 結婚するって本当ですか? 365 days to the wedding. It was meh. Better than this one. Better than Mashal because maybe because it's fresh in my mind, I still remember it. Uh, it was also a disappointment. I thought that because I shouldn't do this. I feel like a lot of people do this though. I felt like it was not well handled. especially for someone who, the guy who had created Kami no Mizo Shiru Sekai, the world God only knows. I was excited for this show, and I was like, man, should I pick up the manga? Because it was on sale one time before the show started airing, and I was like, you know what, I'll wait. I don't want to ruin the story. And then the story wasn't really ruinable because it was not amazing to begin with. Um, like, it was kind of fun, but then it also just ended up being like, I think the pacing was off. Like, they didn't yeah, I think I was reading some guy's Mal review and I pretty much agreed with it. The pacing was off. It spent so much time on the characters being awkward that it didn't really develop their relationship in a believable way, to the point where it was like at the end they're just like, let's get married. And I don't know if that's anime original or not. It sounds like at the very least it was different, but then they did still end up getting married by the end of the manga or something. Um, I wanted them to give more time to the fat coworker who had his whole thing with the single mother, because that was an amazing story and they spent like one episode on it and I was like, why? Why would you do this? There was also the episode with the husband who got divorced and was like really upset because he had a great marriage supposedly. Uh and then yeah, but that one I think they spent the right amount of time on it, and then because he was still around for the rest of the show whenever he made an appearance, however brief it was, you still kind of got to see how his life was going, whereas like the fat guy, they just didn't really address him after his whole arc that should have been way more than one episode. Like, I know from what I've heard in the manga, it keeps go. They did continue it past what the anime shows, but like, man, I just don't care about the story enough. It was not handled well, and I really wished that they would have done something with these characters. Also, the reveal of who the caller was, but us not getting to see why in the anime. I looked it up afterwards. It was dumb. All of it was just dumb, and it just felt like it was not handled well. So it wasn't the worst show. I won't say that it was bad, but it was the only reason it's at top of C right now is because I remember it. But again, I think that's recency bias. Maybe it actually is lesser than Mashal. Maybe even here. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there. Because I think just the recency of it has me remembering things. So, next up is Kimi no Ido, The Colors Within. This was a movie by shoot, what's her name? Yamada Naoko. The person who like did like K-On! And stuff. Yeah, she I remember being very excited when I saw the trailer for this because I was like, wow, this looks amazing. Oh my god, it's Yamada Naoko. And like I really, really wanted to like this movie when I watched it in theaters, especially because it's set in Nagasaki, and I was like, wait, that's my tram stop. Wait, that's I know that street. Wait, I've been to all these places, not all the places that they showed in the show, but like quite a bit of it. Um and it was kind of cool seeing that in theaters, but man, it was like there was no story, which for a show, a slice of life show is like, sure, whatever, that's fine. But it felt very weird in the context of a movie because it's not like these were pre-established characters, like known characters from a show or anything. And I don't know, I just felt like it was not that it was too unfocused. I didn't know what they were aiming for. They were just like, let's make a band and let's play a show, and then they did, and then it's like, okay, the show's over. We will go on with our lives now. So I think this goes here. Yeah, it looked beautiful. I did enjoy the music, Ushio Kensuke. I don't really remember the soundtrack, but like that one main song they sing at the end that the main girl wrote the lyrics for, and then they sing and da 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 da. It was fun. I did enjoy that one. Next up we have Ao no Hako. Oh, okay, now we're getting into actual good stuff. Ao no Hako is kind of the dark horse of the currently airing shows. I'm putting it S. I already know it's an S for me. I personally, you know what? I'm gonna say it's like on the same level as Apothecary Diaries. So Blue Box is, oh, it's airing right now. I'm so glad it's two cores. Is Twilight out of focus on here? It is not, because I stopped watching it after two episodes, three episodes. Um, their relationship moved way too fast for me, and I didn't like it. So, uh, yeah, I feel like, sorry, like, yeah, I'm getting distracted from the tier list, but yeah, just to address that, um, I tried watching that. I tried watching, what was the other? There was like the weird Omega Verse show, because I have like, I guess it shouldn't matter, but I do have like a friend here, like a gay friend that whenever there's a new like LGBTQ plus anime, that sort of like I see the premise and it kind of piques my interest. I'll always like mention it to him, and then we'll like, okay, let's try watching the first few episodes. And both that the Omega Verse show and Twilight Out of Focus, neither of us enjoyed either of them, because the Omega Verse one was just straight up weird. We didn't know what, we thought that they were talking in slang for like trans stuff, and it was like, oh, that's, cool. Like, I don't think I've seen a proper like trans anime before, uh one that addresses these kinds of things. And then it's like, no, the husband is a man. I mean, they're both actual like male men, and they mpreg, so there it's like literal mpreg, and that was like, oh, this is weird, I don't like this anymore. Not that I really liked it to begin with, but yeah, Twilight Out of Focus, I felt like it just moved too quickly, and I maybe it gets better as it goes on. Also, I felt like, yeah, I don't like that Omegaverse one either, yeah. But Twilight Out of Focus, yeah, it moved really fast. Also, I was not a fan of like the two purple haired guys. Every time I looked at them, they looked like Lego characters whose hair had just been turned slightly to the wrong side and wasn't centered properly. That's completely like a stupid reason to dismiss a show, but on top of not really enjoying it, that also was another factor in me dropping it. Um, but yeah, getting back to Blue Box, it's Blue Box is incredible. Like, I haven't seen an actual good blend of sports and romance in a show before, because I feel like romance shows uh that include sports will sometimes like, sometimes romance show, or let's think of it this way. Sometimes sports shows include romance, but it's usually more of a gag thing, so it's not like proper romance. It's just like all the boys on a sports team like their cute manager or something, but it's more of just like, oh, she's cute, I like her a lot, and then maybe one of them will have a more proper relationship with her, things like that. Or like romance shows, which I can't think of any off the top of my head that are like sports related, at least not to an extent where the sport really matters. Uh, but yeah, so this one I've been really enjoying, and I actually really like the three mains to, or the love triangle, which makes me sad because I'm like, oh no, Hina, you're obviously gonna lose this battle, but I like you a lot. And then yeah, no, I'm really enjoying the dynamic. All the characters feel very realistic. They feel like kids that I teach right now, even though I guess Taiki and Hina are roughly, they're only like slightly older than my oldest kids. So yeah, it feels very realistic, and I don't know, it's being handled very well. It also looks beautiful. So Blue Box, definitely check it out if you haven't. I think it's my dark horse for this season at least. Maybe not of the year. I don't think I think with the amount of good shows that came out this year, it's probably not that high up, but yeah, uh, I think it definitely deserves to be nominated for like an anime of the year thing. Probably won't win, but yeah, I think it's that good. Next we have Make Hiroin, Too Many Losing Heroines. Uh, I loved this show too. This one was fantastic. Um, I think it handled the comedy super well. It handled the character writing super well. All of their arcs were all of their arcs were like really good, surprisingly. Even the main girl who like I shouldn't be forgetting their names, but I just don't remember what their names are right now, except for Lemon. But yeah, no, the first girl who was like the who like told the guy she likes to go off and like confess his love to her best friend because they like each other. And then yeah, the one who's eating all the time. I loved her. Just like she's such like a derpy floof. And then every time she was on screen, she just like she brought so much joy to to me at least whenever I saw her. And so I also really liked her dynamic with the main dude. So I think this show, I don't even think it got slept on. I think just uh not as many people watched it as probably they could have, maybe because it didn't sound like their kind of thing. But yes, I would put this up here actually because I have recommended it and I would rewatch it. I think I do kind of wish it had gotten 24 episodes, but it is getting a second season. And for what they handled all the arcs really well paced. So yeah, I am glad for this. I'm excited to see what season 2 is going to be about because presumably they've gone through all the main losing heroines. So I don't know what the story is going to be from here on out. Uh Mushoku Tensei season 2, part 2 specifically, I think. Or is it is that how it works? Yeah. It's like season 2 part 2. I'm just going to think of it all as one whole thing. But yeah, no. I feel like I don't remember as much of this part of the show as I should have. I did really enjoy it. And obviously it hit hard with like, the Father's Day, the Father's Day thing that happened that I will not repeat here because I think people should experience that themselves. Uh, but yeah, no, I feel like compared to the previous parts, it there was something about it that wasn't as memorable, except for again the Father's Day incident, and then also Best Girl Roxy coming back in and officially joining the marriage, the household livelihood of the Gray Rat family. And so you know what, those were all positives for me. Or I mean, I guess the Father's Day thing was not positive at all, but it made it memorable. So yeah, where would I put this? I think this is actually going to go top of A. This part specifically, as a whole, like Mushoku Tensei, I think I would put Mushoku Tensei as a whole in S. But this specific part, I don't remember enough about it. I think the part before it, where uh he and Sylphie were like developing their relationship and getting back together. I would put that part in S. And yeah, I enjoy it a lot. I just think that this specific part was not as memorable, but still would recommend. I think I have recommended uh just the show as a whole because this part was airing and I was like, "Oh, you should catch up or like watch the show and get caught up," or however I worded it. Anyway, Konosuba season 3. I'm going to fully admit that Konosuba is not I don't enjoy it as much as I think a lot of other people do. Um, I think it's funny, but season 1 was probably the best part. Season 2, I barely remember anything from season 2. Season 3, I actually think I don't really remember anything from season 3 either. It was just, it definitely got some laughs out of me, and I had fun watching it, but I don't know. I don't really know what to say. See, like, Konosuba is just something I like when it's on, and then when it's over, it's like, all right, it's over. And that's pretty much the only thought I have on it. Like, I do think that they are probably one of the better shows and comedy shows in terms of actually getting their jokes across and making me laugh. But aside from that, I don't really remember jokes from the show. If I had to remember jokes from shows, I still think the 4K, 8K joke from Makeim was a lot better than anything that I can even try to remember from Konosuba. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that at there. Leave that in the middle of B. Um, what was this? The fishing one. What was this called? Negapoji Angler. Negapoji Angler. Negative positive angler. The fishing show that just finished airing. This one I was expecting a lot more out of, especially based on the premise. And it didn't really live up to that. I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna put it at bottom of B. Nah, it's going top of C. Because it was okay, but the way the premise made it sound, I thought it was gonna be like a drama show, exploring this guy's psyche and his troubles, with trying to come to terms with the fact that he has cancer, but then also the cancer is okay because he feels like he's living a shitty life and he's in debt and stuff. And then I thought what was gonna happen was he was going to find find himself through fishing and through this community that he had somehow built through fishing. And it kind of did go that way, but it wasn't really like he was exploring his self or like finding his self-worth. And it felt and when it did get to that part, it felt like it came in very small, short bursts that didn't feel as meaningful as they could have in the kind of show that I think it could have been. I don't really know what they were trying to be. It felt like it was a comedy, felt like it was a standard comedy slice of life, but then you had to remember at in very short bursts throughout the show, it's like, oh yeah, he has cancer and he is dying. And then by the end of the show, it's just like, will he die? Will he not die? And it was kind of like, well, I won't spoil it, but also the result, I was just like, yeah, I mean, obviously they were going to go in this direction, even though he spent a whole year just not doing anything but fishing. And that was the thing. I couldn't tell if it wanted to be a fishing slice of life or if it wanted to be a drama because it felt like they really wanted it to be a fishing slice of life, but they added in the dramatic element for not really any reason. They definitely didn't need to make the show that they were trying to go for. So yeah, I think yeah, it's probably more of a C than a B. Next up, Bananya Around the World. No explanation needed. That is going there. Dun dun dun. um, Dun dun dun. I really enjoyed. I was very scared going into it actually because at the beginning of the season, for people who are on my Patreon and can see my Patreon posts, I am completely burnt out of Battle Shonen. I think Battle Shonen is like some of the most boring stuff that I could possibly watch anymore. Uh, because like I don't know what it is because I would say like, oh, well, the characters, I don't connect with the characters. I find them boring. They don't have enough story and they're just fighting, which is not necessarily true. Like you'll have a lot of battle shonen where you get full looks into their backstories and understand their circumstances, but yeah, so like Jujutsu Kaisen, I remember really liking the first season for most of it, and then I got kind of bored by the end just because I was kind of like, oh, okay, it it's getting a little boring now for me specifically because of the things that I like. And then by the time season two rolled around and it being all about Gojo, I was like, I don't care about Gojo. I'm like not a fan. I thought he was gonna be the kind of character that comes in at the end, like you get introduced to at the beginning and you understand he's like OP and amazing and he can do whatever. But my understanding of him was he was going to be like the kind of guy who comes in at the beginning of the show and then he's basically absent for the rest of it and then he'll come in at like a critical moment like during like a battle that they're losing and just like defeat the big bad guy and then kind of go off again. But then he became a main character and became more of the focus than anyone else in the show, even the main characters. So I don't know. I felt like it's been a weird story, and I don't think I'm gonna continue with Jujutsu Kaisen. If it does, is it getting a third season? I don't know. I mean, we do need to see the big moment when Gojo has his Usher spoiler moment, but yeah, I don't think I care enough about Jujutsu Kaisen. Also, Mappa treats their staff like shit, so I don't want to support that. But yeah, that was a big tangent. Dandadan was not that at all. I love how Dandadan has been handling everything because it is not just a battle shonen. Um, it's very funny, very fast paced. Uh, I think I've seen people argue that it's too dumb. It's too zoomer. Like the humor is just zoomer humor, and you have to have the attention span of like a 2 year old to enjoy the show. Um, no, I think it's nice to have something that's this fast paced and is this simple. Like the premise is super simple. You don't need complicated things. You don't need complex, long explanations of how their powers work. You just have to understand we have powers. We can do things. And then, yeah, and then that leaves room for other things like making it look good, making decent stories like the Silky story, episode 7, was it 7 or 17? Wait, there wasn't 17 episodes. Something like episode 7 with the backstory with the mom and the pretty girl who is not actually her daughter but might as well be at this point. Yeah, that was really good. Good stuff. I am excited for Dandadan season 2. Um I'm going to put it here. Dandadan, yeah, Dandadan should be between these two. I think personally I enjoy Yubisaki to Rennen a little bit more than Dandadan, but that's just because I like shoujo a lot. Shoujo and romance are my like big things. So yeah. Senpai wa otoko no ko, which is also the English title for some reason. This one both exceeded and didn't meet my expectations. And I don't really know how that happens because when I think about certain aspects of the show, I'm like, wow, like they handled that a lot better. Still not better than Banana Cats. No, Bananya has needs no explanation. If you have not watched it, this is season 3. This show has 3 seasons, and if you have not watched Bananya, then you're not doing yourself any favors. So watch it and be amazed by the voice acting performance of Kazuyuki and I forget who the other guy is. It's like two really big name Seiyu doing just like making cat noises for 7 minutes, or I guess it's not that long. I think it's like 2 minute episodes. But yeah, um, Bananya is getting slept on. People should not sleep on this children's show. But anyway, back to Senpai wa Otoko no Ko. Yeah, when I think back on it, there were like certain aspects that I was like, wow, that was handled really well. Like the whole thing of Makoto being like having just trying to navigate his life in general because he's like it loves cross dressing. I don't know if he's specifically trans. They never really address that. Or no, they do address it. Um, his dad being like the goat is just like, hey, like how do you want to live your life? Live it the way you want. Do you want to be a girl? Do you want to be a boy? It doesn't matter to me. I will deal with your mother. And like, yeah, I was just like, damn, this father, this guy gets it. The whole thing with the mom was kind of weird. And I think that was poorly handled because it didn't really delve into her trauma until like the very end. Dad of the year, exactly. Um, but like the whole thing with the mom, it didn't really delve into her trauma until I feel like it was the around the end of the season, and when you got to understand why she was so against Makoto liking anything kind of girly or feminine. And then even when it got to that point, it was kind of like, okay, I can understand why she has some trauma, but not to the extent that she did. Like it felt very weird. Um I won't spoil it because I think this show is worth watching. I don't know if I necessarily recommend it, but I think it is a worthwhile show to watch. But then I also felt like the whole relationship aspect between Makoto and his two friends was handled a little weird. Like I fully supported him and his childhood friend being a couple, but then that guy had his own insecurities about that. Like his boyfriend having so many insecurities about it. Um Felt like it felt weird because he was so supportive of Makoto being the way that he is, like having his being being both. I think he ended up deciding that he wasn't necessarily trans, he just was himself, and he had been living as a boy the whole like his whole life, and he wasn't going to give that up, but he was a boy who cross dresses, which you know what, I like I'm not the most well versed in like this kind of in like this area of like social the like basically I don't think about this stuff too much because I am normal. I don't need to think about it, and I think just people can be themselves, like do whatever. Uh so it did feel weird when the a little bit weird when the best friend was kind of just like, I support you in all the things that you want to do, and I want you to be who you are because that's who I like you the best as. And then but he was so insecure about his own sexuality that um he couldn't see Makoto being interested in him in that way, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's just like we often are more supportive of others than ourselves. Yeah, that is true, and I do understand that to an extent, but I think it was the way it was presented. He when they so there's when they did like sort of figure out their own feelings and everything, he still was kind of questioning if Makoto felt that the way that he did. And I don't know. I just think the way they handled it in the show was kind of weird. Um, but then also, I never felt like there was any romance between him, like Makoto, and the Kohai, the junior girl, and that seems to be what they implied towards the end. Is that things were heading in that direction? I was like, ooh, that was not what I was expecting at all. And so it just, yeah, it felt very weirdly handled. I know there is a movie sequel that is coming out, I want to say next year, if not in 2026. Uh, Probably next year because anime companies always do things crazy fast when they announce them. But yeah, I'll probably check it out. It's not like high up on my priority list to go watch, but yeah, this was an interesting show. Again, exceeded my expectations in some aspects and didn't meet them in others. So I think it's a yeah, I'm gonna put it here. Should I finish it? I am on episode 5. Yes, definitely. If you're having a good time with it, or if you're, let's say if you have like, if you're in the sort of like, it's good enough to put on, even if it's not the best show, and above feelings of it, you might as well finish it. It's only 12 episodes, and I think it definitely handles a lot of topics that anime doesn't, that I think that other anime don't usually, and I think it's definitely worth watching. I just think there were some things that were not handled amazingly in it. But yeah, definitely a good one. And this one was also a Pixiv thing. So like these Pixiv artists are just like they're popping off. This one and the Jisan Basan Wakagairu. Um so anyway, next we have Danmachi season 5. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? I'll, it's still airing right now, and I'll try and keep this short because I don't know how many people are watching Damachi anymore. Um, I think this season has been pretty good. I'm gonna put it. Let's put it at top of B. I think it's been pretty good. I think the previous season was probably one of the better ones going into Ryu's backstory. Um, and I think that has been one of the better recent seasons where we like explored you and like going into the dungeon super deep and everything. This one, I like the way that things have gone, but I think at least as far as the anime is concerned, I was so confused for the first few episodes when they were trying to explain who and what Seer is. And I was just like, man, this is so weird. So I had to look in the wiki just to even get a base understanding because I didn't really know what was happening in the first few episodes. But now that things are moving and they're having their whole war game and things have been explained, I am enjoying it a lot. I am like excited to see how the rest of the season goes, but I think if you're not already watching Danmachi at this point, it's not worth it to like go all the way through just to see this portion of the story. I do think the story has gotten better over time. Like season one had some really high points, but then I also think that once as we got to know the characters better, um you really start to flesh out the story and the world and everything, and I think it's been really good. But yeah, definitely season 5. I mean, that's a big ask to ask people to go through if they are not enjoying it a lot. So yeah, I will put it there. Personally, I enjoy it enough to keep wanting to watch it. And then always um Inai Keiji's soundtrack is always just very, very good. Dungeon Meshi. Let's not waste any time. Dungeon Meshi goes here. Uh, I would put it. I'd say it's on par with Free Ren for me, anyway. Like, which is very, very slightly above Apothecary Diaries. Dungeon Meshi. I also didn't watch this show until after it had finished airing because initially I did see that on Netflix when it first started airing. But I was kind of like, I'm not really in the mood to watch this show right now. And if it's just gonna be like, a fun cooking show in a fantasy world, I will leave it. With that premise alone, and it being like a trigger show, I think that was the main reason I was putting it off. Was planning to watch, but just not right away. I was like, because it's a trigger show, I knew it would probably end up pretty good. So yeah, and then I left it, and then I binged through it all in like 3 days because once I started watching it, I was like, oh, this is more than a cooking show. Damn, this is worth watching. And yeah, I'm really glad that I did watch it because it's been fantastic. Like, I'm so excited for season 2. I won't say anything about it in case people who are in chat right now haven't watched it. It is much more than just a wholesome cooking show. Let me tell you that. Even with that opening scene of the show, with when it's showing them fighting the red dragon, you can kind of be like, oh well, obviously they're in a fantasy world and they're in dungeons. There's obviously going to be some fighting. Um, yeah, no, there's a lot more to this story, and it is 100% something worth watching. Again, I put it on the same level as Free Ren. Again, nothing will stand up to Bananya, but that's just how it is. Let's move on. Natsume Yujincho, Natsume's Book of Friends, season 7. Goddamn. Season 7. It has the same number of seasons as My Hero Academia, and that means I have watched more of this than I have of My Hero Academia because I didn't watch season 7. I think I stopped. Yeah, I watched season 6 and like I was just like I'm too battle shonen out. I can't keep watching. Maybe at some point I'll watch the last season. I think it's the last season of My Hero, isn't it? Either way. Yeah, Natsume Yujincho. It doesn't really change much from the standard formula of what we know about the show. It's been a while since season 6, so I kind of forgot. I forget who the characters are in Natsume Yujincho, but when it reintroduces them, it's just like you don't really need to remember everything that's happened, which is what I love about it because it's a mellow story. I mean, it's a shoujo, but it's not a shoujo romance story, so yeah, I'm gonna put it here. Um, in a weird sort of position because I would recommend it. I haven't. I think I've only recommended it to my sister, and it's one of her favorite shows. Um, but yeah, it is hard to recommend a show that's 7 seasons long. I know when my parents were visiting, they don't really watch anime. And put Netflix on the TV in our Airbnb, and my mom's just like, "Oh, well, this show says it's trending right now," and it was Natsume Yujin Show season 7. I was like, "Oh, mom, this is 7 seasons long. I think it's only showing season 7 on Netflix right now, and it's very slow. There's not really a story." So I I dissuaded her from watching it. But my sister, definitely I knew she was gonna like this kind of show, and she's still watching it too. So yeah, that was a good one. Next up is the Alia Russia something something. Alia hides her feelings in Russian. I'm forgetting the title, the exact title. This one was cute. This one was very cute. I like this show a lot. Masha is best girl, fight me. And I don't have a lot to say. It's just cute. It's fun. Um, I'm gonna put it pretty high in B. Middling, but it says middle of B. But personally, I put it a little above Senpai wa Otoko no Ko. But for if these are in here for different reasons, so yeah. But yeah, it's a fun show. It's cute. I think this guy didn't need to be an otaku. Like, he didn't need to be like a weeb basement dweller because he doesn't come across that way. And by halfway through the show, I had forgotten that he even was. I think they just wanted to make it relatable so that you could be like, wow, it's me with all of these really cute high school girls, and they did not need him to be that way. Uh, yeah. Next. Hold on, I'm just gonna. Ugh. Okay, next. Solo leveling. Solo leveling was kind of boring. I'm gonna be honest. Uh, it was not your typical battle shonen, but it kind of was, and I did not have a lot of fun watching it. It did look really good for the most part, but yeah, not much to say. I didn't really care for it. 死神坊ちゃんと黒メイド Yes. 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 Actually, because ReZero's stopped in a weird place, I'm gonna put it above that. I think this show doesn't get a lot of attention because it's 3D, which it definitely doesn't need to be like CG anime, but it doesn't seem to take away from it. It just makes the movements are a little bit clunky, but also the story for it. This is another thing where it's just like I wouldn't say the production value on this show is bad, but because it's a CG anime, people are gonna be like, "Oh, so ugly, so gross and bad." No, I think this one tells a good enough story in kind of a silly way at times because I forgot that it's kind of like a musical. And so like a lot of the scenes in the show it's just like, "Oh, musical number. Okay, I forgot this was going to happen." But definitely this last season too. Like, oh, they wrapped up the story so nicely, and I am so happy with how it turned out. I haven't I think this is the first time this year was the first time in a few years where I've actually like shipped characters again because I'm at the point where I don't really care anymore. But there's a lot of like shows where I was like, damn, I actually like want these characters to be together. Whereas usually I'm just like, yep, it's anime and they will probably end together. There will always be a best girl or a best boy, and I'm usually pretty indifferent to how the actual thing turns out. But in these ones, I was like, in some of these, I'm like, yes, these people deserve to be together. So yeah, but Shinigami Bochan, very good show. Uh, I don't, I don't mind when people say it's not their thing and that the CG turns them off, but I think it's definitely worth a watch. Yuri Camp season 3. I don't remember a lot from this season. I mean, it had good music and everything. Let's put it here because I will always recommend you to camp. But season 3, the only real part I remember of it was like Nadeshiko going up into the mountains and meeting the Kansai girls, and I thought that was fun. But I don't. Yeah, no, there's not like a bunch of specific stuff. In fairness, Yuru Camp isn't a show made to like remember specific moments ever, so I guess that's fine. It's just the vibe while it's on. And I do love my cute girls going camping cutely. So yeah, the thoughts on it pretty much remain the same as they have for the past two seasons and movie. So yes, very good stuff there. Naisei wa tanin ga ii, the Yakuza daughter, or whatever it's called, Yakuza granddaughter. I don't know the English name. That just finished airing. Mixed feelings on it. I think that this show was interesting in that it handled things like a lot differently than I think other shows would, especially because like I mean, a lot of shows just don't handle this kind of stuff. Like it wasn't really dark and edgy per se. It was kind of like a comedy, but then it was also a romance, and I don't know. It's like it was interesting. I'm curious to see if it'll get a second season. I don't suspect that it will unless they already announced it and I just missed it. But it was kind of a fun show. Main girl is very, very hot. The main guy, I can understand why in his universe he's hot, but I think his design was just kind of weird. So I didn't find him super hot. Her friend, Shoma, her childhood friend, who clearly there is going to be some kind of romantic conflict there in the future of the story. Um, but yeah, he is way hotter than the main dude is. I think what I didn't like about the romance aspect of the show is that these two, like the main characters, didn't really have any chemistry, and they tried to play it off for laughs. And like when it was a comedic aspect, I didn't mind the comedy as it being like they have no chemistry. But then when they were trying to be like, oh, this is a tender moment where she or he is where they're taking care of one another depending on the context, I just felt like, yeah, that they take care of each other because they are people. But yeah, it felt kind of weird, their romance aspect. But the Yakuza bits I did think were kind of cool. They weren't too edgy. It just felt like it was dealing with, regular sort of gang type stuff. So if you like gangster, more light-hearted gangster stuff shows, then I think this one could scratch an itch. It's not the best one to do so, but it has some good aspects. And then I think it does also showcase the main heroine as being maybe not the strongest female lead imaginable, but I feel like she stands her ground well enough that like I consider her to be a pretty good, well-written female character in general. Um Slime season 3, very or is it season 3? What season are we on for Slime? Doesn't matter. Very mixed feelings because they spent what 11 episodes or something in a meeting room just talking and not doing anything, and that was a huge buzzkill. Like that was rough. But once it got to the actual tournament arc stuff, I had fun with it, although not as much as I think I could have. I think I wanted more city building, more world building from Slime, and they didn't just deliver on that as much as I wanted them to. So we are going to put this season bottom. We're gonna put it here because it was better than Gimai Seikatsu. You know what? Gimai Seikatsu can go to a C. Yeah, because I enjoyed it for the vibes more than I did the show itself. So you know what? It's a meh. This one is barely escaping meh, just because as much as I like the second half of the show, 11 episodes of meetings, like, ooh, that was rough. That was a lot. What is this show called? I forget the name of the show, but it's like the one about Seiyu, voice actresses being voice actresses and exploring being voice actresses. It was okay. It was Actually, are we gonna? Nah, nah. This one's still above that. But yeah, I forgot the name of the show, but it was okay. It was fine. I I would not watch it again. There was a surprising amount of merch for this show. Like every time I went to I went to Tokyo once this year and there was a lot of merch and it was like way after the show had finished. In my local mall, there's like an arcade and gotcha section and there's like a couple gotcha machines that have merch for this in it and I don't think this show is that big, so I don't know why there's so much merch for it, but maybe it's because it didn't sell and they're trying to get rid of it. Who knows? Anyway, let's move on. Windbreaker. Windbreaker gets a low C. It's below solo leveling. This is the thing about me being burnt out on Battle Shonen, and this one just like made it worse. This one, here, wait, let's drop this guy down to bad because it also looked like shit. I kind of forgot about that. Um, Windbreaker gave like no backstory to its characters, and then when it did, I was like, but I don't care about them. You just introduced them. Why should I care about their backstory when they're like mid fight and about to lose anyway? I don't know. It felt very dumb. I didn't care about any of the characters, and I hated that it was. You know what? No, it had fantastic animation, but I'm putting it in bad actually because I did not like I didn't like the setting. I didn't understand why they needed to be set in a high school because this is where I'm like, you don't need this much you don't need to make things relatable to people. Like, I think high school kids can imagine themselves as older people and still relate to like gang fights. Or if they want to just like watch a show about gang fights, they don't need to be high schoolers so they can relate to them. And I remember when this was airing, it was still when Crunchyroll comments were a thing, and I used to like reading those just to get a gauge on like what people were feeling in any given season, and now I have no idea anymore. Um, but like so many of the Windbreaker comments were just like goated. Oh, so much better than Tokyo Revengers. And to be fair, Tokyo Revengers has really shitty writing for the story that it wants to tell. I think it has an interesting story to tell, but it just is failing at doing it. But Windbreaker doesn't have an interesting story to tell, and it's not telling it well either. Kindergarten gang warfare is the evolution of battle anime. Um, I don't know if you're just joking or if you're there is actually there is a manga that I saw while I was browsing just browsing a bookstore one time where it's like it's called Kindergarten Wars, I think, or Yochien Wars, something like that. Uh where it's not the kids themselves fighting, to be fair, it's like the teachers fighting off like gang members. But I really want to pick it up and read it, and I just haven't been back to buy it because I'm currently in the middle of reading a whole bunch of other books. But yeah, no, Windbreaker is just like again, I don't think it's necessarily better than Tokyo Revengers. I think Tokyo Revengers I also don't really like, but I think its problems are different. But at least it has, even though it's telling its interesting premise poorly, it still has an interesting premise. Whereas Windbreaker doesn't have an interesting premise and it's telling the story poorly. So it just and the forced narrative of everyone being a high schooler, especially like the girl that worked at that cafe, uh who even the main character was like, "Wait, I thought you were in your 20s." And she's like, "No, I'm 16." I was like, "Ugh, get out of here." Yeah, no. Windbreaker was not enjoyable. I'm surprised I sat through the whole thing. This one had a slightly difficult name, Nanade Hananade, something like that. It was the pseudo cheerleading one. by PA Works, which means it should have been good, but it wasn't because they dropped the ball with this. Bottom of meh. I won't say it was bad, but it was not good. Um, yeah, it was like I thought it was gonna be dealing with the main girl dealing with her trauma of like cheer, or not the trauma of cheer, but like her not being able to handle things as well. Sorry, I'm just gonna move this chat box because I didn't realize it was being blocked so badly, and now I'm realizing I don't have a good spot for it. Maybe I'll move myself too. Let's stick me over here. Okay, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, Nanare, Hananare, or Hanare, whatever it was called. Um, I thought it was gonna be about cheer or about like this girl overcoming her trauma, her what I forget what the term is for like when you have like injury related trauma in sports and you can't perform to your abilities. They mentioned it in the show and everything too, but yeah, no, it was supposed to be about that, and then it ended up just being about girls doing basic cheerleading to cheer on anyone. And I don't know, it just felt very weird. What I did like is that their YouTube channel that they made was not explosively popular or anything. They just like gained some popularity in their local area, and then that was it. I did think it was weird, the whole thing with the Brazilian girl and her shop owner guy in the middle of nowhere town just knowing like a ton of celebrities, and then them all those celebrities just coming out to support felt very idealistic, which I'm sure this show was not meant to be like super serious or anything. I don't know, it just there are things that like I kind of bothered me about it, and it felt like it could have been so much more than it ended up being. Date Alive 5. I barely remembered what was going on in this show by the time it got around to it. I do think it had a cool story to tell by this point, but it's Date Alive. Like, who are we kidding? I see. I enjoyed it, but I don't think it was enjoyable, if that makes sense. So let's put it here and leave it at that. No, we're putting it below Mashal at least. We're gonna leave it there. Um, Dead, Dead, Dead Demons, Destruction. I only put up one spot for it but there were the movies and there was the show. Um, I do remember a lot of people in the West complaining about the fact, like, the way that the show was set up because the movies weren't going to get released until after the show. So everyone was kind of like, why the hell are they showing this episode 0 thing that's actually set way later in the future after the show will end on? And I think a lot of people just didn't really take into consideration that, these shows are geared towards the Japanese audience or the audience in Japan. And so I had seen the movies like before the show came out. And so that gave a lot more so those like bonus episodes in the show gave so much more context to me as someone who hasn't read the manga and just saw the show or saw the movie, sorry. Um and yeah, I thought it was really cool. And then I saw how much backlash it got online because the English speaking audience didn't know what was happening or why they would choose to put that at the beginning instead of the end. Either way, it didn't bother me. But I will say it is kind of. I thought I was gonna enjoy it a lot more just because I um, love Asano Inyo's works. Like obviously, like Pun Pun is a big one. Um, Solonin is another one that I absolutely love. We don't talk about Girl on the Shore. That doesn't exist. But yeah, Dead Dead Demons. I think I enjoyed it more as a movie, but I enjoyed all of the things that the show added because there were like way more scenes and things that fleshed out the story in the show, but like overall, is it bottom of B? Also, it had an amazing soundtrack, but it's also something that doesn't have a soundtrack release. I'm gonna put it above Slime because I did enjoy it, but I felt like if it had been two long movies that just included most of the extra scenes that had been in the show, I would have enjoyed it a lot more. But because it wasn't, it didn't sit right with me, and I was kind of bored watching the show. Um, Also, there was when I first watched it in theaters, I just had no idea what was going on in the second movie because there was so much military speak, and I don't speak Japanese that well, so yeah, it was tough to follow. So when the show came around and I could understand it, I understood, but I was also kind of at the point where I didn't care as much anymore. Yeah. Oshinoko season 2. Would recommend. More than Natsume. More than Yuricamp. More than ReZero. More than this. Actually, yeah, it is moving up quite a bit. Less than Shangri-La, actually, because it is a sequel. But Oshinoko season 1, I felt like was more not fun, but like I enjoyed season 1 more than season 2. I did kind of expect that going in because other than like I wasn't sure that they were going to get far enough into the story to explore everything with Ruby, which is why I'm looking forward to season 3 because like obviously you get the end of this season where it shows like what happened to Goro and Ruby finding him or finding his body basically, and and it's when Ruby turns that I think the story gets really interesting because basically she's just like doing nothing for the first while. She's just like there. She just exists in the show where you're focusing everything on Aqua. And then this is where things turn around because now it's where Aqua keeps doing things, but he doesn't realize that the killer is still out there. And Ruby now has a reason to get revenge on the killer. And then, slight spoiler alert, Aqua is obviously going to find out that the killer is also still out there. So they're both going to be trying to target the person that they think is responsible for everything. And if you haven't watched it, I won't say anything. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, Oshinoko has been consistently good, and I am ready to see what they do with season 3. I don't remember exactly what I think it's basically just Ruby's arc after this. She does like the talk shows and everything, um, and the acting bits. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And last, we have the Spice and Wolf remake. As someone who has not watched the original, I think I watched quite a bit of quite a few episodes before dropping the original, but I was bored when I first watched it. Um, I really enjoyed the remake. I wouldn't mind at some point maybe checking out a few more episodes of the original, but I think because I'm watching this version of it now, I don't need that as much. Um, I'm gonna say it's here because yeah, Spice and Wolf I enjoyed quite a bit. When I first started watching the original, I think I was just bored by the economics of it all. Like, because it was like, it's a fantasy world with fantasy money and fantasy economic stuff. I just didn't care about it enough to be like, this is interesting, this is fun, you know? It was just kind of like, what am I doing? Like I'm here to watch their romance and they're just talking about fake money in a fake world and I don't care for that. So, yeah, it was a little weird, but yeah, giving it a shot with the reboot, I'm like really enjoying it quite a lot and I think it did start to lose me a tiny bit towards the end, not because it got any more or less boring. I think I had kind of gotten an idea of how the show was progressing and what they were trying to do with it at that point, so I want them to move the story along faster. But yeah, also amazing soundtrack. Like Kevin Penkin really did cook with it. Um and it's a style that I haven't really heard him write in. Like I feel like he's been going he's been starting to branch off in a lot more directions than he has in the past because like Made in Abyss, I didn't really care for the soundtrack until the movie. Uh and then I don't remember any of like Shield Heroes music. Maybe a track or two when it comes on, I recognize it as Shield Heroes, but more so I just recognize it as his Penguin's music. Um and yeah, also Apothecary Diaries. He also did really good music on that, and that was also in a style that he doesn't usually write. So I am liking that he things seem to be branching out, and his style, at least in my eyes, is becoming a lot more like interesting. Because it's not always so. I don't want to say samey because I could differentiate his soundtracks before, but like they did sound a lot more similar than I think more of his recent works are. Like they are starting to develop more of their own character, which is, that's kind of the goal of a composer, is to inject your style into the sound of the world rather than writing the world in your style, if that makes sense. So anyway, do we need to move anything around here? If I'm being fully serious about Banana's placement, I would put it. It's kind of a hard thing actually because it is a kids show. Um, so I know a lot of people who want to learn Japanese. This is probably like the best show to like one out of everything on this list. This is probably the best show to try and learn it through because it is aimed at kids. They're using simple Japanese all throughout, but as a show on its own, the third season has a story where the first two, or at least the first one, didn't. The second one I think might have. So I was kind of surprised this had a story to it. But yeah, out of my own personal enjoyment, I think unironically, this one got me the most excited every time there was an update because they would only update it every 4 episodes. So yeah, I think Bananya deserves to be here. If not actually at the top, it's like somewhere in S. It'd probably be at the bottom of S, but still in S. I'm not even joking. So, does anything else need to be moved? Is slime a yeah, slime's a B. This I feel like this actually goes a little bit below. Um no, no, it's like the movies. See, yeah, I think the movies, yeah, again, if the movies and the show had been a bit more together, then yeah, this one would have checked out a little better for me. The Bluey of anime. I mean, I can't even call it that because it's not like it has any, like, I haven't watched Bluey. I've just seen some clips from it that it's like, oh, that seems like it hits hard. No, this is like genuinely a kids show. Like adults are not meant to be watching this, but it's also like 4-minute episodes or something, so it's not like an adult would get annoyed that it's on. But I don't know. I think I watched it in the beginning because it was like a funny concept. It's like there are cats that live in bananas and they are banana. And then I just kept watching it and it's just kind of stupid, but it's kind of funny. So I unironically really enjoy it. I'm going to get rid of this F category now because D can now become F. And F is self-explanatory, so I don't need to say bad. So yeah, I don't think things are gonna get moved around. This seems pretty accurate. I mean, like, it really depends what we're judging on. I'm just going off of my base enjoyment level, and this seems to be what. Yeah, I'd say this is roughly how I would put things. Um, Maybe no, these are okay. Yeah. So at the top, I think other than Bananya, these are all things that people could agree should be at the very least high up, if not up there. Like I think I have seen some people who don't like mucking, and that's fine. Yubisaki Torennen is not for also not for everyone. And then obviously I also mentioned like I saw the person who was just like done it on his Zoomer humor, which I disagree with, but sure. Um, and yeah, I don't know. I think this is a pretty okay list, but what do you guys think? Are there things that don't fit with this? Let me know. I'm not going to be making a YouTube version of this video. It's just going to be this VOD because I don't think I did anything very interesting in this. So yeah, but this is not the end of the stream. Because now that we made this tier list, I just wanted to do something to start. I didn't realize it was going to take 2 hours to make a tier list. But I'm going to move on to my original visual novel. But first I need to pee, so let me just go back to the just camera screen. Oh, wow, the chat should not be there. And, ooh, I can't even read that. Well, let's put chat there. And, yeah, I'll fix the chat box at some point. It's the first time I've actually tried using it, so I didn't know what it was gonna look like, but yeah, that's okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back, and then I will boot up my old visual novel, and we can play through that together. Yay. So give me 1 sec. I'm going to be back. Okay, we are back, and let me just gonna put on my headphones because I want to be able to actually. There's no voices in this game because I did not have the money to hire voice actors. So let me just get this booted up. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Chat is so small. Ah, there we go. So yes. Chat, is it loud enough? Let me know. Um, Weird aspect ratio as well, because the free backgrounds that I was finding for it, most of them were in a regular like 9:16 or 16:9, sorry. But then there were some that were only in this like what is it, 4:3? 4:3 aspect ratio. So in order to use all of them, all the backgrounds that we wanted at least, we did need to, how should I put it? We did just have to like cut the sides off of the 16:9 ones and just use them as 4:3. I just realized I didn't ever change this logo. This is the old logo for the game. So actually, let me put in some text so people know what this is, because otherwise it's just kind of a random thing. So hang on. Sure, text. Sure. Let's just call it that. Ooh, that is way bigger than it should be. Playing my old visual novel. Let's make that smaller. Oops. Edit that a bit. Oops. Okay, so yes, if you're in the last stream, you might remember that I played music and then also talked about this old visual novel that I was developing with some online friends for about 5 years. And yeah, it was... I mean, I don't really know what else to say about it. It never got finished, mainly because we just all got busy with life, and I mean, that should explain it. Like, we all got busy with our lives because we all started while we were in university, and then obviously as we got older, we started getting jobs. We couldn't dedicate as much time to writing and everything, so things just ended up not working out the way we wanted to, and by the time I shut down, we hadn't really been updating anything for quite a long time, so yeah. Anyway, so the game's called Children of Cosmos. I will give no preface to it because we're gonna pretend like we're going in blind. I was actually gonna have a friend come over and play this with me so that they would be going in blind, but he ended up having to go to work today, so I'm just gonna play it myself. And if you guys want to, I will maybe, since there's not a lot of people in chat or anything, I won't make a poll or anything. I'll just ask, like, hey, do you want to? So which way should we go, or what things should we choose? And you can decide, or if it takes too long, I'll just choose something myself. But basically, there are 5 heroines that we can romance. It goes as far as getting to their individual roots, but it won't continue on beyond that because there's nothing written or programmed for those individual roots. So yeah, and let me just fix this because I think this window is kind of small. Oh, no. Is it okay? Are we okay? Oh, there we go. Seems a little bit small. George says, I made it 2 hours late. I genuinely forgot about the live until now. That's alright, George. I forgive you. And we're also just getting into it right now. We haven't started the visual novel. All you missed was me making a tier list of the anime that I watched over 2024. So you came at a good time. So let's just get into it. I will read as much as I can, but it's just going to be... It's a visual novel, so I'm going to be yapping a lot. So let's just get into it. Okay, neat. Start. Beyond science, beyond reason, beyond logic itself, lies magic. Legends speak of a once-in-a-lifetime event, the starfall, where the heavens themselves descend from the skies and bless the earth with wondrous gifts. By simply touching one of these fallen stars, one may have any wish they desire granted, provided only that it be made sincerely and without deceit. Though many would undoubtedly seek this power, the starfall happens only once every 150 years, and rarer still is the chance of a star reaching the surface intact. And so as time marched on and skepticism took root within our societies, the starfall legend faded to a dim memory among the peoples of Earth. All save for one place. I'm not a voice actor, so I'm not going to try and voice act this. Terrena, a city which still honors the old ways, a city which lives in harmony with nature and is no stranger to magical occurrences. A city where our story begins. that was maybe too long of a pause there, but I'm not gonna reprogram all of this. Hey, and there's the newer logo for the game. Dot dot dot. No trail in sight. Phone battery at 1%. No, now it's dead. Nothing but trees in every direction. Oh, what was that? I can't even remember which way I came from. The undergrowth is too thick for me to retrace my steps. The only other signs of life around are the crickets slowly starting to come out as night approaches. I pull out my phone to check the time, but it's still just as dead as it was a second ago. Stupid habit. I reach for the lump in my back pocket. The smooth metal surface of my pocket watch glints in the small bits of sunlight breaking through the trees. It pops open with a click. Is it really that late already? My stomach rumbles as I stuff it back in my pocket. I would check my backpack for food, but I know there's nothing in it that can satisfy my hunger. What was I thinking anyway? Was I really stupid enough to think I might find something out here? I take some apprehensive steps forward. A few twigs snap underfoot. I couldn't get any more lost, right? Should I turn this into a drinking game? It is 12:41 in the afternoon here, and I haven't eaten anything, so that would probably be stupid, but I did have 2 Christmas parties over the last couple weeks. I just don't know what I would need to take a drink to every time I cringe, because a lot of this writing is my own writing. um let's say not for now, because I think this could actually end up going for a while. So maybe later if I get an idea and after I've had something to eat, then yeah, I could turn this into a drinking game. But yeah, let's just go through this normally. A low-hanging branch claws my cheek. The open scrapes along my arms and legs sting with each step I take. My uniform is in tatters, though that should be the least of my worries right now. If I can't find my way out, a school dress code isn't going to mean anything. I shake my head. Focus, Leo. Leo is the player's name. It is not a self-insert. The main character is a character. So, sorry, people who want to connect on that level. But, focus, Leo. You can't afford to get sidetracked right now. How old is this visual novel? We started production in 2014 and stopped in 2019. So 6-ish years old from the time we stopped. But I think when writing basically ground to a halt, it was probably like the beginning of 2019, maybe even earlier than that. Like things there was like maybe a few paragraphs written in the year of 2019. So, and none of it's going to show up in this part of the game because it was all in the individual routes for the heroines. So everything that's written here I think got finished, I want to say 2017, maybe 2018. More likely, yeah, I think like early mid 2018 is probably when all of this, what you're going to see today, got written. And then nothing else exists in game format. It's just a script, like uncode ready script. So you won't get to see that, unfortunately. But yeah, a gust of wind blows through the trees, rustling leaves. The howling pitch it leaves behind sound like a girl's voice. I'm tempted to turn its direction, but I decide against it. Can I move this chat box, actually, so that I can have it on screen with me? But it goes to the background. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Wait, where did the chat box go? Oh. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna have to leave it over here. The That's how I ended up here in the first place, after all. I assume he said something about getting lost, right? Unintended turners, but I just sense. Oh, yeah. Okay. What was that? Um, I don't know if you can hear much of the background noise. I'll turn it up a little bit. There's a little rustling sound. Oh, it wasn't supposed to repeat, but okay. What was that? My body tenses, rooting me to the spot. My gaze fixates on a shrub a few feet ahead. Breathe, Leo. Probably just a bird. Or a snake. Before I have a chance to freak myself out anymore, something pops out from behind the leaves. It's a fox with something in its mouth. So there was supposed to be like a visual of this, but we hadn't hired an artist to do this. These are all free backgrounds. Our eyes meet for a moment, and it tilts its head at me curiously. The tension in my body quickly gets replaced with mild disgust, seeing the mangled dead bird dripping blood from the fox's jaws. Wow, that is a really long sentence. As quickly as it appeared, the fox suddenly withdraws its head back into the bush. I don't see it run off, so it's probably waiting for me to leave before it comes out. I shake my head and clap my cheeks for the umpteenth time. Clap my cheeks. I think I used that turn of phrase at least a few times throughout this. It's supposed to be like a this kind of thing, because I didn't really know, like, what do you call this? But let's leave it at that. It is not a sex thing. This isn't the time for me to be worried about wild animals. Oh no. Ayo, what? I need to get out of here. Any direction will do at this point. I continue along at a slow pace. I'm screwed if I use up my energy rushing around. Out of my peripherals, I can see the fox padding along a short distance beside me. I thought it was going to run off, but it seems oddly curious. I haven't had any luck choosing my own directions thus far. If I follow this fox, it might lead me out. Okay, I've got to change a setting here because I don't want... I was monitoring the mic as well as the game audio, but I don't need to hear my own voice. And it's kind of distracting me. Okay, that's better. That, or it'll lead me even deeper into the forest, but at this point I have nothing to lose. As discreetly as I can, I try to close the distance between us so that I can follow its movements more easily. Ugh. Almost as if it sensed what I'm doing, it hurries ahead of me, but doesn't leave my sights. Every now and then it stops to glance back at me before continuing along. Maybe it really is trying to lead me somewhere. I'd be a bit creeped out if I weren't so desperate right now. Damn, that background change. By some miracle, the edge of the forest comes into view, and I spot the path only a short distance away. I'm so relieved that I practically collapse on the spot. Heart pounding in excitement, I hurry over to the worn trail and take a moment to stand on steady footing for the first time in hours. I turn back towards the endless expanse of trees and raise a well-earned middle finger to it. Immature? Sure, but I need to blame something other than myself right now. So the main character is a high schooler. Just for reference, this is a high school setting. With that, I hurry down the trail. With any luck, I can still make it home before the sun goes down completely. Oh, that was supposed to be a more smooth scene change, but sure, this is not home. That was supposed to be like a day change. Ha ha ha, you're kidding, right, Leo? Says Boy. Do I seem like it? No, but it's just ha 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 ha. Get a nice Titus laugh in there. Ha 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 ha. I don't get what's so funny about Leo getting lost in the forest and covered in scrapes, says Girl. Oh, lighten up on me. I wasn't laughing about that stuff. Leo, you weren't actually looking for the forest spirit, were you? I can feel my cheeks getting hot. Talking about it makes me feel stupid. I guess that's because it is stupid. Looking isn't really the right word. It's more like I was, searching? Shut up, Yuji. I can't really blame him for laughing about it this much. I'd probably be doing the same if our roles were reversed. Oh, by the way, this is not set in Japan either. Like, there is a backstory for their kid, or for these people's names. His is, I mean, this guy is Japanese, but she is not. Her name is meant to be French. The backstory for their names is just that it's derived from the word friend in different languages. Oh man, these lines are going to catch me off guard. Sure. I'm not gonna say the writing is good for this game. Like, I was the writer. I'm not a writer. I was the writer for most of it. When it gets to scenes with the heroines, then we're gonna see other people's writing. But yeah, I did all the music though. So, and most of the programming for this. I can't really blame him for laughing about it this much. I'd probably be doing the same if our roles were reversed. Oh, I mean, like the cheeks lines. You know what? Cheeks are a part of the body that are not to do with your ass, alright? I defend the choice of those words. I don't really defend the claps cheeks bit, but I don't know what else you call this. Is there a term for this? Who knows? Haha, don't worry about it, Leo. It's not like you're the first one to get into trouble over one of Terrena's urban legends. Wait, what the hell? Okay, I think my mouse is like scrolling by accident. That doesn't make me feel any better. Well, you wouldn't have gone searching for the forest spirit if that first year hadn't claimed it let her out, right? I guess. I mean, it's still kind of funny you went looking since, you know, you have to get lost for it to come find you. And he's laughing again. Here, wait, I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit because I think my voice is about the same level as it right now. I turn away from him and stare at the assignment in front of me. Nice, I forgot a word already. That would be a good thing to drink to. Bad grammar or sentence structure or missing words. But again, I'll do that later. Yuji's laughter is annoying, but I'm really more distracted by my own stupidity. What on earth possessed me to go chasing after that rumor yesterday? Terrena. This place is full of rumors and urban legends, but hardly anyone actually believes they're true. Heck, when I first moved here for school, I thought everyone was just messing with me. There was pretty much a new story going around every few days. This one about the forest spirit was nothing special compared to all the other things I've heard over these past couple of years. If you get lost in the forest, the spirit of the woods will lead you to safety. It takes the form of a beautiful girl and dwells deep in the sea of trees, high in the branches of a mystical ash. Foreshadowing. Maybe. Or so the legend is supposed to go. I guess the main reason I stepped off the path was because that is bad programming. I should have cut that in two. Well, there, you know what? Let's keep a tally of how many drinks I need to take. Let me make another text box here. Add another text thing. I guess I have to make a new text box. Let me hide that for a second. So, what are we drinking to? Drink every time. Every missing word or bad grammar / sentence. Dun 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 dun. Font. Oh, the font's fine. It is the... Oh, That's okay. What was I trying to do with this? Make it not white. Okay, well, you know what? We'll leave it like this. And I don't know why that says 5. We're at, like, let's say we're at 2. We're at 2 drinks right now. And I don't know why I can't change the color of it, but I don't care enough. So we're just gonna leave it like that. It looks messy, but I am not a streamer, so that's fine. I guess the main reason I stepped off the path was just because some first-year girl was trying to tell her friends that it saved her just the other day. I mean, no high schooler in their right mind would seriously try to convince their friends that they were rescued by a magical tree spirit or whatever. Though no sane person would follow that up by purposely getting lost to see if it was true or not either. Hey, Earth to Leo. Huh? You're not even pretending to work on that, are you? I look back down at the stack of papers in front of me. I guess I got caught up in my thoughts and stopped sorting through them. You don't have to sort it if you don't want to, Leo. It's my job, so I shouldn't be pushing it on you anyway. Oh, no. Sorry, I was just trying to forget about, well, yesterday. I'll get right back to it. Are you sure? You're not even on the student council, so it's totally fine if you don't want to. It's fine, Ami. If you did badly on your finals because I didn't help you alphabetize some paperwork, I'd be the worst friend ever. And I've so generously dedicated my time to helping you study that I'd put all my efforts to waste too. Well, if you're really fine with it, then I'll leave it to you. Thanks, Leo. Hey, what about me? Hush you. You would have helped me with everything even if Leo weren't around. Now be a good tutor and help me study this part. I still think we should have worked on this after school. Lunch is for taking a break from studying. If the three of us weren't already busy after school, we'd be able to, but that was the whole reason we had to do it now. Busy? Did you really forget? We have... Oh, chat, first choice, what are we doing? What are we choosing? There's only 3 of you here, but we've got to make a choice. So what club are we joining? Or what thing are we busy with after school? There's track practice, swimming practice, choir practice, film club work, Ami's summer project. I'm not going to make a poll because, again, there's not enough of you to make it worthwhile. Oh, there's 4 people now. Okay, well, we'll see. What do you think? What's our character? What kind of person are we? I'm going to try and change the color on this. Oh, there we go. Select color. What's a good color? Probably yellow, honestly. It shows up better. Oh, wait. Can I add a filter? Just make it yellow. I think yellow shows up pretty well on things. Okay. A little bit better. That's fine. Film. What's the worst that can happen in a choir practice? I don't know. Okay, we've got 1 for film, we've got 1 for choir. You guys are the only ones who are actually answering chat, so I'll do a coin flip here. Okay, wait, let me add... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to add a window. Let's say heads it's film, tails it's choir. And I'm going to flip, and I won't bother showing because that's too much work. It is heads. Heads is film. Okay, we're joining the film club. Let me go back to the game. Where is it? There we go. Film. Okay, film club. Sorry, George. Right, I totally forgot. Mr. Yu changed all the meeting days so the seniors could focus on their college prep stuff. Honestly, I don't get how you can forget about this kind of stuff. Leo and I remind you pretty much every time. Instead of bugging me about being forgetful, you should be thankful that I'm tutoring you. They go back and forth for a bit, but manage to settle back into their final exam studies. It's still hard to believe that Yuji and I are a year younger than Ami just by looking at how easily he's helping her study. How he manages to tutor things he hasn't even learned about is beyond my understanding. I guess I'll keep busy with this paperwork. Oh, sick scene change. The second half of the day's class has passed by unremarkably, and most of the people in class are out the door before the bell has even finished chiming. As usual, Yuji was leading the pack. He could have at least waited for me. I'm greeted by the sound of camera shutters and clicking keyboards as I step into the media room. Somehow, the newspaper club always seems to get here before us. Do they even go to class? Now this is a rare sight. The two of you are early for once, says Mr. Yu, the teacher. Oh, that's hard to read. Should I add to the drink tally for every clapped cheeks? You know what, I won't wait for an answer on that. I'm just gonna add it. So that'll make it 3. We're pretending that I'm going to drink. I have not decided if I'm actually going to, but we'll just say maybe in a bit, because I am getting hungry. Now this is a rare sight. The two of you are early for once. It doesn't really make much of a difference unless the directors are here too, though. Must be rough for them to have to take finals and try getting their directing projects finished at the same time. Well, they knew what they were getting involved with when they said they had ideas. I'll give them 10 minutes, but that's it. Yuji and I exchange a pitying look for our seniors before sitting down at our usual workstations. Despite the fact that Mr. Yu is both this club's advisor and my homeroom teacher, he's almost a completely different person in each role. I can't help wondering if he always wanted to go pro as a filmmaker or photographer instead of a teacher. Then again, I don't think he'd have chosen to teach biology if that were the case. Hey Leo, think we'll get to make some more sound effects today? I wouldn't get my hopes up. If anything, we'll probably just be operating booms or off-location hunting again. He blows a raspberry and is discontent. I can't blame him. Sound effects are the most fun we get to have, seeing as we aren't part of the creative team. With nothing else to do until the upperclassmen directors show up, I look through the location shots Yuji and I took from previous occasions and absent-mindedly check to see if any of them might work with the remaining scenes. Goddamn, these are long sentences. Not bad grammar, just long. Meanwhile, Yuji is messing around with a picture of his face on the computer. Always the hard worker, isn't he? The rest of the club members file in over the next little while, and Mr. Yu gives a stern lecture to the upperclassmen who walk in 1 minute late. Once that's all done, everyone is given their jobs for the day. Filming goes by without a hitch, and my arms feel like jelly after holding the boom for the past few hours. I can't wait to get home and let them rest for a while. Full disclosure, I've never been a boom operator. I have no idea how physical it is to hold up a boom, but yeah, that's why it's saying that he's tired. Good work today, everybody. Before you log out for the day, I just need everyone to stick around for a few minutes. The summer season is coming up, and for those of you who don't already know, we will continue meeting through the summer. Now, regarding the schedule, I'd heard that club practices and meetings continue year-round around here, but I've never actually been here to participate during the summer. Last year I went back home, and Yuji just complained to me for days when I got back. He didn't fail to leave out the fact that his photos were featured in the local gallery while I was gone, though. Oh good, I made it just in time. Huh? What are you doing here? She holds up a clipboard and fans herself with it lightly. Just the usual student council work. I need to keep track of what all the clubs are doing over the summer. I've been running around from meeting to meeting since last period. She really works way too hard. She's definitely got my vote for next year's president. Or maybe I should tell her to take it easy. Whoa, she moved way too far. Mr. Yu starts handing out papers while he goes over our increased meeting sessions and the build-up towards the amateur film festival near the end of summer. As usual, Yuji doesn't stay focused for too long and turns towards me. Hey, I can't remember if I mentioned it to you or not, but my parents said I could bring some friends to our summer house this year. You have a summer house? Stupid question. He wouldn't have said any of that if he didn't. Yeah, so I was thinking that you, Ami, and I could spend a weekend there sometime. Sound cool? I can't think of anything that would keep me from being able to go. The main reason I'm staying in Terrena this summer is for my own enjoyment. Sounds awesome. When would we go? Haven't decided just yet. I still need to let my folks know that we're definitely going. Ami clears her throat gently, her cheeks looking a bit flushed as she speaks. Yuji, when you say the three of us, does that mean that your parents won't be coming along too? Is she nervous about staying with just two guys? I guess it'd be a little weird even if she and Yuji are childhood friends. Yuji twists his mouth to the side and shrugs. They might come with us if I asked them to, but I think they wanted to go sometime later in the summer, like around competition time for Leo and me. Is that okay? Oh yeah, it's fine. I just wasn't sure if, your parents would be okay with bringing a girl along is all. There's a pause while Yuji blankly stares at her. After a few seconds, the edges of his lips start to creep upwards. Haha, quit playing around, Ami. My parents have known you since we were babies. If anything, they'll ask you to keep us out of trouble. I mean, if you were just some girl they'd never met, then it'd be different, but we aren't going over there for any wild sex parties or anything. He has an awfully blunt way of reassuring people, but she doesn't seem quite so worried now. I wonder if she'd still feel better if anyone else had reassured her in the same way. Wah. I've not had to read this much at this speed. I cut myself off. I've not had to read this much at this speed in a while. I'm usually reading to, like, 13-year-old Japanese kids with easy sentences. We end up getting sidetracked with our plans for the summer. By the time the late bell rings, we realize that we hadn't paid any attention to what we were supposed to be doing. I'm just glad that Mr. Yu didn't yell at us for talking during the meeting. I think most of what he was talking about is on the schedule he gave us anyway. With plans for the summer fresh in my mind, I start heading home with a lighthearted skip in my step. Oh, that's fun. I guess summer really is just around the corner. I'm starting to sweat just from walking home. There are more people out than I was expecting. They must all be taking advantage of this pre-summer weather. I'm sure the lake is only going to get busier from here on out. Makes me wonder if I should be doing the same thing. The wooden plank creaks as I take a step onto the bridge. Some of these pieces look a little old, almost enough to be a hazard. The railing doesn't seem to be in much better condition. I'm sure it's fine, but I'll stay near the center of the walkway just to play it safe. The bridge leads to a gazebo on the island a ways offshore. By the time I finish crossing it, I'm already sweating more than I realized. Damn, was it really this hot? There's no rush to get home. I'll just take a little rest. I slip off my shoes and socks and step down towards the beach. The cool salt water laps against my bare feet on the shoreline. It's still hard to believe this lake and beach have only been around for 10 years or so. Thinking about that, it reminds me of something Yuji told me before. Oh, look at that. Oh, beach episode already. It's true, man. I'm telling you. There was this crazy tsunami like 10 years ago that nearly took out the whole city, he says while smiling and laughing. I mean, it's not like I don't believe you, but how does tsunami turn this salt mine into a normal beach? The beach was the city's doing, but the water's still here because it doesn't really have anywhere to go. Anyway, you're missing the point. Rumor has it some crazy monster fish thing got washed in with it and has been living here all this time. Isn't that nuts? That is a bad grammar sentence, but I'm not going to count it because it's dialogue. It's not the craziest thing you've ever told me. Besides, there are regular fish living in the lake, so it's not like it's impossible to imagine some are bigger than others. Yeah, but I heard some old fishermen talking about how it was knocking their boat around and snapping their rods in half. What do you think it would have to eat to get to that size? Probably smaller fish. Okay, smartass, have it your way, but this thing's real, I know it. A monster fish, huh? Honestly, it's Terena's most probable urban legend. I bet that's why Yuji has never gotten too excited over it. Well, that and because there's no way to prove it. It's not like we have a submarine sitting around so that we can go looking for it. Anyway, knocking a boat around is one thing, but snapping rods in half seems a little... Huh? What's that? There's something in the water a few yards away. It's dark and splashing around a little bit. Come on now, there's no way. Ah, this is stupid. It's way too small to even be a fish, let alone a monster fish. I can't tell what it is though. Maybe a plastic bag or something? I wait a little closer, making sure to roll up my pants as I step farther in. It's a butterfly. Not exactly what I was expecting, but also nothing to have gotten even a little bit freaked out over. Its wings are fluttering less and less frequently with each passing moment. I guess they're hard to flap with all that water sticking to them. Poor thing. I gently scoop it up from the water and start heading back to shore. It still seems to be panicking, but it can't even lift its wings at this point. I'd be losing my mind if some giant picked me up while I was helpless too. It's bigger than I realized at first glance, nearly covering my entire palm. I'd better put it down somewhere inconspicuous so it doesn't immediately end up as some bird's dinner. I scan the area before placing it under a shrub at the base of a tree. There's no guarantee it'll be safe here, but at least it's hidden from plain sight. Those black wings should help it out at least a little bit, too. As I turn to head back, some movement in the sand stops me in my tracks. A large obsidian snake is slithering towards the water. I can feel my insides tense up at the sight of it. It's freaking huge. It's freaking huge. Even with the other people around, it doesn't seem the least bit bothered by our presence. I really hope that means it's ignorant. In one quick motion, I turn back around and scoop the butterfly up. It'd be pointless if I saved the thing only to let it get eaten by a snake. I stick it up on a leafy branch while keeping my eye on the snake. It might not be as safe from birds, but right now that thing looks a lot more menacing than any airborne predators. I take a wide path around the serpent and hurry back into the gazebo. Once my shoes are securely tied on again, I hurry along the next bridge, eager to get back home. I can't help my lips from forming an awkward grin. Did I really go out of my way to save a butterfly? It sounds like something that would happen in a little girl's storybook. Maybe I should tell Yuji about this. I bet there's some crazy Terrena legend about butterflies, too. Just imagine if it turned into some princess and I became the king of butterflies. I nearly burst out laughing. It's such a stupid thought, but I wouldn't put it past Terrena to have some kind of legend like that floating around. In that case, I'll be looking forward to my coronation. Damn, it's hot. Oh god, okay. Wow, bad segue. Okay, I'm adding to the drink thing. Terrible segue. Okay. I'm walking a little faster than usual, but not enough to work up this much of a sweat. I start slowing down instinctively and wipe the sweat beads from my forehead. I thought it'd be cooler by this time of day. It was hot earlier, but the sun's basically set. It never got this hot back home, and Terrena isn't even that far from where my parents live anyway. Even in the summer, by this time of day it would be cool enough to put on a long sleeve. Unless it isn't actually as late as I think it is. I reach into my back pocket and pull out my pocket watch. It's kind of old-fashioned and sometimes earns me funny looks, but it has a certain charm that, at the very least, works as a conversation starter. Plus, it makes my parents happy that I'm carrying around a gift from them. It's even got my initials engraved on the inside. Pretty much as late as I was expecting. I guess it really is just this hot here. I wipe my sweat again and shut the watch. Whoa! Oh, that effect, the shake! The board beneath my foot creaks and bends a little. I lose my footing and stumble to the side. Oof! Oh, crap! That was fast. I manage to avoid putting all my weight on the railing as it starts to collapse. I make an awkward pivot turn and fall down in the middle of the bridge. I'm lucky I didn't fall in the water. But I can only watch helplessly as my pocket watch quickly disappears into the depths of the lake. Everything happened so quickly that I couldn't save it and myself from falling into the water. My back pocket feels so light, almost like one part of my butt is exposed. Wow, these butt lines keep on coming up, except that the previous ones weren't butt lines. I didn't realize how used to having it I'd gotten. Half the time I just checked the time on my phone anyway, so it never seemed like a big deal until now. I don't want to move. It's like if I stare long enough at the spot it disappeared, maybe it'll come floating back up. So much for that. I know it's hopeless, but I can't stop staring. Did that really just happen? I was just laughing about saving a butterfly a few minutes ago, and this is my reward? Was that thing cursed or something? It takes a while before I can finally will myself to stand back up. Even once I'm on my feet, I can't stop staring into the water. Part of me wants to dive in and get it, but I know that's impossible. This is no ordinary lake. It's basically a gorge filled with water. There's no telling how deep the bottom is. I force my gaze away so that I can keep an eye on the bridge planks. I can't risk losing it something else over another stupid loose board. What a stupid way to end the day. Oh, that was supposed to be... Oh, wow, that was not a very... I think maybe in the programming something might be broken, because that was supposed to be a scene change thing and just kind of switch backgrounds, but alright, whatever. Okay, well, let's say that while we are on this changed day, I'm gonna keep it actually, you know what, I'll find a more interesting scene to pause it on while I go and get some food, because I'm hungry. Radio host, and Terrena is looking beautiful on yet another scorching afternoon. If you aren't already, now's the perfect time to get outside and soak up some of those rays. Just don't forget to put on some strong sunscreen. Click. I lazily allow my hand to fall from the radio to the side of my bed. I might melt right into the mattress if I stay still for long enough. It's so hot. Damn, why is it so hot? The fan across the room is only circulating the hot air. The window is open, but I can't feel the slightest hint of a breeze coming through. I should be glad it's the weekend, but I'd almost rather be at school. At least the building has air conditioners that work. I lazily flip over and glare at the noisemaker I call an AC unit. If it's already this hot at the beginning of the summer, I can hardly imagine what it'll be like later on. An envelope slides off my desk as a pathetic breeze filters in through the window. I can't even be bothered to reach for it. It's just the monthly check from my parents. I'm supposed to call them when I get it, but after the whole incident with my pocket watch yesterday, I've been sort of dreading it. That, and I don't think I can make articulate sentences in this heat. Ah, what the... Oh, it's just Yuji. Oh, I think there was supposed to be a sound effect for the phone there, but it also didn't seem to make it in. Oh, wait, hold on. Whoa. Whoa, 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 why is this, like, auto playing? Don't auto. Oh, what the... Oh, it's just Yuji. In one lazy motion, I swing my arm up towards my phone and somehow manage to hit the speaker button. Hey, Leo, you there? I don't know, it stopped ringing, but he isn't saying anything. Yuji. Oh, you are there. Haha. You know, you're supposed to say something when you pick up a call. I'm dying. Huh? Don't make me waste energy. It's too hot out for that. There's a pause before he and someone else start laughing. Good to know that they're taking pleasure in my pain. Schadenfreude and all that. It's not so bad, man. Anyway, listen. Ami and I just finished studying and we're going to hang out downtown. Have fun. Don't be like that, Leo. You should come with us. If I step outside, I'll evaporate. We can hang out somewhere cool. Ami says she'd rather go somewhere outside, but anywhere should be fine as long as we can get out of the house for a while. Plus, I know that your apartment has crappy AC, so it's not like you'll be cooling down at home anytime soon. I send another glare towards the broken AC unit. I really need to talk to the landlord about getting it fixed. Fine, but only if I get to pick the place we go to. The first place we go to. That's the spirit. Oh, and before I forget, bring an empty bag with you. What for? Remember all those textbooks you let me borrow because I kept forgetting mine? Well, I don't need them anymore, so now's the best chance to give them back. A noticeable bead of sweat rolls down my forehead. I must have lent him 5 textbooks throughout the year, and he wants to take them all back at once? It's hot enough without the added strain of trying to carry a bag full of textbooks. I might actually keel over if I have to do that in this heat. Anyway, let me or Ami know when you get close to the school, and we'll come meet you. See ya. Click. He didn't even give me a chance to protest. It'd be way easier if he just gave them back to me one by one during the school week. I guess I'll just have to tell him that when we meet up. Not that I really want to leave, but he's probably going to call me in half an hour if he doesn't hear from me. I glance at the envelope on the floor again and reach for my phone. I'd better call my parents while it's still on my mind. Let's just hope they aren't around. Please don't pick up. Hello? Damn it. Hi, Mom, it's me. Oh, Leo, just hang on a second and I'll get your father. No, that's really... Oh, she's already gone. They always get so excited about my calls. I get that we don't see each other often, but there's only so much a high school guy like me does on a monthly basis. Though, to be fair, the whole reason I don't really want to talk right now is because something actually happened. Leo, are you there? No. Oh, you kidder. I'm putting you on speaker now. Leo, my man, how's it going, kiddo? If I weren't already on speaker, I might have burst an eardrum. Hey, Dad. I'm fine. I'm just calling to let you guys know I got the envelope. Oh, only calling for that? Don't be such a stranger. Tell us how school's going. Well, I'm done with all my finals, so classes are pretty relaxed now. Oh, and my club's having their final competition in August. Ooh, that sounds exciting. We'll try and make it for that so that we can cheer you on, okay? Sure, if you want. Leo, you sound a bit shaky. Are you sick? Do you need me to bring you medicine or anything? Crap, I didn't think they'd notice over the phone. I guess if anyone's going to be worried about my health, it'd be Mom. No, Mom, I'm fine. Oh, no, I'm fine, Mom. Just, kind of hot is all. I don't know how hard the heat wave is hitting you guys. You're not getting heat stroke, are you, honey? It's not that bad, and that'd hardly be the worst thing after I got lost in the woods the other day. Oh, crap. You got what? Oh gosh, Leo, why didn't you mention that? Just yesterday there was a news story about some hikers who... Leo, you know not to worry your mother like this. You aren't hiding anything else, are you? Their concern quickly turns into unintelligible noise as they attempt to talk over each other in increasingly loud voices. It'd be funny and endearing if it weren't so over the top. I'm fine, really. I made it back before it even got dark. But, on another note, I may have lost the gift you guys gave me as a leaving present. There's a pause, an eerie silence contrasting the noise from moments ago. I don't think they'll get mad at me, but it doesn't help me feel any less guilty about losing it. Did you drop it in the forest? Huh? No, I accidentally, dropped it in the lake. There's another pause. See, Lyra, I told you it was a good thing we didn't buy the gold-plated one. Oh, hush you. I still think buying a chrome pocket watch was too cheap for a moving gift. Technically, he hasn't moved out, and doesn't the fact that he lost it show that something more expensive would have been a problem? I'm sure he would have taken better care of something if it didn't seem like just some cheap little trinket. That's not well written. Okay, there's another one. I was expecting some kind of reaction, but this definitely wasn't what I had in mind. You aren't mad? Mad? Should we be? Is there more you need to tell us? No, I'm just a little surprised is all. I thought you'd be telling me to take better care of myself, especially if they're gifts. I'm not exactly thrilled to hear you lost it, but the fact that you were carrying it around at all means that you liked it. At least, it means that you liked it at least. We're happy enough hearing that. I can't think of the right thing to say, and an awkward chuckle is all I can manage. Anyway, don't forget that we're coming for a visit next Saturday. I know you're busy this summer, but your mother and I will still try to stop by whenever we all have some time off. Or you could always stop in at home. You can come back anytime. I'm sure Karina will be happy to see you too. I think she'd be more excited to go through my things than to actually see me. I don't know why I ever thought she'd be any more mature when she turned 13. I certainly wasn't. I don't know if I'll have enough time to come back, but I'll let you know if something comes up. Oh, I see. Anyway, we should let you go now. Take care, Leo. We'll see you next week. Yeah, see you then. Bye, sweetie. Don't forget to eat properly. I will, Mom. And no unprotected sexy here. Wait, sexy... Click. I guess Dad hung up. That won't be a big discussion topic when they come to visit, will it? I'll worry about that when the time comes. For now, I'd better head out before lethargy takes me over again. Oh, I don't like that. I'm at 5. I'm at 6. There's 6. Okay. With labored movements, I managed to roll myself off the bed and slowly prepare to face the heat. I should take the forest path so that I don't end up dropping something else in the lake. The shade should keep me cool too, so it should be bearable until I reach the other end. At least, I thought it would work out that way. The shade only managed to bring the level of heat down from deadly to sickening. The water bottle I threw in my bag is calling my name, but I need to drink it sparingly. If I finish it within the first few minutes of leaving my apartment, I'll be a goner long before Yuji, Ami, and I even get to do anything. I'm definitely going to guilt Yuji into buying me a drink. Even though I'm out of the direct sunlight, the heat is making the distant trees wobble at their bases. I blink a few times and wipe the sweat from my forehead. I thirstily lick my lips, but it does nothing to help my growing dehydration. It's hopeless. I can't hold out any longer. Like a starved animal, I throw off my bag and tear into it to get at the contents within. In one quick motion, I pop the lid off and gulp down the lukewarm water. By the time I stop to breathe, there's a little less than half left in the bottle. I feel much better now, but I still have a long, hot day ahead of me. My only hope is to meet up with Yuji and Ami before downing the rest of my water. I managed to continue on for a while without desperately needing any more water, though I'm starting to feel dehydrated again, and the heat haze is making me feel a bit off. I take a moment to lean against a tree and fan myself with the collar of my shirt. I can't even imagine how I'd survive if I had taken the lake path. Is this seriously a regular summer day in Terena? It's weirdly quiet out. I was so focused on not dying that I wasn't really paying attention to the sounds, but now the birds were happily chirping away when I first stepped into the woods, but now it's as if they've all vanished. I take a few steps from the tree. Even the cicadas have stopped crying. Higurashi reference? Not not what I thought, but okay. Actually, now that I'm noticing the lack of sound, there isn't even any wind noise. What the heck's going on? Feels like I'm in some kind of slasher film. New guy, unfamiliar with the place he moved to, in the middle of a silent forest, with no one else around. Aside from the time of day, it'd be the perfect setup. Feeling a bit paranoid, I start heading down the path at a brisker pace, and here I thought getting lost was bad enough. I glance around every so often to see if some predator might jump out. I don't really think that an axe murderer will leap out of the bushes, but I've seen bears around here before. A throbbing pain pulses against my skull while my ankle is caught in a root jutting out of the ground. Oh, an uncentered close out. I inhale sharply and shut my eyes out of reflex, gingerly caressing the bump on my head. At least my ankle seems fine, but of all the ways to break a fall, why did I use my head against a tree? I open my eyes, revealing a slightly fuzzy version of the forest. I must have fallen harder than I thought. Huh? Ooh, okay, that's a cool spot to leave it for a second while I go heat up some food. Is that a person? Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Well, while the food is heating up, because it's gonna need another few minutes, why don't I decide on what I'm gonna drink after I'm done eating and have down this water? So let's see, what do we have? That's the microwave. Hang on a sec. Okay. Drinks. I have actually I have a lot less than I thought I did. So I've got wine. This this wine that I could drink, but it's only one drink's worth. I have some whiskey. My friend left his Jaeger here, and I really don't want to drink that, so we'll see about that. And what is this? Brandy. Brandy. Someone left brandy here. So yeah, it's actually a lot less than I thought I had. So I guess we won't be. We'll just leave the tally up because I don't think we're gonna be finishing the whole visual novel. What's written? There's actually a lot of content there, so I will maybe take slow drinks of each of them and then just save up the tally for next time. So yeah, um, let me add on to this thing so that I know. There, that way in the future when we come back to this, I can I can know where we're at because right now we're just at 6. Um I'm gonna eat a little bit and then get back to the story. But you are currently seeing one important character on screen, sort of seeing her. You can't really see her that well, so yeah, I won't explain anything because chances are we're gonna see her later, most likely. I'm pretty sure she shows up on like every potential route we can get to, so yeah. So we'll see. While we wait here, I'll put my tier list back up for anyone who missed it earlier. There's that tier list. Let's move this and chat up. Yeah, I'll just leave it like this for now. Okay. I will just stop periodically every now and then to eat some more of that food. But anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, wait, whoa, what is this? Oh, that's the wrong screen. That's why. My bad. My bad. Yeah. Okay. Is that a person? But there hasn't been anyone around since I entered the forest. Where did she come from? And open. I take a moment to rub my eyes, but when I open them again, she's gone. Blinking twice in confusion, I slowly get to my feet and look around. Did I imagine that just now? I don't feel dizzy, which is a good sign that I'm not concussed, but I could have sworn I saw someone standing over me. A chill runs down my spine, and it's far too hot out for that to be natural. That girl, she didn't look like a serial killer, though I don't think serial killers have a characteristic look to them. I'm being stupid about this. I'm sure my eyes were just playing tricks on me while my eyesight was readjusting. There it is. There's the line again. Clapping my cheeks. Clapping my cheeks, I take off down the path, making certain to keep my eyes on the walkway while looking out for anything else I might trip over. Yeah, I guess that does get added. I did say it would get added every time I say it. God damn. It isn't too long before the edge of the forest is within my sights. I slow down to a stop just beyond the trees and turn to look back into the forest. As expected, there's nothing out of the ordinary. The birds are chirping again. I can hear the wind, and the eerie silence from before has disappeared. It's as if that whole incident was nothing more than my imagination. I harden my gaze, but nothing changes. Maybe I should step back in. I want to believe that my eyes were just playing tricks on me after I hit my head, but was that girl really just my imagination? What am I wasting my time doing? It was probably just a mirage from the heat haze. I mean, sure, everything disappeared, but that means she couldn't have snuck up on me, right? Everything disappeared. What is it talking about? Maybe I'm getting heat stroke. Right now, my room fan and that noisemaker I call an air conditioner sound a million times more relaxing than my current situation. No point in turning back now, though. I'm almost at the school. Just a few more minutes and I can guilt that drink out of Yuji. With a sigh, I run a hand through my sweat-soaked hair and slowly continue along the path. I seek refuge under a tree upon reaching the school. By some miracle, I manage to make it here without getting cooked alive. As if to reward me for fighting through the heat, a gentle breeze begins to caress my sweat-covered skin. With no attempt at restraint, I let myself collapse at the base of the tree and pull out my phone to call Yuji. Yo, took you long enough. Shut up, it's like a billion degrees outside. You're lucky I even made it here alive. You wuss. Just hang tight and we'll be there in 5. You owe me something cool to drink. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. See ya. Will they really be here in only 5 minutes? His house is close, but not that close. Better yet, will I survive another 5 minutes out here? I think vultures might start picking at my remains before those two can get here. Well, Yuji owes me a drink, so I might as well reward myself with whatever water I have left. Hastily reaching into my bag, I pull out the bottle and pop the cap off. Like desert sand, my mouth absorbs the remaining fluid in seconds. The heat is so intense that any sense of refreshment the water gave me is gone within seconds. That's a repeated seconds thing. I need to find a way to distract myself from this crazy weather. I already have too many drinks tallied up. I'm going to leave that repeated seconds thing. No matter how hard I try, the buzzing cicadas just remind me of how hot it is. I can't seem to separate their cries from the idea of a hot summer day. Across the street, there's some kind of animal running around. A dog? No, it looks more like a fox. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem bothered by the heat, though I'm sure it isn't enjoying that layer of fur right now. Not that comparing myself to that fox is making me feel any cooler. At least it doesn't have to wear clothes. Leo! Heyo. Sorry to make you wait. Oh gosh, are you okay, Leo? You look like you're getting heat stroke. I wave off her concern as Yuji helps me up to my feet. It's not that serious, but this heat really is insane. I don't know how you two aren't dying. It's a little hotter than usual, but this is still a pretty normal summer day for us. Yeah, just wait until later in the summer. I'd better take my mind off of the heat before it really starts getting to me. So, since leaving your room was such a big deal, where do you want to go first? I scratched my head. To be honest, I'd completely forgotten I was supposed to choose somewhere for us to go. I glance at Ami for a moment, but she just smiles back at me. We can go somewhere indoors for a while. You look like you need to cool down. I feel a bit guilty for making her compromise, but I doubt I'd be able to stand much longer in this heat. Let's see, what are some fun indoor places we could hang out in for a bit? I've never actually been inside the planetarium, so that could be a pretty cool place to check out. The aquarium seems like it might have more things to do though. Plus it isn't all indoors, so it'd be a better compromise. Space or sea, which one sounds more interesting? Alright, chat. It's on you again. Space, ocean. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's a preference, so let me flip a coin. Sorry. Heads it's space, tails it's the ocean. Ocean it is. Okay, back we go. Let's go to the aquarium. Why there? Not that I mind, but that was a pretty quick decision. I don't know about that. No big reason. It'll probably be cool inside, and there are some outdoor exhibits that we can check out too. As a compromise, it's not much, but Ami looks a little happier that I chose somewhere that'd work for both of us. I heard they just finished the new exhibit too, Amazonian Giants of the Deep or something like that. Maybe we've got one of those swimming around in our lake. I'm pretty sure there are Amazonian giants because they live in the Amazon. We start heading into the city. Hopefully by talking about water and marine life, I'll start to feel a little cooler. The streets are packed with people, and I still seem to be the only one struggling with the heat. For a city that's famous for being in tune with nature, Torena's downtown is surprisingly urban. The only nature around here are the decorative trees planted along the streets. I mean, it's nothing compared to where my parents live, but before I came here, I honestly thought this place was going to be more jungle than urban. A trendy cafe, the arcade, and just about every clothing store we pass is packed with people. Even if school isn't out for everyone, the summer season already seems in full swing. As it turns out, talking about the stuff we'd be seeing here only made the heat more noticeable. I had half a mind to jump into one of the fish tanks when we first walked in. Yeah, we didn't have an aquarium background, so this is just, like a weirdly edited photo of an aquarium with a whale shark in it. And I think I've actually been to this aquarium before. At Yuji's request, we start by going to the touch tanks. Hey Leo, ever heard about what sea cucumbers do when you pick them up? He asked pretty nonchalantly, but I'm sure he's thinking of something dirty. I mean, if I am, there's no way he wouldn't be too. I'm pretty sure they only do that when they feel threatened. If you're just touching it gently, I don't think it'll do anything. Besides, the staff will probably get mad if you start messing with a sea cucumber. What are you guys talking about? Yuji and I exchange blank looks before turning to Ami. Her innocent smile makes it seem like she's completely oblivious as to what we're talking about. Does she really not know? I mean, it's not exactly common knowledge, but I was sure every teenager, dirty-minded or not, knew what a threatened sea cucumber resembles. It's probably better if we tell you later. There are too many little kids around to talk about it now. Huh? Why would talking about sea cucumbers be something we need to do without kids around? Yuji looks like he's about to burst out laughing, so I decide it's time for us to leave before the two of them get us into trouble. We take our time looking at the various sections and exhibits before heading to the new Amazon exhibit. And the wonderful air conditioning disappears as we step through the doors leading into it. Ugh, why is it so hot and muggy in here? Well, it is supposed to be the Amazon, you know, like the rainforest. I knew they wouldn't be bothered by the heat, but it's so humid that I feel like I'm drowning. How are they handling it so well? Holy crap, check out these fish! I look over to see Yuji standing in front of a massive tank, and inside it... Whoa, what is that? The fish in the tank are at least twice as long as I am tall, and undoubtedly wider than any of the three of us. Can a fish really get this big naturally? Pretty spooky, huh? I'd hate to go swimming with these guys. Around. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind, but I can't help shuddering at the mere thought of it. I bet the lake monster is something like this. One of these guys capsized an old man's fishing boat without even trying. I doubt it. These are freshwater fish, and the sign says they're relatively harmless ones that live in the rivers. Guess I won't be swimming in any Amazonian rivers then. I'd be more worried about piranhas than any of these ones. They're basically tiny sharks that travel in packs. Maybe I'll just avoid going to the Amazon altogether. We spend a while in the new exhibit, unable to hide our amazement at the various gigantic creatures in each tank. Yuji seems to enjoy making stupid faces at the giant fish, and I can't help laughing as a group of kids join in with him. I think we've seen just about everything by now. Was there anything you want to see again? Not really. We can head off if there's nothing else to check out. Ami nods, and the two of us go to retrieve Yuji from his entourage of children. So, where to now? Do you still want to hang out somewhere outside? My attempt to be discreet, not wanting to go outdoors, seems to have failed. Yuji isn't even trying to hide his smirk, and Ami can only smile at me sympathetically. She given them eyes. It doesn't matter that much. Actually, I was kind of hoping we could go into some stores. I need to pick up a few things. The outdoor market's pretty close by, but the mall probably has more of whatever you need, right? I don't mind either way. I'm not in any kind of rush to get them. What do you think, Leo? The mall's not that close to here, so you'll have to be out in the heat for a while no matter which one we decide to go to. Alright. I will leave it for you again, chat. Or I'll flip a coin if no one says anything, but go to the mall or go to the outdoor market. As a heads up, these choices will affect which heroine we meet first, so you won't know why, but it will kind of make sense as we progress. Okay, we're back, and no one has said anything, so I'm gonna flip a coin again. Mall, heads for mall, tails for outdoor market. Let's see. Heads. Okay, we're going to the mall. Oh, now I can start taking these drinks, so... It's 1 of wine. Also, this is my Gurren Lagann cup. The bottom also has stuff on it, but I can't show it because there's wine in the glass. Let's count that as 1. That is 1. The mall sounds like a better option. Ami can get all of the things she needs, and I get to hide away from the sun for a while. Win-win. They both laugh and nod in agreement. About halfway there, I start to regret my decision. The concrete sidewalks and reflective buildings are radiating so much heat that I can't tell if the smell of food is coming from the food trucks or my roasting flesh. There's a lot of narration that I could probably have cut from this, but back in the day when I was first making this, it all seemed like it was necessary. But it was very much not. Quite extraneous. We probably should have mentioned that it gets hotter the farther into the city you get. Guess it's too late for that, huh, Leo? This would be a good time for a snappy comeback, but I don't have the energy for it right now. I'm too focused on trying to live. Besides, he's admitting that it's hot, and Ami's been fanning herself for the past few minutes. I guess even they aren't used to how much hotter it is here. I nearly tumble into the sliding entrance doors as we reach the mall. It's like an oasis in the desert, and I never want to leave. Guys, I've decided I'm going to live here for the rest of the summer. If you're going to live in the mall, at least live in a cool store instead of the entryway. For the most part, Ami takes the lead while we follow along to each store she needs to go to. While she talks to a clerk at the drugstore, Yuji nudges me. You should get one of these air fresheners, man. Until your AC gets fixed, your room is gonna smell like death, and even after that, it probably wouldn't hurt. Are you saying I stink? I'm saying all guys our age stink. I laugh and take a look at the colorful cans on display. My apartment isn't exactly old or falling apart, but I do get the feeling that it doesn't take much for it to smell like a dying building, especially with the AC out of commission. There are too many different scents to choose from. Spring meadow, redwood forest, cool glacier. What is a glacier even supposed to smell like? Eventually I give up and grab the most generic floral scent on the shelf. My laptop is sliding. You sure about that one? It seems kind of girly. At least I know that this one will smell like flowers. I don't even know what half of these mean. Yeah, but you don't know what it actually smells like. Give it here. Whoa, careful. Don't worry, I've got it. Whoops. My bad, Leo. It's not worth getting angry over, but I'm sure he can tell I'm not too happy he just sprayed flowers all over my face. Well, at least you know what it smells like now. Haha. Huh? Oh, Yuji. There's 3. Okay, we're getting them knocked out. And you know what? There's 4. I snatch the bottle from his hand and head off to pay for it without saying a word. Ah, sorry that took so long. The clerk had to look in the back and check for the shipments. Honestly, it was way too much work for him to tell me they didn't have it in stock right now. Leo, you smell kind of pretty. Yuji very quickly turns around to hide his giggles. At this point, I'm not even upset about it anymore. Just making sure I'm always at my best for you. You dork. Try not to get into too much trouble when I'm not looking, okay guys? We've still got a few more stores to go to. I realize now how long this intro is without having technically met any of the heroines. Like, we only just saw one, sort of, in the forest. But we're about to. We're getting there. It's soon. It's surprisingly late by the time we finished looking around. The sun is just starting to set, coloring the sky a deep orange hue. Thankfully, it's not quite so deathly hot as it was earlier. If only it had been this temperature all day. Man, I'm starving. We didn't stop at a single food place that entire time. You know, you could have said something if you were hungry. Besides, weren't you eating the whole time we were studying earlier? But that was hours ago. I'm a growing boy, you know. I'm starting to feel pretty hungry myself. I've basically been running on breakfast all day. Well, we have been walking around a lot. Where do you want to go, Yuji? Doesn't matter to me. Rattlesnake Jim's is cheap. Fast food? Wouldn't you rather sit down somewhere? I'm not that tired, but whatever. Laughing Dragon? You want to go to the snake place? Snake place? There were rumors floating around a few years ago that they used to sell snake as an exotic menu item. I think it just gets a bad rep because it's one of the few Chinese restaurants around. No one's stereotyping it like that. It got the reputation because they were selling snake until the health board made them stop. What's the argument then? If they aren't selling it anymore, there's no issue, is there? Why not somewhere simpler like Treehouse? It's a cheaper restaurant than Laughing Dragon and better quality than Rattlesnake Jim's. Is that where you want to go? You can go wherever you want. You're the one who keeps complaining. I'm not complaining, I'm just weighing out our options. I stifle a snicker and bite down on my lip as Yuji slaps his forehead in frustration. Leo, can you... Oh no, I'm letting you guys handle this one. At least pick for us so that it's like majority vote or something. I consider messing with him some more, but he's getting more irritable by the second. He's like a kid getting cranky when he's just a little bit hungry. Now then, where to go? We can't do a coin flip on this one, unless you guys want to choose. Let's... Rattlesnake Jim's, Laughing Dragon, Treehouse. Spinner wheel. Picker wheel. There we go. Inputs. Wow, that's a lot of inputs. I only want 3. Rattlesnake Jim's. And Laughing Dragon Treehouse Restaurant. Okay, looks like none of you guys are gonna choose, so I'm just gonna spin this and see what we got. Rattlesnake Jim's it is. Okay, there we go. Yay. I'm living on a budget, and Yuji seems like he'll only get crankier the longer he has to wait for his food. I didn't bring much money with me today. I'm voting Rattlesnake Jim's. As expected, Ami doesn't look too pleased, but she gives in to the majority vote with a sigh. I doubt either of them would mind lending me some money if I came up short at one of the restaurants, but I'd rather avoid that situation. All good? Great, then let's go before my stomach eats itself. Oh, I'm stuffed. I can't believe I ate that much. I can't believe you're walking after eating that much. We're on our way back to Yuji's house now. Ami wants to do some last-minute studying with him, and I'm supposed to pick up my textbooks. I'm still not sure why he can't just give them back to me, back one at a time during the week, but now that I'm here, I might as well take at least a few of them. We stop in front of Yuji's house while he hurries inside. Just hang on a sec, I'll bring the stuff down for you. Today was a lot of fun. I'm glad Yuji convinced me to take a break. He probably wanted to make sure I didn't overdo it. It's more likely that he's just getting bored of sitting around studying all day. Maybe so, but he did promise to keep helping me when we got back home. I'd ask you to stay too, but you probably don't want to stick around while we study, right? Even if you asked, it's probably better if you don't. Yuji will just get distracted and I might pass out if we're not doing anything. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I feel bad for turning her down, though I can't help being reminded of a child that doesn't want playtime to end. Sorry that took a while. The books were buried under my laundry. I hope you mean your clean laundry. Yes, my, clean laundry. There's an awkward pause as Yuji avoids making eye contact with me. With a sigh, I open up my bag and let him put the books in so that I don't have to touch them. I nearly dropped the bag at its sudden increase in weight. He carried the books out so effortlessly that I forgot how heavy they are. Having trouble? It'd be nice if I didn't have to take them all of them home at once. Don't forget to bring them to school. This way you won't have to worry about carrying one around all the time. Oh yeah, you're a real lifesaver. He gives me a playful bop on the shoulder and laughs. Quit complaining and get out of here already. See you tomorrow, okay? Don't be late, I'm on entrance duty in the morning. Yeah, later. With a wave, I turn around and start heading home. By the time I reach the school, I'm sweating hard and almost out of breath. Okay, let's take drink number 5. Okay, that was a nice, quick 5 drinks. My bag seems like it's getting heavier the farther I walk, and it'll take at least another half hour to get home from here. Damn, Yuji. Much to my chagrin, but not at all unexpectedly, I can see some orange traffic cones and lights in front of the path to the residential area. I can't read the sign properly from here, but I can make out the words closed, construction, and inconvenience. It doesn't take an expert to figure out what that might mean. I clench my teeth, knowing that I'll have to take one of the other paths home. The sun is just barely peeking over the horizon now. No matter which way I go, it'll be dark by the time I make it home. I glance at the path leading to the lake and bite my lower lip, before turning around and hurrying towards the forest. It might already be dark in there, but it'll get me home faster. If I jog a bit, I might actually be able to make it through before there's no light at all. Not to mention that the lake route seems far less appealing after seeing those giants at the aquarium. I'd probably pass out from shock if the lake monster made an appearance tonight. As expected, there's hardly any visibility amongst the trees. I pull up my phone, hoping that it might work as a flashlight, but the dim light it produces seems to get swallowed up by the shadows. I shouldn't be thinking like this, I'll just end up freaking myself out. I quicken my pace, but the faster I walk, the more stress my backpack puts on my back and shoulders. These stupid textbooks are causing way more trouble than they're worth. I can't keep up this speed for much longer. Better slow down, at least for a little while. Crack. The ground feels different all of a sudden. A quick look down reveals that the compact dirt path has transformed into a blanket of twigs and leaves under my feet. When did I step off the path? I could have sworn I was on it just a second ago. It can't have been long. I probably took a wrong turn at one of the forks in the path. I turn around and take a few steps in the direction I came from. Then a few more. Then a lot more. I keep going for at least a few minutes without ever coming across the trail. I wipe the cold sweat forming on my forehead in a poor attempt to keep calm and adjust the brightness on my phone's backlight to maximum, shining it in every direction. All around me, nothing but trees and darkness. There's no sign of the path anywhere. This is bad. How did this even happen? Should I call someone? I don't know what they could do for me, but it's better than trying to find my own way out, right? No, I wouldn't even know who to call. Yuji? Ami? The police? They just get lost looking for me. Think back, where could I have made the wrong turn? When did the ground stop feeling like dirt? I rack my brain for answers, but I'm coming up blank. It might be best if I keep walking this way. I'm bound to come across something since I was heading in the opposite direction. I don't care if it takes me a lot longer to get home at this point. Anything is fine as long as I don't have to sleep out here tonight. With a shaky resolve, my feet slowly continue along in what should be the direction of the school. After about 20 minutes of walking, I think it's safe to say that I must be getting deeper into the forest. There's been no sign of a path or the edge of the forest at all, and the undergrowth has been getting more untamed. But I'm afraid to turn back. It's already bad enough that I'm in this mess, and I don't want to do anything that might make it worse. I stop walking and drop my bag on the ground. I need to clear my head and stay calm. There aren't any breaks in the tree branches, and even after adjusting to the darkness, I still can't see much of what's around me. Except, what's that? Off in the distance, it looks like there's some light. Is it the edge of the forest? Please let it be the edge of the forest. I hoist my bag up and start hurrying off in the direction of the light. It doesn't look like there are street lights, but if I can just make it out of the forest, I should be able to figure out how to get home from there. My heart sinks as I emerge from the layer of trees. I knew it wasn't going to lead to the town, but this... It's just a clearing in the forest. The undergrowth has transformed into a large circle of grass, outlined by more trees. At the center of the clearing, a massive tree stands alone and imposingly. I stop and gaze curiously at it. It doesn't seem much different from a regular tree. In the right light, I suppose it could look kind of ethereal, but aside from being out on its own and noticeably larger than its neighbors, there's nothing particularly special about it. So this was supposed to have its own background and everything. Ooh. Yeah, this was supposed to have its own like background and sort of like scene that you could make out this big tree because it was going to be a pretty common spot for Leo to end up at, but it just did not work out that way. With a sigh of exasperation, I walk up to the tree and fall backwards into it, sliding to the ground. Several gaps in the tree line leading away from the glade catch my eye as I absentmindedly pick at the grass. Hopefully one of them will lead back to... Hello? The voice jolts me to my feet. I scan the area, but there's no one to be seen, even behind the tree. Am I hearing things? Up here. I pause for a beat in trepidation, then I slowly crane my neck back. Sure enough, a small humanoid figure sits crouching on one of the lower branches and gazing down at me with apparent bemusement. I don't think I wrote this scene, actually. I think this was one of the other writers. My eyes narrow in confusion. What on earth are they doing up there? My thoughts flit momentarily to the stories of the tree spirit lurking in the depths of the woodlands before I dismiss them with a forceful blink. I guess there's only one way to find out for sure. Hi. Not the most charming of introductions, but then again, I'm not the one squatting in a tree. As if it had read my mind, the figure darts lithely to the end of the branch and noiselessly drops down in front of me. That effect. To my surprise, it, or rather she, appears to be a girl around my own age. She stands about a head shorter than me, with a slender body and silver hair that reaches down past her shoulders. She has her hand extended in greeting. I slowly extend my own and tentatively grasp it. It's not often I have visitors. I am Ash. Pleased to meet you. Visitors? What's that supposed to mean? Does she live here in the forest? I think there's supposed to be music for this scene, but it's just silent right now, which is kind of weird. And I kind of want to see the script. So hang on, I want to pull up the script and see that. I guess if I'm running a distributor version, so, or a distributed version, so it's gonna be different. I don't know what all this is. Come on, let me see the script. Why is there no music in this scene? What happened? Fine, just let me see if I can find it. Deuterium is not true. Nope, it's probably sooner than this one. Nope, this is different. Huh. I can't find the scene. And the script is taking forever to open, so, I don't know what's going on. I glance at the light leading, follow the phone, where's the flashlight? Call someone, shake resolve. What's this? Oh, there's no light. Oh, this is a different thing, different scene. Yeah, it's supposed to be playing this music right now, but for some reason, it is not. Hmm. Ah, I see what's happening. I see. Because these are supposed to have their English titles, and it's messing with the coding. Whoa. Why did you do that? Stop it. Hmm? Well, we're gonna have this awkward scene where there's no music. Sorry, I know you guys can't see anything that's going on, but I've got to fix this quickly because these scenes are weird without any music. Especially the Ash ones. Spoiler, I spoiled her name. Oh no. What do? Having some trouble finding these. Come on. Oh, okay, that worked. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, hopefully that works. I don't actually know. It might mess up. Library, Android, script. Let me see. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, it's actually here that I need to fix all the names of the files. Oh my. Oshizora. So maybe I will save and then reopen this so that it reads these sound files correctly. Okay, so let me save where we are right now over this save file. Yes, don't look, those are spoilers. And let's close out of this and then open it again. Yes, I would like to quit. Now let's open it. Where is it? So okay. Okay, now we load again. And hopefully the music works this time. Ah, there we go. Yay, okay. It's not often I have visitors. I'm Ash, pleased to meet you. Visitors? What's that supposed to mean? Does she live here in the forest? Surely not. More likely she's heard the rumor about the forest spirit and gotten the idea to hang out here and pretend to be one like some crazy delusional teenager. This was a weird translation thing. Not that the person who wrote it didn't speak English, it was just like we were trying to figure out what is the best way to write Chunibyo in English, because the concept doesn't really exist. So we wrote it like this. It just comes out sounding kind of weird. I guess we could have rewritten and found a better way to write it. I don't think I should have to drink for that because it's not my writing, but I'll add it there anyway. Well, whatever. It's her time to waste, I suppose. As long as I can get out of here sometime this week, I'll go along with pretty much anything. Ash has her head tilted at me in expectation, and I remember the rules of polite conversation. Oh, you too, Ash. I'm Leo. A pleasure, Leo. What has brought you here? I, got lost. I was trying to find my way out of here when I came across this tree. Rin tells me that is not uncommon. Perhaps you've seen her. I don't think so? She chuckles daintily. Not knowing who Rena is, I'm not sure how to reply. I'm still a bit lost for words. What was she doing up in that tree? It's more than a little off the beaten path, and it isn't exactly early out. And her clothes aren't really what I'd expect of a tree-climbing explorer. I shake my head jerkily. Now's not the best time to be thinking about all that stuff. So, you wouldn't happen to know which way leads out of the forest, would you? That depends on where you would like to go. Every direction leads outward as long as distance is not an issue. Is that supposed to be a joke? Neither of us is laughing. Right, well, the town will do, preferably the northern one. She purses her lips like I've asked something difficult. For all I know, it could be tricky getting to town from here. She starts mumbling to herself and looking in different directions. I catch a few sentences here and there, and it doesn't sound too promising. Let's see, north is in that direction. No, that doesn't seem right. Perhaps the other way? A town to the north. There are no towns directly north. Which way was the town again? I can't do anything but watch as she begins pacing at the edge of the clearing. Does looking off into the darkness help her figure out which way is which? I should probably ask if she wants to come with me. I get the feeling she's just as lost as I am, but doesn't want to admit it. Hey, if you want... Oh, of course, the town is that way. She turns to me suddenly, her smile oozing with forced confidence while pointing in the direction I just came from. Silence envelops us for a few moments before she lowers her arm and begins pacing once again. Clearly, she doesn't know the way out. Ash? If you don't know the way out, that's fine. You don't need to stress over it for my sake. Her pacing ceases, and she comes toward me with her head hanging in defeat. My apologies, Leo. Please forgive me. I'm feeling rather sleep-deprived at the moment and cannot seem to think straight. No, don't worry about it, but maybe we should find our way back to town together. If you're lost too, it'd be safer if we stuck together. She lifts her head, her large eyes staring at me blankly. Did I say something strange? Then, with a reassuring smile, she shakes her head. That is kind of you, but I assure you I am not lost. This forest is my home. Weirdo alert. That or she's way more tired than she's letting on. Right. Well, I wasn't planning on camping out tonight, so if you know even just the general direction of town, I'm sure I can find my way. She seems a bit surprised that I'd rather leave the forest than set up camp for the night, but pans her arm around the trees to my left. I believe that is the direction you will need to go. I truly am sorry I cannot be of more assistance. No, really, it's alright. You've helped me quite a bit, but are you sure you're just going to stay out here? Yes, I'm sure. Travel safely, Leo. Oh, I nearly forgot. Rena will help you if you're having trouble finding your way. She's quite skilled at navigating her way about the forest. Rena? A friend of yours? Yes. I instinctively look up into the giant tree's branches again, but it doesn't look like there are any more people hidden up there. I don't really understand how her friend would know where I am if I'm just wandering blindly through the forest, but Ash has already proven herself to be kind of spacey. With that, I head off, taking a deep breath as I reach the edge of the clearing. Exhaling, I step back into the woods with the hope that I'll end up somewhere close to where I need to get. It only takes a few minutes of walking straight before the clearing disappears behind me. It's as though it had never been there in the first place. I don't waste time looking back or wondering if I made the right decision. It's too late for those kinds of thoughts. Low branches and surface tree roots make the journey even more difficult. I can't go 10 steps without stumbling or walking into something. My eyes manage to adjust so that I can avoid most of the branches, but it's nearly impossible to see any roots or rocks in my path. What was that? My eyes dart around the immediate area. There are some shrubs all around me, but I can't tell where the sound came from. The last thing I need right now is for an animal to start stalking me. I just pray it isn't that big snake I keep seeing around everywhere. I catch some movement in the bushes ahead of me. I have to focus as hard as I can, but I can just make out the outline of a four-legged animal. If I had to guess, it's a fox. A weird sense of deja vu washes over me as it stops and turns toward me. Its eyes are glowing despite the lack of light to shine against them. I'm still shaking a bit from when it wrestled the bushes. We have a short staring contest before it turns around and hurries off. Unexpectedly, it stops and turns back to look at me, letting out a couple of scratchy barks. We stare each other down again, but it doesn't run away this time. Does it want something from me? Cautious but intrigued, I gingerly take a step forward, ignoring the growing pain the backpack is causing from my shoulders. The fox continues to watch me as I slowly approach it. The beady eyes shining in the dark are a bit unsettling, but I can't exactly turn around and avoid it. Once I'm within a few feet, the fox yelps again and hurries off before stopping some distance away and looking at me. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it wants me to follow it. Wonder if it's the same fox from last time. Would it be smart to let it lead the way? I know a lot of different cultures' folklore says that foxes are intelligent but mischievous. What if it's leading me even further into the forest? Not for the bleak situation I'm in, I might have laughed at those thoughts. Really, I'm probably better off following it right now. I've already been saved by one once, even if it didn't realize, sorry. The fox and I repeat the cycle of leading and following many times. I honestly can't help thinking it's just playing with me, but I don't have any other options. Our game of stop and go comes to a halt once I feel the solid press of compact dirt beneath my feet. There aren't any more plants brushing at my legs, and I realize that it's because I'm standing on the trail again. Whether the fox did this intentionally or it's some kind of lucky miracle, I don't know or care. I'd better pay extra close attention to the feeling of dirt beneath my feet. What a waste it'd be if after all this work I carelessly stepped off the path again. Up ahead, the fox still seems to want to play, despite the fact that I'm back on the path. I'm not opposed, so long as it doesn't lead me off of it, though I'm not sure what my walking could be considered playing. Our game continues for another 15 minutes or so before I see some light beyond the distant trees. It isn't bright, but it's a sign that I've finally reached my destination. My body suddenly feels lighter as a wave of relief washes over me. This textbook-filled bag hardly feels like a weight at all anymore. Well, that's not true, but it isn't bothering me now that the end is in sight. I made it. I won't have to spend the night in the forest. The open sky and flickering streetlights are the most welcoming signs I've had in a long time. And I'm in luck. That was a different path than I usually take, but I'm not far from my apartment complex. I hurry across the street. I don't want to waste another minute. Startled, I jump and nearly do a faceplant as I stumble on the curb. The fox is watching me from the edge of the forest. Admittedly, I completely ignored and forgot about it the moment I could see light coming through the trees. Does it want me to keep playing? Sorry, little guy, but I've got places to be. Places like my bed. Not entirely sure how I should thank a wild animal for saving me, I waved to it a couple of times before turning back around and hurrying home. A day with friends, a detour in the forest, a weird tree girl, and a heroic fox. What a day. Ah, there we go. There's the scene change sequence. It was definitely supposed to happen earlier, but it didn't. Oh well. Okay, let me re-pour my drink. Or not re-pour, but get a new drink, and then, yeah, we'll see what happens. We've still got many days left in the game. Okay, so next we are drinking whiskey, and I forgot to show the bottom of the cup again, so here's the front of it. Gurren Lagann. Yeah, there's not really... Oh, you can kind of see it. But, yeah. So I'll let this water down a little bit, just on the rocks. So, anyway, back to it. Oh, I forgot to read that line. Wait, go back. Oh, we don't need that sound effect. I hardly ever take this route to school. It's noisy, there are cars all over the place, and on hot summer days like these, there's no shade to hide in. Oh, I forgot I need a coaster. Bochi coaster! Okay. My feet drag lazily along the pavement as a yawn forces my mouth open wide. slept like a log last night, yet I feel like I didn't get any sleep at all. It's probably because my mind is still swimming with thoughts of ways that it all could have gone worse. I should be thankful I made it home and got to sleep in my own bed, but I'm having a hard time trying to ignore the fact that I would still be lost in the forest right now if I hadn't met that girl. Though the fox was way more helpful than she turned out to be. Hey, move it, kid! I nearly jumped right out of my shoes. I was so spaced out that I hadn't even realized I'm in the middle of a crosswalk. With a sheepish wave and what I'm hoping looked like an apologetic smile, I hurry across the street. They really need to hurry up and get those other exit streets built. How has this section of the city been able to function with only one way in and out? I shouldn't complain. This is probably going to be the way I travel from now on. It might be annoying, but at least it's better than risking my safety. At the very least, I'm hoping it won't be so busy during the summer months. Then again, with no cover, I might end up getting heat stroke if I walk this way all the time. Is there no end to my bad luck? I really need to stop complaining. The long parade of students heading to school is slowly getting farther away from me. If I weren't so tired, I'd be right up there with them. Hey, this is, okay. This is best girl, but not for the right reasons. Ooh. Okay, that ice hasn't melted enough yet. Ugh. And I'm counting that as a drink taken. Ooh, okay. You know what? Let's make chat box bigger because there's no one in chat right now, so they can't complain about anything anyway. Let's move. No. I won't keep you here. Then we'll move you down a little bit. Hey! Hey, you there, young man! I'm definitely on the sidewalk this time, so I doubt they're talking to me. Ooh, glad I caught you. My heart jumps in shock as the woman grasps onto my shoulders. Have I always been this easy to surprise? You can turn this music up a little bit. I thought I was shouting pretty loudly. Didn't you hear me calling? Oh, I guess I heard you. I just assumed it wasn't me you were calling for. I'd really like to ask why she's wearing a lab coat in this heat. This suburb isn't exactly a scientific hotspot. Haha, nonsense. Why, you're the most outstandingly unassuming person I've seen since I arrived. Outstandingly unassuming. Doesn't that just mean I don't stand out? Okay, did you need something? She smacks a hand to her forehead, but quickly stands with her legs spread, one hand on her hip and the other stretched out towards me. Oh, how rude of me not to introduce myself, and here I was shouting at you like an old friend. Sheeta Goodwin, that's my name. I'm conducting research here in Terrena, and I've just moved into my new house. She says it so heroically, it's as if she just brought down a supervillain with the power of justice. Nice to meet you. I'm Leo. She nearly rips my hand off with her rigorous shaking. I didn't even have to extend it to her. Leo, what a fascinating name. Abbreviated, I presume. Yeah, it's short for, no, you don't need to tell me. I am an expert in the game of prediction. Oh my god, she's so stupid. Let's see, your real name is Leopold. No. Leonidas. No. Emilio, Napoleon, Julio, Maximilian. It's short for Cornelius, Leonardo. Why isn't she saying anything? Or letting go of my hand? Leonardo, you say? Most intriguing. A name befitting of Da Vinci himself. Well, that's because it was his name before it was mine. Very well, now that our introductions are over, we must be off, Leonardo. Wait, what? What do you mean? She completely ignores me, and I suddenly find myself being pulled along at a pace that matches her personality. Who even is this lady? If I were a little bit younger, this would look like a dangerous situation. Heck, it's still a dangerous situation at my current age. Wasn't last night enough crazy for the week? Hey, where are you going? Where are we going? Oh, did I not say? My house, of course. You promised to help me unpack my things. How could I have promised that if you didn't tell me where we were going? Small details, Leonardo. A scientist always looks for results and pores over the small details afterward. I don't think I've ever heard a scientist say that, probably because that isn't how science works. Wait, this isn't the time for this. Let go of me, I have school, I can't help. You seem like a smart enough young man. Besides, mere academics cannot even hope to compare to the wonders of my research. You'll see. Ugh, this isn't working. Maybe a different tactic. I have an exam today. Tests can always be taken later. Why, when I was your age, I skipped on dozens of exams, and here I am now, on my way to becoming a top scientist. You should be on your way to a mental facility. She's surprisingly strong, and I can't even struggle properly against her enthusiastic grip. By the time we stop at an incredibly sudden halt, I feel exhausted both physically and mentally. Yeah, this is where the backgrounds also get a bit weird, like, perspective-wise, because, like, you can see she looks, like, crazy tall, because her knees are in view at the bottom of the frame, but, her house you can see in the background, we're, like, eye level with it. I don't have the energy to run away right now, and even if I did, there's no way I'd make it to school on time. I doubt this crazy lady would let me go that easily anyway. Here we are, my new castle, the fortress of scientific discovery, my own home nestled in the heart of the natural world. It's just a townhouse. I guess that's a pretty big feat for a 20-something living on her own, but she makes it sound like she just paid off the mortgage on a mansion. Also, the big white van parked in her driveway is even more reason to suspect that I shouldn't have come along with her. Before I know what's happening, I'm carrying boxes into her house. It happened so quickly that I don't think I had a chance to argue before she put me to work. Careful with this one, Leonardo. It's very important to me, more than any of the other boxes. Irreplaceable and invaluable. Okay, but this is really the last thing I can help you with. For such a valuable box, it's not very heavy, and it doesn't even sound like there's anything in it. Maybe just a peek. Oh, okay, what do we do? There's no one watching, it's fine, so I can't ask chat, but I will flip a coin. Coin flip. Look for heads. Leave it tails. We look. Whoa. Okay, that's better. Okay, we're looking. Have a look. I should have known. It's full of nothing but lab coats. These are supposedly irreplaceable and invaluable, then why are they stuffed so carelessly into this box? She could have at least folded them. This Shido lady really is something else. I step into a room full of boxes and place it on top of a stack. A ticking noise draws my attention to an old analog clock hanging on the wall. Assuming it's correct, the first bell is going to ring in about 5 minutes. I need to get out of here. I sneak back towards the entrance. For whatever reason, my heart starts to beat faster in anxiety. I don't see her anywhere. She wouldn't wait outside to make sure I don't run off, would she? Good. I can hear her humming in the other room. I don't know what she's doing, but it sounds like she's distracted. Now's my chance. Leonardo, I need your assistance! Ah, run. Don't think. Just run. I can hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. It's like I'm running for my life while some kind of monster chases me down. I don't want to look back. I'm sure she'll catch up if she's chasing after me, so there's no point in even checking. I'm panting hard by the time I reach the main road. It's still pretty packed with cars, but there aren't any other students straggling behind like me. I check the time on my phone. Damn, the bell already went. I'm still at least 10 minutes away from the school, maybe 5 if I run. I take a few quick strides, but ultimately decide it isn't worth the effort. If I'm going to be late, there's no point in rushing to be a little less late. At least I won't be sweating too hard if I walk. But man, today's going to be a long day. The lunch bell goes off, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't get in any trouble for walking in a few minutes late. But that's just because Mr. Yu was teaching our first class. I doubt it would have gone as smoothly. Oh no! Oh no! We forgot a word. We're getting there. Man, I can't wait for classes to let out. What are they even keeping us around for? Almost everyone in our class has finished taking their exams anyway. Yuji? I snap my fingers in front of his face until he notices what's going on. Whoa, huh? Yo, what's up, Leo? Nothing. It's just that it's lunch and you were spacing out while I was talking. Oh, haha, my bad. I guess I got lost in thought there. Doesn't seem much like you. Got something on your mind? Sort of, but not really. It's just that time of year, you know? I'd way rather be outside than sitting in some boring old classroom. Well, it is lunchtime. We can go outside if we want to. Nah, you already pulled out your food and I don't feel like moving. Anyway, what's up with you being late today? You're never late unless I get you to do something for me. At least he admits it. I was coming to school and some crazy lady made me help her move into her new house. I'm still not really sure what happened, but I made it out in one piece. No kidding. Was she hot? What does that have to do with it? Everything, man. Besides, she picked you out of all the other people around, so that had to mean something, right? Yeah, maybe it looks like I'm also a nutcase. I guess it's my fault for going through the suburb, though. This is just another reason not to go that way. Yeah, what's up with that? You never come to school that way. I started explaining to him how I nearly had to camp out in the woods last night. Surprisingly, he doesn't react much to my story at all. Even after mentioning how some odd girl helped me out, he only shows the slightest hint of a smile. I thought he'd be bugging me about meeting two girls back to back. At least that girl helped me out, though. The lady from this morning was just some weird researcher with no sense of boundaries. Well, it's good you found your way out. Wouldn't be the first time someone's had to camp out overnight. Why is he acting like this? Maybe he's taking this whole meeting girls thing the wrong way and getting jealous. Or he's pissed off that I'm complaining about it. I don't know, but it's probably for the best if I don't keep going on about it. Lunch ends earlier than either of us wants to, and soon it's back to pointless lectures for classes we've basically already finished. The last bell goes off, and everyone is quick to leave the classroom. It seems no one in our class knows that what we're still doing at school. Somehow I get the feeling that teachers don't care much that we're not paying attention in our classes. At the very least, I know Mr. Yu doesn't seem to mind. Unless it comes to club activities, in which case he'd probably do something. Lucky for me, there's no club practice today. As it stands, I've got enough to worry about right now. I look around the crowds of students making their way home. As usual, Yuji took her off right away, and he didn't wait for me out front. I start following the largest crowd out of instinct, but stop myself as my foot hovers over the curb. What am I doing? If I cross the street, I'll be heading straight into the residential area. No doubt I'm being paranoid, but if there's even the slightest risk of running into that woman again, I don't want to take it. I bring my foot back, bumping into a few people as they give me confused passing glances. Even if I hide in a crowd of other students, I get the feeling she'll be able to find me somehow. I did tell her I had school, but I bet she's pretty mad that I took off without saying anything. What should I do? Okay, lake path or forest path, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm gonna take a drink to catch up. And there we go. Now I can get rid of the drinks taken thing. Because we're at 9. And what are we doing? We're going to flip a coin. So heads for take the lake path, tails for the forest path. It's tails. Okay, so we are taking the forest path. Yep, we're taking the forest path. Let's go. I'm going to be extra careful not to wander off the path this time. I'll even stare at my feet the whole time if that's what it takes. Just have to make sure I don't walk into any trees. I start off down the forest path before I can start second-guessing myself, and soon enough the trees start to come into view. I seem to be the only one heading down this way, which I suppose isn't all that strange since most of the other students live in residential areas closer to the school. Stepping into the shade of the trees, the coolness of the forest envelops me like a refreshing blanket, and I can't help let out a sigh of relief. The sound came from behind a log to my left. Probably just a bird or something. I haven't gone very far into the forest yet, so I doubt it's anything big. Closer this time. Is something following me? I quickly dismissed thoughts of snakes and bears, but quickened my pace slightly just in case. This time, I catch a half glimpse of a dark shadow wrestling about in a bush ahead of me. I stop walking and gaze inside, determined to find out what critter is lurking within, but I can't make anything out. This is ridiculous. Why do I even care about some woodland creature? I have places to be, after all. Hiya! Hey! Heroine number 2, let's go! Gah! My legs involuntarily propel me several feet upwards, and for a brief moment my entire universe is a weightless blur of green and brown. Then something hits me hard from behind. Ow. I slowly open my eyes to see a young girl leaning over me in amusement, her short red hair bouncing as she laughs in my face. Are you okay down there? I didn't think you'd be so surprised. I can hardly get a proper sentence out. I'm sure my heart is pounding loud enough for her to hear, too. It takes a few seconds before I manage to find my voice. What the hell do you expect a person to do when some stranger jumps out at them? Ignoring my complaint, she plants her hands on her hips and laughs even harder. I can't do much more than grumble in response as I clamber to my feet. She did get me pretty good, in fairness. Despite the fact that she just scared the living daylights out of me, I don't sense any malice from her. I shouldn't really be amused by this, but for some reason I can't help but smirk a tiny bit at the sight of her giggling. It's almost like when a child does something so completely unexpected that you can't help but laugh. Although she hardly seems young enough not to know better than to just randomly jump out and scare someone like that. It isn't exactly a normal thing to do. Damn it! 2 justs in 1 sentence. Sorry, you guys can't see the top because of my drink tally, but that's what I'm reading it for. I examine the girl while she calms herself down and wipes away the tears of laughter, trying to figure out if I recognize her from somewhere. A slender girl about my age, she stands a few inches shorter than me, with dazzling golden eyes and a shock of flame-red hair, which lightens to a pale yellow at the tips, and is cut short into a fluffy bob. That's a long sentence. She wears a crop top and a short leather skirt. Not exactly unusual for summer, but for some reason has chosen to combine it with an admittedly very stylish scarf. And what on earth is that on her head? Why is she wearing a set of fox ears? I can't shake this nagging feeling that I've met her somewhere before. I can't place any specific time or place, but she seems strangely familiar. I suppose it's possible I've seen her around sometime while I've been living here, but I don't think she'd seem so recognizable if I'd never spoken to her. Frankly, considering everything that's happened to me lately, this girl is positively mundane by comparison. I'm sure that once she's calmed down a bit, she'll be on her way and we'll both forget that this ever happened. And if she does live around here, then who knows, maybe I'll have the chance to get her back for this sometime. Are you quite finished? Wow, that was a very Britishy sentence that I think I definitely wrote. Are you quite finished? Are you quite finished? Yeah, sorry. Okay, well, nice to meet you, I guess. With a final shake of the head, I walk past her and continue on my way. As I carry on down the path, I can still hear her continued snickering behind me, occasionally punctuated with the snap of twigs and the crunching of leaves. I try to ignore her, but eventually it becomes unbearable. I stop dead in my tracks. Is there some reason you're following me? Wah, I didn't think you'd noticed. You weren't exactly hiding it very well. She giggles a bit and skips around in front of me with an amused grin stretched across her face, showing off her pearly white teeth as they shine brightly in the beams of the sunlight that make it through the treetops. Overly descriptive narration, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't, but you know. Okay. Is there something I can do for you? You're funny, you know that? I don't see how. But that's the thing, the fact that you can't is the funniest thing of all. What a weird thing to say, although from the way she looks, I guess it isn't entirely unexpected. I'm Rena, by the way. We haven't met, but I see you walking around here pretty often. So we haven't met before then. I wonder where I could possibly know her from. So where are you headed, Leo? Wait, how do you know my name? Relax, Ash told me about you. Ash, huh? That was the name of the girl from last night. I guess this girl is a friend of hers. Yeah, she's usually at home, so I can take you there if you want to go see her. See her? Well, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but I guess I can check on her. At least to thank her for trying to help. Hopefully she got home last night too. Besides, I'm sure if Rena can get me there, she knows the way out too, so that won't be an issue. What do we say? I don't want to bother her, or there's no harm in thanking her. I don't think anyone's left in chat, so I'm just gonna flip a coin because I already know. I've got to do coin flips for all of these because I already know what does what, for the most part, if I remember correctly. So let's see. Heads for top, tails for bottom. Tails. We are going to thank her. There's no harm in thanking her. That's the spirit. She'll be really happy to see you, I bet. She grabs my wrist like a vice and pulls me off the path and into the woods. As we breathlessly rush through the forest, I'm barely able to keep my footing on the unsteady ground, much less attempt to break free. Rena seems to have no such trouble and seems to know exactly where she's going through the maze of trees and shrubs. We stumble onwards for far longer than my legs are comfortable with. I try to shout at Rena to stop, but I can barely manage to keep breathing, much less shout out. Just as my lungs are about to burst, we suddenly emerge at the edge of a familiar forest grove. Rena finally lets go of me and wanders a short distance into the glade, cupping her hands around her mouth. Ash! Her voice echoes faintly back from the other side of the glade. A few birds scatter resentfully into the sky, but otherwise there is no response. Hang on a sec. I'm going to check if she's sleeping. Still doubled over and panting heavily, I can do nothing but watch the energetic girl scampers away and circles the wide base of the trunk a couple of times. A few moments later, she appears from the other side of the trunk and gestures for me to come over. I assume that means Ash was doing something on the other side of the tree. I follow her over and I follow her over and round the trunk of the tree, only to find Rena standing over Ash with an amused smirk on her face. There, Ash sits leaning against the tree, eyes closed and mouth hanging open. This was supposed to be a CG, like, art scene, but again, we didn't commission those, so all I did was just have it so that it's like, oh, it's like she's sleeping against the tree, sort of, with the background. After what happened to her when we last met, I can't say I blame her. I'm not sure it's the kind of thing I should be telling strangers about, though, so I should probably play it cool. Maybe we should come back later when she's not resting. She did look very tired the last time I saw her. Don't be silly, she's always taking naps. It'll be fine. Before I can stop her, she puts a foot on Ash's shoulder and pushes firmly a few times. Ash stirs a little, then yawns and stretches her entire body outwards as her eyes start to open. She blinks a few times in confusion, then focuses on Rena. Oh, that was not a fade out. Morning, sleepyhead. You have a visitor. Ash rubs her eyes and follows Rena's pointing hand over to me. I smile and wave awkwardly, as I'm not sure how else to act. After all, I know I'd find it pretty weird to wake up with two people looming over me. Ah, Leo, my apologies. I hope you are not waiting long. No, we just got here, actually. Sorry for waking you. I can come back another time if you want to sleep longer. Not that I think Brenna would actually allow that at this point. No, it's fine, I assure you. Thank you for coming back to visit me. Was there anything in particular you wanted? Just to thank you for helping me out last night. Rena brought me here, so I don't think I'll have any problem getting home with her help. Did you get home alright after you slept? It must have been pretty dark by then. Both Ash and Rena chuckle at the question. I raise an eyebrow. I must be missing a joke. Yes, I was just fine. Thank you for your concern. Rena giggles coquettishly, and I don't even attempt to hide my curiosity. Well, I guess I'll leave you to it. See you around, Leo. I scratch my head awkwardly and watch as Rena disappears into the trees. I doubt she's going far. She seems the eavesdropping type. I cast a few passing glances at Ash before finally breaking the silence left in Rena's wake. Mind if I join you? Okay, so now it's at another part that I didn't write. By all means. She smiles and pats the grass next to her. I take a seat next to her, trying not to get so close as to unnerve her while still being able to actually talk face to face. Oh no. Oh, there's another one. I'm counting that whole thing as one, but there are two. The next to her repeat and the not to. So yeah, here we go, number 11. So how are you feeling? Better since last night? Yes, thank you. I hope I didn't worry you too much. Is there supposed to be music in this scene? I suspect so. So let me check once again. Script. Open the script. Let me see. Sorry, everybody. We are going to check the script right quick. Yes, thank you. I hope I didn't worry you too much. Let's search for that. Yes, thank you. I hope I didn't worry you too much. Why is this one written in Japanese? Oh my good god. Ooh. Hang on a moment because this is not quite correct. Show package contents. Yes. Nope, that's not what we want. Resources, auto run, game, script. Maybe audio. Um, Why will you not let me search? Command F. Text. Oshizora. 0 matches. Okay. Apparently there are none. Nemui. Tome. Apparently that one just doesn't play ever. Nemui Otome. Oh, it's only these two. Okay. Well then I will fix those. And I will replace them with Nemui Otome. How about Mori no Kokoro? Mori no Kokoro. And we will replace these with Mori no Kokoro. And now let's go. Hoshi o koete. Hoshi o koete. Okay, apparently that one didn't make it in, but that's fine. It should have made it in. Was there any other Nemui Yotame? I think it was just those four. Okay. We're going to save. Oh, because it's only script file 1. Gotta fix script 2. Oh! Script 2 also needs it. And F. Shiokoete. Search. None. Hoshizora. Nemui Otome. And last, Mori no Kokoro. Okay, I think that's good. We save, we close. We are done, I think. Let's save. Why is it always the ash scene? Actually, it makes a lot of sense why it's always the ash scenes. Yes, we will save here. We'll close. And then we'll open again so that I can be like, hey, let me play this game. Load. Huh. Why did that not work? Show me the package contents again. Ugh. Ugh. Script, why? Did I forget to save it? That's probably what happened. Ugh. No, it's not apparently, and it's just getting confused now. Mori no Kokoro? Nemui Otome? This is what's supposed to be playing right now. And I'm not sure why it's not. I cast a few. Ah, there we go. Okay, that's where it starts. Ah, okay, that's better. That's what we wanted. Mind if I join you? By all means. We already read all this. How are you feeling better since last night? Yes, I hope it is. Are you sure you were just tired? To be honest, I was a little worried about leaving you on your own. I appreciate it, but I'm sure I was only tired. As you likely noticed today, I tend to doze off when given a moment. Sure, but I still don't think I should have left you on your own in that case. It's kind of you, Leo, but as I mentioned before, this forest is my home, so I did not need to go anywhere. Right. She did say that before, but there was always the slight possibility she had said it in some kind of sleep-deprived delirium. She's definitely not in that state of mind right now, though. Of course, the whole thing could just be an act. Frankly, it seems the most likely explanation from her behavior so far, but it would be rude to accuse her of anything without any actual evidence one way or the other. Is it possible there might be more to her than meets the eye, but it is possible there might be more to her than meets the eye, but again, I don't have any way of verifying that beyond rumor and superstition. I think the best thing to do for now is to go along with it. If and when I find out more about her, then maybe I can get closer to the truth. This bit of the forest is nice. I can see why you spend a lot of time here. Oh, sorry, I think I got a work message. I'm off from work, but, yeah. Okay, yeah, that was sort of work-related, but I don't have to say anything in response. This bit of forest is nice. I can see why you spend a lot of time here. Yes, I feel at peace here. Sometimes I like to climb up to the top of my tree and look out across the forest canopy. The gentle sway of the leaves back and forth. It reminds me of, what were they called? Ah yes, waves on the ocean. Of the ebb and flow of clouds across the sky. Of hills and valleys undulating across the landscape. Nature expresses itself in a great many different ways, Leo. But there's always a certain, I suppose you could say, synchronicity in it all. Cycles of cause leading to effect. effect leading to cause, fundamental patterns that are repeated 1,000 times over in 1,000 different creatures, great and small. Nature is a thing of beauty, far beyond just what the eye can see. It is something I wish more people appreciated. Oh, wow. I'd never really thought about it like that. I can't even begin to form a more thoughtful response. Beyond appreciating a picturesque view or a colorful autumn forest, I've never really thought about nature in the way that she clearly has. It's strange. The other night, I would have suspected her of being a bit ditzy. She couldn't figure out her sense of direction, yet she tried to make it seem like she was on top of things. The gesture was nice, but I might have gotten even more lost if I followed her initial advice. After what she just said, though, my initial impression of her seems completely off the mark. It wasn't just what she was saying, but the way she said it, like a form of poetry or some love letter dedicated to nature itself. I wonder, does she call the forest her home because she's pretending to live here, or is it because she actually loves nature so much? It's honestly a pretty weird way to express her passion, but I can't really fault someone for being passionate. Ash lets out a small yawn as she stands and stretches her arms. After today's excitement, it proves even more infectious than usual, and my mouth ends up gaping wide open for longer than I would consider polite. Tired? I'm sorry, it's been a long day. You do not need to stay here if you would prefer to go home and rest. It is getting late, and I wouldn't want you getting lost again, especially not at night. That's alright, I have you to guide me out again, don't I? And here I thought you were actually worried last time. Are you willing to risk things taking a turn for the worse again just so you can get home? Okay, so this is a writing inconsistency. I forgot to set a flag for this. This is... yeah, I think this is... Her tone of voice is completely neutral, so I'm not entirely sure whether she's kidding or not. I decided to try a different tack. I'm sure Rena could walk me home. Right, Rena? A strangulated yelp emerges from behind the nearest patch of vegetation, followed by a very unsubtle rustling of bushes that quickly fades into the distance. Ash and I share a laugh at the embarrassed girl's clumsy retreat. Yeah, that was, I think... The way it's written, I think I just got lazy because I didn't want to rewrite a separate set of dialogue in that case, where she's just like, what if things take a turn for the worse? But that is definitely geared more towards if Ash had been the one to lead you out of the forest. Maybe we'll get to see that scene in the future when I do another stream of this, because I'm only going to get to the end of the common route in this run, which even that is going to take quite a long time if I'm reading out loud. I check the time and realize how long it's been since I left the school. I guess it is actually pretty late. I should go. Very well. It was nice to see you again, Leo. Care to walk with me a little? She smiles warmly as I offer her my hand and pulls herself up with it. I'd love to. We make our way through the trees, Ash seeming to glide slowly but effortlessly through the branches, whilst I wrestle my way through not far behind. However, it only takes about 5 minutes or so before Ash is out of breath. I lay a hand gently on her shoulder and step to take the lead. Hey, you don't look so good. I think I'll be fine from here. Are you quite certain? I would hate for you to get lost. It's okay. If I just carry on in this direction, I'll get there eventually, right? Yes, that's right. Thank you, Leo. I hope to see you again soon. Likewise, Ash. She manages to force a pained smile, and I wave to her as I turn away and back in the right direction. A few seconds later, I casually wander behind a large tree to conceal myself, then quickly turn around and press myself up against it to try and catch a glimpse of what Ash is up to. Ignoring the nagging sense of guilt I feel for spying on her, I squint into the forest and manage to spot her hobbling weakly back the way we came. Before I can even put words to my thoughts, she disappears into the dense foliage, almost as if the forest itself has swallowed her up. She certainly doesn't look any more healthy than she did a moment ago. Either she's very committed to the act or she really does have something wrong with her. I wouldn't feel entirely right just leaving her like this, but then again, she clearly managed on her own last night. Call for help or trust that she'll be fine? Let's see. Calling for help it is. The place seems pretty deserted, but... Anyone here? Hello? Rena? As if on cue, the bushes begin to rustle and the girl pops out from nowhere. Hiya, what do you need? Did the two of you do anything I shouldn't know about? Haha, hilarious. I'm sure you were watching. Rena giggles and rocks back and forth on the balls of her feet. Well, can you make sure Ash gets home safely, please? She really doesn't seem like she's in the best shape. Rena straightens up and goes stiff as a board as she salutes me. You got it, boss. She breaks out giggling again, her composed demeanor completely breaking down as she scampers off through the trees. If nothing else, my conscience is a little clearer now knowing Ash will at least have someone with her. Scene change. The sun is shining just as brightly as ever this morning. I can even feel the first few beads of sweat starting to form along my hairline. The apartment lock clicks shut behind me, and my feet start along the path I've grown used to treading every morning. From the moment I woke up this morning, my mind has been wandering. It wasn't all that special, and yet I can't seem to stop thinking about the girl from yesterday. Is it really healthy for Ash to be living out in the forest like she is? It's one thing for a nature buff to rough it out in the woods for a bit, but she doesn't really seem like the type of person to take on that kind of challenge. Even if that is the case, she seems like the type to care more about her health and safety. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. I don't know her or her circumstances. As far as I know, she has a perfectly legitimate reason for living all alone out in the middle of the forest. In a tree. With no shelter. Or tools. Or anyone other than Rena to check in on her. I don't want to overstep my bounds, but it might not be such a bad idea to stop by every once in a while. I'd have to figure out how to get to that tree without getting lost, but if I can do that, I'm sure she won't mind my company. If I bump into Rena again, maybe I'll ask her to show me the way. She must have her own trick for remembering how to get there and back without a hitch. Oh no, I can't see what it says because I didn't program this well. I'm brought back to my senses right before walking straight into a tree. I must have unconsciously started coming this way while thinking about Ash. I'm already a fair distance into the forest and luckily didn't wander off the path while my mind was somewhere else. I take a step back from the tree and continue following the path, making sure to keep at least one eye on it at all times. Every so often I catch the sound of people's voices carrying over the wildlife noises. Leonardo! Oh, here we go. Oh crap. Please don't be who I think it is. I was so worried when you disappeared on me the other day. Thank goodness you're alright. Walk faster, walk faster, walk faster, walk faster. Thanks to you, I managed to finish on schedule and get right to my research. Isn't that wonderful? Of course it is. Her footsteps are catching up to me. No. A hand clamps down on my shoulder and I'm forcibly whirled around before I can shake it off. No. My, are you in a hurry? It was as if you didn't hear me. Oh, I heard you. Sorry, I'm just on my way to school. I'm, supposed to get there early today, and I'm already running a bit behind. Oh, is that so? Well, if you're already late, why bother trying to get there any earlier? Come with me, I have something fantastic to show you. No, I really can't. Once again, I find myself being pulled along against my will. At least this time she's leading me in the direction I need to be going. Or at least she was leading me in the right direction. I instinctively tense up as she unexpectedly veers off the path. I'm not confident that she knows where she's going. Like the madwoman that she continuously seems to be proving that she is, she enthusiastically mows a path through the forest. The dirt path is long gone, and my only hope of finding my way back is to follow the trail we're currently blazing. The shrubbery tears and pulls at my uniform, leaving me tattered like someone who just lost a fight. Oof. Ow. It takes a moment to realize that I'm lying face flat on the ground, having tripped over a root when Cheetah stopped without warning. Ah, yes, the anticipation has you so enthralled that your legs simply gave out at the excitement. You could at least help me up. As usual, she ignores me and I end up getting up myself. Feast your eyes, Leonardo. Such beauty, such majesty, the hidden gem among Terrena's natural wonders. I blink slowly and turn uninterestedly in the direction she's beaming. Everything in view just seems like regular forest to me. Either I'm missing something or she's giving me yet another reason to think she's insane. What am I supposed to be looking at? Oh ho ho, the better question would be, what aren't you looking at? The only thing even remotely noteworthy are an old rotting stump and some fungi growing on the side of the trees. I really don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing here. If this is all, I need to get going. I take a step, but that's all I manage to get in before she cuts me off. Leonardo, whatever are they teaching you in that silly establishment? Oh, whatever they are teaching you in that silly establishment is clearly not enough. Why, the splendor of nature's beauty has manifested itself right before your very eyes. Yeah, it's a forest. They tend to be naturey. She grabs me by the shoulders and jerks my body towards the stump. There are bugs crawling all over it, and I can't help grimacing. Behold, Leonardo, magnificence of Bryophyta, the color, the texture, the adaptability of its very existence. But Bryo what now? Bryophyta, moss, Leonardo, moss! This has got to be some kind of terrible joke. She dragged me all the way off the path to show me a rotten stump with moss on it? Hello, call for help. Oh, sorry, I must have missed that a while back, or... Yeah, either way, we called for help, it's all good. Thank you for joining chat. Sorry, I missed that you even came in, but we're all good now. She dragged me all the way to show me a moss. There's moss all over the place. What reason could she possibly have for bringing me all the way out here for it? With an unrestrained, exasperated sigh, I shake her hands off of me and stand up straight. I don't have time to look at moss, I have school. That came out quite a bit sterner than I'd anticipated, and she seems stunned. Or not. But of course, as a pubescent young man, this particular subject of nature's marvels must not be the most pertinent to you at the moment. Worry not, Leonardo, I shall be here all day. I highly encourage you to join me once your mandatory but completely unnecessary secondary scholastic endeavors have been adjourned. Yeah, sure, whatever. I get the feeling she was making some kind of dirty joke, but to be perfectly honest, I don't really know what she just said. At least now seems like an appropriate time to leave, and I sure as hell won't be joining her later. Hurrying back along the path of crushed plants and twigs, I check the time, only to realize that I'm way later than I was expecting to be. 2 days in a row. This had better not become a routine. Oh, scene change? Oh, no, not yet. Hey, Leo. Leo! Oh, she was not supposed to just appear. I open my eyes to see Ami looking down at me. It looks like everyone else has already left. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. I didn't think you were the type to doze off in class. I'm still half asleep, but I can get the gist of what's going on. I'm not, usually, just had a rough morning was all. Oh, are you feeling sick or something? You should probably stay at home. No one wants to start off the summer feeling under the weather, and you're already finished your exams anyway. I'm not sick, but I don't know if I have the energy to explain my morning with Shida to Ami. Just thinking about that woman tires me out. By the way, did Yuji head off already? I was hoping to catch both of you before you left. I shrug and look at his desk. His bag is gone and there aren't any signs that he'll be coming back. I guess he did. Some Fred he is. He didn't even wake me up. That's weird. I even texted him at lunch to say that I wanted to meet up with you guys. Did you need something from us? He should be on his way to our club right now, so we could head there together. She shakes her head nonchalantly. Ugh. That's okay. I forgot you guys were busy today anyway. I thought it'd be fun to go out somewhere now that we're all done our exams, but we'll have to save it for some other time. Besides, it's probably better to wait until school actually lets out. I've still got a bunch of things to help the student council with before the end of the week. Your life never gets any easier, does it? She lets out a sad little chuckle and indiscreetly hides her full bag of paperwork behind her. Oh, I almost forgot. I watch curiously as she rummages through her bag and pulls out a glass jar full of red goop. I made this the other day. You can have some. What is it? It's strawberry jam. Does it look funny? That should have been obvious. Maybe I still haven't woken up. With an awkward chuckle, I shake my head and take it from her outstretched hand. When did you find the time to make this? Weren't you studying all weekend? I took a few more breaks than I probably should have. Hey, I'm not complaining. Free stuff is free stuff, and now my breakfast toast will have a little more flavor. I made some for Yuji too, but it's probably easier to just drop it off at his house on my way home. Why would he have left without waking me up? Does it have something to do with the way he was acting yesterday? Ami hasn't said anything about his behavior, so maybe I'm just overthinking it. With a shrug, I gather my things and we head out of the classroom together. She hurries off with a quick wave when we get near the front entrance. Once she's out of sight, I readjust my bag and hurry off before I end up being late. I still don't get why Yuji left without me. He didn't have to wait around, but the least he could have done was wake me up. Though it's possible Mr. Yu asked him to do something and he ended up leaving without getting a chance to. I'll have to ask him about it while we're shooting. For now, I should just hurry before I'm late. I get there with a few minutes to spare, but one of the seniors is talking to Yuji. It looks like they're discussing something pretty important. I probably shouldn't interrupt them. It's not like I can talk to him while we're on set. If we whisper, the mics won't even capture our voices. Ah, Leo, just the man I was looking for. Am I in trouble? Hahaha, not at all, not at all. I've been talking to some of the senior students, and they were asking about adding special effects to their films. You know, lasers, explosions, space scenes, things like that. Aren't all the films a little too regular for that kind of stuff? We aren't exactly shooting a big action blockbuster. True, I may have exaggerated a bit, but I figured that at least getting down some of the basics would help you get a step ahead of them when you eventually direct your own project. I suppose. I'm not entirely sure how it happened, but I've been roped into working on the special effects team, which, before now, I didn't even know existed. I don't mind much, but I really need to talk to Yuji. How come he gets to stick with the normal film crew? This is probably the one club where Yuji and I are pretty much equals doing all the grunt work, so shouldn't we be getting the same treatment? Unless I've actually surpassed him at something. Leo, quit daydreaming. Some of these things are very detailed and you need to focus on it or it won't turn out right. My bad. This will be a long extracurricular lesson I never asked for. The 5 o'clock bell chimes and I slump back in my chair, rubbing my eyes. Who knew some of these things could be so difficult? All those famous vloggers make it look simple. I crane my neck back as the film crew continues sauntering back into the multimedia room. Yuji looks pretty tired. He must have been on boom duty. Leo, before I take these books in this list of articles... before I forget, take these books in this list of articles. They'll help you get up to speed with this so you can get you working on the real stuff in a couple of weeks. Yeah, sure. Oof. I wasn't paying much attention to Mr. Yu until he dropped what feels like 1,000,000 pounds of books onto my laps. He wants me to read all of this in just a couple of weeks? I'll see you guys later. Hey Yuji, wait up! And he's gone. With a sigh, I drop the stack of books in front of my workstation and stuff one of the lighter ones into my bag. I hope this isn't how I end up spending my whole summer break. I spent some time standing around in front of the school. Since Yuji bolted off right away, I never got the chance to ask him anything. It was almost like he was avoiding me altogether. I'm probably still overthinking it, but he seemed awfully eager to get away right at the end there. I'm still not even sure what's been bothering him. We're finished our exams and he doesn't usually have much else to worry about outside of school. I guess even he can get bogged down under the right circumstances. Meanwhile, here I am standing in front of the school because I'm too stressed out to head home. The mere thought of bumping into Shida makes me shudder. A third time would most definitely not be the charm in this case. I can't just stay here until tomorrow, though. Even if that were a viable option, I'd still be facing this dilemma for as long as both of us are living in Tirana. I begin fighting against the psychological lead blocks on my feet and sluggishly take a few steps forward. At the very least, I should try to be somewhat optimistic. Since there are still some other students heading home, maybe she'll kidnap one of them and ignore me altogether. Not that I would wish that fate on another person, but if it's between my suffering or theirs, I would pick theirs without question. My legs halt as I reach the critical fork in my path. Which direction is she the least likely to turn up in? She did say she would be in the forest all day, but she might have gone home by now. That would make the lake path the most obvious choice, but I still feel a bit uneasy going that way. I can't seem to shake the feeling that I might lose something else. Should I risk getting caught passing by her house, or pray that she has no interest in the lake? Oh, okay, here we go. Next choice, take the residential route, take the lake path. What do we do? There's only one chatter, I think. Assuming it's Nacho Man. Oh, no, no more viewers, of course, right as the choice comes up. Alright, we're flipping a coin then. Why are my system settings open? They aren't popping up either. Oh, why is it down there? That's not what I want. Okay. Heads for residential route. And tails for lake. I know what we should take. Best 2 out of 3. Best 3 out of 5. Okay, that's good enough. We're going to the lake. Yeah. I've already run into Sheeta in the residential district and the forest. By process of elimination, the lake seems like the safest path. A bead of sweat conspicuously rolls down my cheek, and thinking about the cool air by the lake already seems appealing. Pretty soon, the sight of water appears beyond the sparse layer of surrounding trees, and the slight sting of salt enters my nostrils. The sunlight seems to dance across the placid surface as I approach. I don't think I wrote this scene either. I think this is a different writer from the ash scene from earlier as well. As I step through the encircling foliage, I feel the air cool around me, as if a bubble of relief were trapped here by the tree line. Nowhere else in Terrena seems to offer this sort of protection from the arid heat that stalks the town, except perhaps the denser areas of the forest. I step onto the bridge and casually head across, ignoring the creaks and moans that the old wood makes. As I get closer to the gazebo at the end of the first bridge, I notice someone leaning against the railing. Oh wait, maybe I did write this one. I can't really make out any details, but they clearly aren't dressed for the hot weather. Sure, it's cooler by the water, but not that much cooler. I step under the roofed structure and take a moment to relax in the shade. The person turns towards me, revealing a girl I've never seen before. Or maybe it was no, I think it was a different writer. I can't tell now. Whoa, she's kind of creepy looking. I shouldn't judge, but what's all that stuff on her neck? And her eyes. I can practically feel the daggers piercing into me. Okay, heroine number 3, let's go. What are you staring at? I instinctively check over my shoulder as if she might be talking to someone else, and immediately feel foolish for doing so. There is, of course, no one else around. Let me guess. I wasn't staring. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you or anything. You people are all the same. She's not exactly the friendliest person I've ever bumped into, although I'm sure with those creepy eyes and that stuff all over her neck, she's probably dealt with a lot of unwanted attention. Did you want something, or is it normal for you to stare at people when you're right in front of them? She's awfully confrontational. All I've done is stop to take a rest in a shaded spot. Do I know you from somewhere? What makes you ask? Well, most people wouldn't lash out at people they don't know unless they've done something. You're staring at me like I'm some kind of freak. You're the one who turned around and started talking to me. Don't mess with me, kid. I'm not exactly in the greatest mood today. Kid? There's no way she's more than a couple years older than me at most. Something splashes in the water, stealing my attention away from the girl for a moment. There's a huge silver fish swimming just under the surface of the water, but it soon vanishes from sight. The rumor about the giant fish resurfaces in my mind. Did the little fishy scare you, kid? I turn back around to see her grinning at me, her slightly jagged teeth gleaming. Not at all. I just heard a rumor that there's something big living in this lake. I've only been living here for a couple of years, so I'm a little curious. I expect her to laugh at me, and I'm more than a little surprised she doesn't. Something big, huh? I guess you could say that, though I'm sure she wouldn't be too happy to hear it put like that. She? The girl scratches her head and flicks her eyes away, her lips pursed as if she isn't sure whether she should tell me or not. It won't bother me if she doesn't, although I have to admit her reluctance does spark my interest. A moment later, she shrugs and leans her back against the railing. Probably won't believe me when I say this, but I'll tell you anyway. It's not like I have anything better to do right now. Tell me, kid, do you believe in mystical beings? Come again? Mystical beings, do you believe in them? Is she nuts or something? What does this have to do with anything? What do you mean, like unicorns and fairies and stuff? Should I take that as a no? Yep, she's totally mental. Well, I suppose no one would believe me if I told them a mermaid lived in this lake. A mermaid? That's right. You're kidding me, right? You don't have to believe me. I don't care either way. She isn't smiling the same way as before. Her face seems a bit softer, almost sincere. I can't tell whether she's trying to tease me or not. Really though, did she honestly think she could convince me that a mermaid lives in the lake? Let's just say I believe you. What kind of proof do you have? She gives me a funny look. I guess most of the people she's tried telling don't usually make it this far. Either that or there just wouldn't be any proof of a mermaid even if one really did exist in this lake. Didn't you ever wonder how there could be a lake here with no river to feed it, and a saltwater lake no less? Around 10 years ago, there was a tsunami that surged miles inland. The water took out huge chunks of forest, but you'd never be able to tell by looking at the trees now. We have ash to thank for that. A ton of seawater got trapped in this valley, and now it's just a big saltwater lake. The city didn't get destroyed? Most of the water got trapped in the valley, and besides, 10 years is a long time to repair any damage. I see. So what does that have to do with the mermaid? Use your brain, high schooler. She was washed inland during the tsunami, and she's been landlocked ever since. Our very own Rapunzel, trapped by the very thing keeping her alive. There's a moment of silence while I once again try to figure out if she's messing with me. I know that the tsunami was a real event. Yuji has brought it up once or twice before. But it seems like she's just trying to use it as a convenient way to make her story seem plausible. I mean, why would only a single mermaid get washed inland, and why hasn't anyone seen it? Forget it, this is ridiculous. Judging from the stupid look on your face, you still don't believe it. Can you blame me? Not really, but let me ask you this. Didn't you lose something here the other day? I'm stunned for a moment. Is she really referring to what I think she is? Only my parents know that I lost the pocket watch. Ha! That dopey face is priceless. I don't know what you'll think when I show you this. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out the very same chrome pocket watch I lost the other day. Judging by her uncontrolled laughter, I can only assume that I look even more shocked than before. Impossible. You didn't dive down and get this for me, did you? No way, kid. Do you have any idea how deep this lake is? I don't even like swimming in the first place, much less snorkeling about for some crummy bit of metal for the likes of you. She brusquely shoves the watch into my hand and scratches her cheek as if she's embarrassed to have done something remotely kind. If you want to thank anyone, thank the mermaid who got it back for you. I don't know what she was thinking though, she'd usually never go out of her way for a human. This is way too weird. I still don't believe her about the whole mermaid thing, but this really is my pocket watch. She'll never admit to it, but I bet she got it for me, or had someone get it for me. I'm not sure why she would do that, or how she even knew it was mine, but I'm grateful nonetheless. Thank her or head home? I mean, is there even a reason to flip the coin? We thank her. Obviously we thank her. Hey, thanks for this. Eh? What are you thanking me for? Didn't I just say it wasn't me who got it back? I can't thank the person who did do it, so I'm thanking you instead. Her flushed cheeks and sudden fixation on my right shoe make her look like much less intimidating than the mean smirk she's been wearing this whole time. I try to stifle a chuckle, but she seems to take notice and turns even redder. Just get the hell out of here, will you? Damn, my bad mood was finally going away, stupid kid. And with that, the conversation dies. I can't think of anything else to say, so I try and force myself to look casual as I wander away. It doesn't work. Out of curiosity, I steal a glance back at her once I'm a good distance along the next bridge, but she's already turned around and gone back to staring at the water again. I realized that she never said if we had met before. She seemed to be a little more familiar with me than some random stranger would. I shrug my shoulders and continue making my way home. It doesn't really matter if we've met before or not. At least now I have someone to thank for returning the pocket watch. Even if she insists it was a mermaid. Whoa, okay. It's taking time, but we are getting through it. I sprawl out on my desk as the final bell chime goes off. This past week has been nothing but stressful events, one after the other. Summer vacation really can't come soon enough. I just wish I didn't have to keep up with club activities while we're on break. Yo, ready to go? Give me a second, I need to relax for a bit. What's with you? It's not like our classes are stressful anymore. Or have you been using that computer a little too much lately? I don't need to look at his dumb expression to know what he's implying. It isn't worth the effort to retaliate. And wow, I forgot how many, like, weird sex jokes we put in this. Seriously though, let's get out of here and hit the arcade and get food or something. You're usually in such a rush to get out of here. It's weird that you're waiting for me today. Yes. There's that unexpected passiveness again. Normally he'd be joking around while dragging me out of the building by now. I don't mind this version of him, but somehow it just doesn't feel like Yuji. I should ask him what's up, but now probably isn't the best time. I'll have to find a way to work it into conversation later. The downtown area isn't very crowded today, so we managed to kill a few hours at the arcade and a number of other places we frequent. Yuji spots a cafe up ahead. It looks busier than anywhere else we've been, so we grab one of the vacant tables out front. A thought crosses my mind as Yuji orders a drink and casually sips at it. Hey, I just kinda noticed. How come you didn't invite Ami? She just finished her exams yesterday and was hoping we could all celebrate together. Oh, yeah, well, you know. What an elaborate answer. I figured it'd be better to do that once school is officially out. That way we've all got free time and no obligations. I mean, we still have to meet for club stuff over the summer, so it's not much different than doing it now. Oh, right. The vibe right now is pretty uncomfortable. I don't think I've ever seen Yuji like this before. What's with all the fidgeting? And is he blushing? An awkward silence begins to ensue, and I want to break it before it gets any worse. I'll just say the first thing that comes to mind. What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? Are we shutting him down, or are we asking what's wrong? We are shutting him down. Okay. Poor Yuji never even got his chance at a root. No. Just so you know, I'm not into guys. Huh? He breaks out in a coughing fit as he chokes on his drink. It probably wasn't the smartest thing I could have said, but that's where the situation seemed like it was heading. Also, I'm not entirely sure if he's surprised by how spontaneous that was or by what I actually said. Jeez, what are you even talking about? Hey, you were the one that made it seem like you were coming on to me. Ow! We didn't invite Ami, you started blushing when I asked why not, we're sitting at a cafe surrounded by couples. Alright, point taken, but that's not where I was going with this at all. He lets out an exasperated sigh and runs a hand through his hair. Looks like I'll get to find out why he's been acting so weird. I don't know if I've been obvious about it or not, but, well, I kind of, you know, like Ami. Like, a lot. I'm not entirely sure what to say. It's actually quite surprising, but if I think about it, the signs were always there. I probably didn't think about it because they've been friends forever, and I figured anything that seemed flirty was just how their relationship had always been. Come on, at least say something. Congrats? For what? We're not dating. Then don't give up? Now it sounds like she turned me down. Another silence ensues as I try to come up with something suitable to say. I can only turn up blanks as he tries his hardest not to seem vulnerable. I fail to stifle a snicker, and it doesn't take long before we both start to laugh. This is exactly why I didn't tell you sooner, you jerk. Right, like I'm sure you were planning on saying anything at all. I thought you'd be able to pick up on the signs. I wasn't really trying to hide it or anything. You treat everyone exactly the same way. How was I supposed to tell? Fair enough, I'll take that as a compliment. We take a minute to catch our breath. The surprise is slowly starting to catch up with me, but I managed to internalize it for the time being. So, is this why you've been acting weird lately? He pauses for a moment, the grin disappearing from his face. I've liked her for a while now, a few years actually, but for some reason these past few days have just been hitting me hard. Why, did something happen between you two? Not really, I just started thinking about it more seriously is all. Sort of like the, wow, she could be the one kind of thinking. I mean, we've been together since we were babies, it was bound to happen at some point. I'm surprised he's pouring his heart out like this. In all the time I've known him, Yuji has never really been one to keep a grounded conversation. So, when are you gonna do it? Do what? Ask her out, stupid. Oh, right. Well, it's a little complicated right now. She, likes someone else. I guess I could still tell her, but it might make things even more complicated. I don't really see the issue with it unless the guy she likes knows about both of their feelings. Which is entirely possible, but I should try to stay optimistic for Yuji right now. To be honest, I started thinking about it after she told me about the guy she likes. Maybe it was a jealous instinct, but it made me wonder if I should be trying harder to make her see me as something other than a friend. I just don't know if I can get her to think of me as more than a younger brother, you know? I'm not the best at these kinds of things, so I'd probably just end up telling her that I like her without asking her out. As much as I'd like to offer some advice to Yuji, I don't have any experience with this kind of stuff either. I've never gone out with anyone or even admitted my feelings to any of my past crushes. I don't think he wants to hear a stupid cliche like, just be yourself right now either. Yeah, let's get away from this topic. Besides, I'm not the only one who's been acting weird lately. Oh? Don't play dumb, Leo. You've definitely been stressed out over something too. Well, that is the truth. How do I even begin to explain to him what's been going on? Sheeta's the one who's been stressing me out, but she's not the only odd person I've run into this past week. I end up divulging Yuji with all the details of my week, going in chronological order for sake of ease. He already heard about how I got lost in the forest and the time I lost my pocket watch, but everything else is news to him. We sit there for quite some time while I try to remember all the details. I expect him to laugh or tease me for some of the stupid decisions I made, but he sits there without saying much of anything, offering only the occasional smirk every once in a while. Truthfully, it's a bit weird that he's not saying anything, but it does make it easier for me to tell him what's been going on. I can feel myself starting to sweat when Sheeta enters the picture. Even the thought of her stresses me out, and this is the first time Yuji seems to show any signs of reacting cheekily. I decide not to mention to him that she's actually kind of attractive if you ignore her personality. I don't need him to bug me about her, though I doubt he would since I know about him and Ami now. I'm strangely out of breath by the time everything has been told. It seems like I wanted to tell someone about all of this even if I didn't realize I did. So let me get this straight. I told you how I've been stressed out about the girl I like. And you follow that up by telling me about how women have been bombarding you non-stop all week? That's one way of taking it. What? No, you're twisting my words. Relax, I'm kidding. But seriously, other than that Sheeta lady and maybe a couple other things, it sounds like you've just been meeting new people all week. When you put it that way, it's kind of true, but it's pretty much impossible for me not to oversimplify what Sheeta is like if you've never met her. No amount of words could properly describe her craziness. He laughs and teases me a little more, and before I know it, we're going back and forth like we always do. I guess we both needed a chance to get the respective weight off our chests. Now let's just hope this sense of relief manages to stay for at least the next couple of days. The time ends up flying by while we continue laughing and talking about our recent conundrums. I need to leave before the sun starts setting, or I'll be walking home in the dark. Yuji says something about needing to pick up something in town, so we part ways here and I hurry off towards home. I run towards the lake and hurry off. As I walk, memories of Yuji and Ami begin to swirl around in my mind. Last summer when we went to the beach, Yuji was clinging so tightly to what little money he had to his name, and he still bought a cold lemonade for Ami. Oh, I didn't write this scene either. Different writer. This is writer number 4. That has... Oh wait, no, I guess writer number 3 that's come up. That should have been one of the more obvious signs, really. Yuji's not overly frugal with his money, but he couldn't even afford a drink for himself afterwards. I've never seen him as serious as he was earlier, though. That Yuji who's always goofing off and complaining about school, he's actually genuine with his feelings. And he also mentioned something about Ami liking someone else too. Is it possible she went to consult him about it, not realizing his feelings for her? Or maybe she does know, and it was a subtle way of letting him down without hurting their relationship. It sounds like an idea she might have, but I can't imagine her putting it into action. She gets a little too flustered under that kind of pressure. I feel a slight headache coming on as I try and rationalize my thoughts. I stop in my tracks and put a hand to my head, attempting to alleviate the pain. It doesn't work, unsurprisingly, and I'm no closer to clearing my head either. I can't worry about this now. I'm not even a part of it, so I should let the two of them work things out on their... Whoa! My left foot suddenly gives out underneath me. I slide awkwardly and abruptly down the drop. my foot embedded into the ground, leaving me splay-legged and barely upright. Okay, that's what I get for spacing out. I pull my foot back towards me, and it pops free with a nauseating slurp, leaving a nasty brown stain around the rim of my sock. Gross, what is this stuff? I shake off what I can, but my foot is still completely coated in wet brown goop. Somewhere in my absent-mindedness, I wandered off the path and stepped right into a huge mud puddle. It's so visible from the path that I can't do anything but blame myself for being so unaware of my surroundings. I suppose there are worse things that could happen, but that doesn't make me feel any less stupid about this. I can only feel slightly grateful that no one is around to have seen my clumsy mistake. With each step I take, water and mud squelch from my muddy foot. It's starting to get uncomfortable, so I place a hand on the railing to pull it off. As I make my way across the bridge, I can't help noticing the lack of people around. It's so calm and tranquil that it almost seems like time has stopped. As I come up to the gazebo, I take a moment to look at my reflection on the water's surface. I wonder if it would be a good idea to wash my foot. It's already wet, so it wouldn't make much of a difference at this point. I reflexively turn my head towards the noise, but there's nothing there. It must have been a bird or something. Let's get back to washing off my... I look again, but there still isn't anything there. I don't know why, but it's making me feel oddly nervous, like someone's watching me. Turning back to the task at hand, I dip my muddied foot into the water, watching the brown goo disperse in the water like... Leo? Ah! My head nearly crashes into the ceiling as I fly upwards. There was definitely no one around a second ago. As I spin around in panic, I see an unfamiliar girl in front of me, her hands raised in apology. I'm sorry, Leo. How do you know my name? She takes a breath and breaks eye contact with me. You're Leo. I hear a lot about you from the others. The others? Geez, first she scares me, now she's telling me other people are talking to her about me? She looks like she's around my age. Maybe we go to the same school? Are she and those other people stalking me? Yeah, or maybe I'm overreacting. I take a moment to breathe and clear my head. I'm not even sure why I was so jumpy in the first place. I'm sure you've met them. I wait for her to elaborate a bit more, but she leaves her explanation at that. Well, who are they? She opens her mouth but shuts it quickly, seeming to struggle to get any more words out. I sigh and scratch the back of my neck. There has to be a reason she sought me out, right? I don't want to jump to any conclusions about stalkers just yet. Okay, so apparently you know me, but I have no idea who you are. She reels back when I take a step towards her, but a faint smile appears on her face. I'm Lucy. Lucy? That doesn't really tell me much of anything. She isn't wearing a uniform, so I still can't tell if she's a student at my school or not. Alright then, now that we're introduced, well, now that I know who you are anyway, do you need me for something? Leo, there's something I want to tell you. I'd already guessed she sought me out to tell me something. I nod, giving her my attention. She nods as well, then starts fidgeting with her fingers. She doesn't meet my eyes. A minute or two goes by before I start getting impatient. Is it so important that you had to follow me here? I wasn't following you. Her sudden outburst catches me off guard. She's been so quiet and mild mannered thus far, I didn't even think she could speak that loudly. I just spend a lot of time here. Right. So, what exactly did you want to tell me? She laces her fingers together and closes her eyes, furrowing her eyebrows as if she's frustrated or confused by something. I wanted to thank you. Thank me? What for? For saving me. Huh? I have no idea what she's talking about. I think I would have remembered saving someone, but nothing that spectacular has ever happened in my life. You probably don't remember because I am not like you. A soft chuckle escapes my lips unwarranted. I know that. I can't say I've ever hidden so I could ambush someone. She shakes her head, clearly neither shaken nor amused. Leo, I am not human. Come again? I'm not human. I am not human. No, see, I heard you just fine. Just... what? She frowns and shakes her head again. I will show you who I really am one day, but right now, I just want you to know the truth. She looks up and makes brief eye contact with me, but quickly averts her gaze. Meanwhile, I'm still a little bemused by her statement. I don't know what to make of her. I mean, what kind of thing is that to say to someone you hardly even know? This is starting to get weird. I should probably just play along and get out of here before she starts getting any more crazy ideas. Oh, okay. Do we leave quickly? Do we leave politely? There's no one watching, so it's fine. I will flip a coin because this doesn't matter as much right now. I mean, I guess it does kind of matter, but anyway, let's flip this coin. We are leaving quickly. Oh, okay. Okay, well, it was good talking with you, Lucy, but I really should get going. Places to be, people to see, and all that. You know how it is. She looks up to finally meet my gaze and gives me a very obviously forced smile. She doesn't buy that excuse, and I don't blame her. Yes, goodbye, Leo. I hope we can talk again soon, and maybe next time you'll believe me. Her voice is tinged with sadness. I feel a little bit guilty for not even trying to act properly, but I really don't know what else I'm supposed to do. It's strange, though. Her eyes droop, empty and devoid of life, and the forced smile she wore for a moment has completely vanished. Her shoulders are slouched, and she keeps squeezing her arms behind her back, alternating between each one. That's the look of someone who's just made a very nerve-wracking admission, not unlike how Yuji was acting when he was talking about Ami. I might be reading into it too deep, but I feel like I should say something. You know... A big gust of wind suddenly blows some dust into my eyes. I turn away to rub the offending material out of my eyes, but I can't seem to get it. Then I hear Lucy cry out suddenly. I ignore the pain and look at her. Not a moment later, she's suddenly flying toward me within the force of the wind. I instinctively run and stick my arm out to catch her. When she collides with me, however, I don't feel it. It's not even that she caught herself along the way. She just fell into me like a rag doll. There was no recoil or anything. She's short and small, but what should have knocked me back at least a few inches? She's short and small, but that should have knocked me back at least a few inches. What the heck? I don't hear the rushing of the wind anymore. Now that I think about it, it wasn't even that strong of a gust. Unexpected, sure, but hardly anything that could knock me off balance for more than a step. I continue staring down at the top of her head, and finally she tilts her head up. Our eyes meet briefly, and her face flushes all kinds of shades of red. Oh, do I pour myself more drink? Because that was kind of a bad thing right there. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it. There's 12, but I've got to pour it. Because, yeah. Let me get the Jameson. There's still ice in there, that's fine. Okay. A work message again? What was that? Oh, okay, yep, I'm just talking about stuff. Okay, that doesn't matter. She keeps her eyes focused on mine for a second or two, the uncomfortable atmosphere building. This girl, she's... You're really... She sticks back immediately after I start talking, and the words catch in my throat. She bows her head twice in rapid succession. I'm so sorry, Leo. I didn't mean for that to happen. It's all good. I was just saying, you're really light. Very light, in fact. I can feel the color draining from my face as I recall what she tried telling me just minutes ago, that she's not human. My light-hearted attitude towards her rose-tinted face is left, replaced with shock at her weightless body. There's no way someone her size could be so impossibly light. Even babies aren't that light. I have to go now. I'm very sorry. We can continue at a later time. She bows once more before bolting off. How? Why? I'm stuttering aloud, but I can't help it. Every time I try to close my mouth, it hangs open again. Lucy might have been telling the truth. She's really not human. I shake my head, unable to make sense of anything that just happened. I already feel a headache forming. What is Lucy? Heroine number 4. And we get a pseudo bonus scene because I've been aiming for it, knowing that it's worth seeing. It's late. I can't sleep. After what happened earlier, who could? I glance at the clock. I feel like I've been tossing and turning in my sheets for hours now, but hardly any time seems to have passed. This is ridiculous. The only way I'm going to get any sleep at this point is to tire myself out to the point I can't stay awake. Going to get it. I'll leave it. It's not the worst It's not good writing, but it's not like a sentence that doesn't make sense. With this new plan in mind, I kick off the covers and pull on some clothes from the pile at the foot of the bed. Locking the door behind me, I wander down the street without any particular destination in mind. Where the path forks, I decide to walk towards the residential district. Stumbling around the forest or the shore of the lake without a flashlight doesn't seem like the smartest idea in the world. I follow the flickering streetlights as they illuminate my way along the deserted streets. Without all the traffic, this neighborhood actually seems kind of peaceful. Too bad there always seems to be some kind of traffic jam or construction work that stops it from being a reliable path to school. I still remember all the headaches I got trying to navigate the changing detours and closed sidewalks when I first moved here. Up ahead, a park I like to come to from time to time emerges from the darkness. It looks like there's someone sitting on one of the swings, but I can only make out a vague silhouette. With nothing better to do, I change course to investigate. I wonder why someone is out this late. I guess the same could be said for me too. As I get closer, the person, a girl, looks up at me. A sharp pang of discomfort stabs at my chest as I notice her eyes, dark mahogany brown with a thin black slit down the middle, almost reptilian in nature and boring haughtily into me from beneath the messy shock of dark hair and a thick woolen beanie. Okay, I didn't write this scene, but I was writing a lot of the scenes for this heroine. But this scene in particular, I definitely did not write that description. Instinctively averting my gaze, I instead end up staring awkwardly at her neck, the base of which seems to be covered in some sort of dark bronze coating that gleams menacingly in the streetlight. Most of it, however, is covered up by a heavy hooded jacket, accompanied by a pair of long black jeans and heavy-duty leather boots. The sight actually makes me acutely aware of the thin t-shirt and baggy shorts hanging off of me. Even though it's night, she must be roasting to death in that get-up. Oi, what's that look for? I might have written from this point onwards, though. All those descriptives were some like the original writers, and then when she left, I think I just took some of the ideas she had and filled them into my spots. I immediately recognized the voice from a few nights ago. If you don't need anything, then scram. I'm not here to entertain stupid kids. Taken aback by her harsh tone, I ponder for an instant. Against my better judgment, I decide to try and make conversation. We've met before, haven't we? She gives me an impassive once-over and pulls at her headgear. I suppose we have. Honestly, I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't mentioned it. Well, I guess I don't really stand out much. I'm Leo, by the way. So what do you want, anyway? You won't tell me your name? What's a kid like you want to know my name for? I haven't exactly been the nicest person in the world to you. I shrug and take a seat on the swing beside her. You don't have to tell me, I just figured I'd introduce myself. We've run into each other a few times now, after all. It's Mara. Yes, the name reveal, the name drop. Mara, that's a nice name. Shut up, who asked you? Her cheeks flush faintly, and her jaw clenches. Apparently she isn't used to receiving compliments. A smile cracks across my face, but I suppress it before it becomes unattractively smug. I'm not even sure why I'm being so nice to her. Maybe I'm hoping she won't be so hostile with me if we run into each other again. You know, I heard about you from someone earlier today. Oh? What'd they say? How do you know it was me they were talking about? The edge of her mouth curls up slightly into a mean smirk. The name Lucy ring a bell? Lucy. She's a bit of an oddball, huh? Why, because she chose to trust you and you threw it back in her face? Oh, come on, how was I supposed to react to being told she wasn't human? On top of that, she flew into me from the tiniest gust of wind and I hardly even noticed the impact. Was I just supposed to accept it all without being a little freaked out? Apparently she thought you would. Look, I hardly even know her, and I wasn't even trying to hurt, and I wasn't trying to hurt her. I'm sure she knows. Just be thankful it wasn't me you screwed with. She's a forgiving girl, but I'd have to beat the hell out of you if I were in her shoes. She stretches an arm out and nonchalantly adjusts her beanie with the other, swaying casually back and forth on the swing. I get the distinct and unpleasant feeling she's trying to guilt-trip me for fun. Even so, her blunt way of talking is actually kind of endearing in a weird way. If she weren't so rude, I'd probably have thought she was some kind of imperious, aloof beauty. Weird writing. Not bad, but weird. Well, an imperious, aloof beauty with creepy eyes and a blackened neck, at least. What are you doing out here so late anyway, kid? I could ask you the same thing. Smartass. I'm a lot older than you. I can stay out as long as I want. If that were true, she wouldn't need to say it. I don't really have a reason. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk and ended up bumping into you. Is that so? I guess making an ass out of yourself in front of a nice girl really does keep guys up at night. It's not exactly why, but I'll let you believe whatever you want. Was that supposed to be me? Wow, smooth moves. Catch me before I fall. This attitude of hers is starting to get annoying. I don't need ridiculing anymore. I pull myself to my feet, and, just as expected, she sneers. Aw, poor baby. Can't take a little bit of tough love? Beat it then. I resist the urge to say something I'll regret later. She'd probably just make fun of me even more if I did. I manage not to make a scene as I walk away, but after a few moments a gut feeling tugs faintly at me. Before I turn the corner, I stop and look back towards the park. Mara is still sitting on the swing, slowly rocking back and forth, her head down and shoulders slightly slumped. She looks sad, lonely almost. I'm not going back though. After her mocking earlier, it'd be hard to drag any sympathy out of me. Hell, she'd probably just find another way to start pushing my buttons. I spin on my heel and briskly head home, resigning myself to another few hours of tossing and turning. Oh shit! So, spoiler. Not that anyone's in chat, but if for some reason someone comes and watches all of this VOD, Mara is supposed to be a sort of secret heroine. Like, her scenes are not that easy to get, but by chance you guys chose some of the earlier criteria to get it, and then the coin tosses have also been giving that to us, so we take those. And we're gonna see if we end up on her path, on her route. I don't know if we have enough points for her yet, but we'll see. I pull up my phone and check the time, 9:30. Not that it matters since I'm cutting class anyway. This is actually the first time I've done it in my 2 years of living here. It's a little underwhelming, if I'm honest with myself. I half expected the police to swoop down on me the moment the clock struck 9 and I was still out on the streets, but no one has even given me a second glance yet. Most of the morning traffic should be gone by now, so I head for the park in the residential district. I wouldn't want to be spotted by anyone who knows where I should be right now. I don't really feel comfortable going back to the lake. I'd rather not run into Lucy again for a while if I can help it. She kind of weirds me out, and I get the feeling she wasn't just acting that way because she was nervous. As expected, there isn't anyone at the park. I cautiously check the swings, half expecting Mara to be sitting there again. Of course she isn't. I can almost hear her snide voice telling me she has better things to do than sit on a swing all day and night waiting for me. The thought is unpleasant. After the way she treated me, I'd probably be better off avoiding her if I saw her anyway. At the edge of a wide field of freshly mown grass, a tall oak casts a long and inviting shadow. I make my way over and lie down in the cool shade. The sky today is a beautiful sheet of powder blue, and I find myself wishing for some clouds to watch, anything to help take my mind off of what happened yesterday. I want to believe that it was a dream or some sort of strange hallucination, but the visceral feelings are too strong for me to just brush off. I sigh deeply and allow my eyes to drift shut. Maybe I can clear my head if I take a nap. Ow, what the... I must have dozed off. I rub my forehead and glance around somewhat confusedly for the source of my pain. A large acorn sits snugly in my lap. It probably fell from the branches and just so happened to knock me right on the forehead. I guess this is my karma for skipping class. Ha! Ha! I jolt up straight and look in the direction of the sound. Great, just who I wanted to see. She leans forward conspiratorially, a sly grin plastered across her face. I raise an eyebrow in response. What are you doing here, kid? Don't you have somewhere you're supposed to be? That's rich. What are you doing with your time that's oh so productive? You make it sound like I'm some kind of bum. Her eyes flash dangerously, and she leans even closer. Newsflash, kid. I'm a lot older than you, and I can do whatever the hell I like. There's no way that you're that much older than I am. So this is weird writing because, like, they already said this yesterday, but you don't necessarily get that scene from yesterday where you do get it this one here, and it was a lot of weird flags to check for simple lines of dialogue, so we just left it as is. She certainly doesn't act like it anyway. Ignoring my reply, Mara nonchalantly flops back onto the picnic table with her hands folded behind her head. I should probably just leave. I don't particularly enjoy spending time with people who constantly sneer at me. By the way, someone's looking for you. I was told to pass the message on. Who could be looking for me? Mara yawns and stretches her legs out in front of her. She said there was some kind of important thing or another to tell you. I don't know or care about the details. Wow, thanks. Good job. Hey, I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. You think I wanted to spend all morning hunting you down? I'm not in the mood for arguing right now. If it can help take my mind off of yesterday, I'll go find this person and see what they have to say for themselves. Alright, who's the one looking for me? She flashes her sharp teeth in a devilish smirk. Rather than tell you who, I'll tell you where. She'll be waiting for you in the forest. You'll have to head inside a little way, but she'll be there. Assuming she doesn't get sidetracked, that is. She can be a bit of an airhead at times. Realize just how big the forest is, right? Telling me to go in a little bit doesn't help me much. Look, just walk along the path for a while, alright? If something else, you can just step off the path and get yourself lost. She'll find you. Just what is that supposed to mean? And more to the point, why do I care? I can't shake my nagging curiosity about this girl, nor can I figure out why she would send someone like Mara to give me her message. I'm tempted to leave right away, but Mara might just be sending me on some wild goose chase. Doing so would certainly fit her character. Besides, I was here first, and I wasn't doing anything to bother her. If she has a problem with me, then she should leave, not me. Maybe if we just ignore each other, then there'll be no issue with both of us staying here. I'm not obligated to go rushing off just to meet some mystery girl anyway. Still, it's kind of hard not to feel guilty ignoring someone who's something important to tell me. I can always go find them later, but it could be urgent. What should I do? Oh, what do we do? What do we do, chat? What do we do? We can head off now and go see the girl right away. Or the one who's looking for us. Well, yeah, the girl that is looking for us and has something to tell us. Or we could stay here for a while. Because why not? So, up to you, chat. There's one chatter. Otherwise, we'll flip a coin. Okay, well, in the meantime, I will flip a coin. And I won't show what it is on screen. I'll just flip the coin, see what comes up. And if there's no response, then I'll just, okay. So we're flipping, and okay. I see what we're getting. Head off now, stay for a while. What do you think? What do you think? Oh, the chatter has left. Okay, well then, we are staying for a while, says our coin flip. Somehow I get the feeling you're just screwing with me. Is that so? Well, suit yourself. My work here is done. She shrugs and lies back down on the picnic table. Her indifferent response doesn't surprise me, but I kind of expected her to try to get me to leave. I guess she doesn't actually have an issue with me being here after all. I don't know what to say, and she apparently doesn't care to keep up the conversation. A few minutes go by with neither of us saying anything, and I can't help casting furtive glances her way. Did she really come and find me just to pass on a message? How did she even know I was going to be here in the first place? And after going to all that trouble, why isn't she trying harder to get me to go? I stand up to stretch, idly running a hand through my hair. Mara's eyes are closed, but she doesn't seem to be asleep. I gingerly take a few steps towards her, curiosity getting the better of me. Lying there with her eyes closed, she's actually quite good looking. I would never have guessed she had the personality she does if this were my first impression of her. I lean closer, fascinated by the strange black substance that covers her lower neck. Is it some sort of scar or birthmark? Oddly, it, and the rest of her skin for that matter, are bone dry despite the sweltering humidity. Right on cue, her eyes snap open. I jump back in surprise somewhat theatrically and fall flat onto my butt. Do you mind? She propped herself up on her elbows with her arms behind her as I scrambled to my feet. You know, most people at least try to be discreet. I'm not stupid enough not to notice it, but at least I can ignore it. Unlike you. Sorry, I wasn't really thinking. She yawns and shrugs before laying back down. Whatever. So, are you gonna go meet her? Her? Ugh, the girl I just told you about. I thought you didn't care if I went or not. She grits her teeth in annoyance. Idiot. Look, I don't care if you go or not, but the least you can do is give her a few minutes of your time. It's not as if you're busy. Is this her way of showing concern? It's certainly unique. Regardless of what she says, I'm still under no obligation to go meet this mystery girl over at the forest. I don't really fancy getting deliberately lost just so I can potentially meet someone. As much as it pains me to admit it, she is right about me having nothing better to do, and no doubt if I don't go, Mara will report back and say she found me but I was too lazy to come or something. With a sigh, I straighten out my clothes. Fine, if it means so much to you, I'll go. I told you already, I don't give a crap what you do. Honestly, what an asshole. I don't know what her problem is. She's done nothing but dish out snide remarks ever since I met her, but anytime I push back even slightly, she only gets worse. Well, whatever floats her boat. There's no reason for me to stay here any longer. I turn away and start heading off, not feeling any particular need to say goodbye. I glance back over my shoulder, but Mara isn't looking at me. I guess it wasn't that important. She looks lonely again, same as she did last night on the swing. It's probably just my imagination. If she is lonely, there's a good reason for it. I can't imagine she has many friends with that kind of attitude. And in any case, it's not really any of my business. Once I'm a safe distance, I quicken my pace as much as the heat will permit. Despite my skepticism, I find myself anxious about what this mystery girl has to say for herself. I keep replaying last night's events over in my mind. A girl I barely know just comes along and tells me she isn't human. Who would believe that? Not me, that's for sure. A frown creases my brow as I set my gaze on the road in front of me and start on my way. I do feel bad about leaving Lucy like I did. From the way Mara talked about it, she took my reaction pretty hard. I sullenly kick a stone off the path and into the undergrowth. It'd probably be best if I stayed away from the lake for a bit. It'll give both of us time to get over what happened. Anyway, I should hurry up and find the girl Mara was talking about. Not that I can really imagine why someone would want to meet me in this forest to tell me something right now, especially if I should be in school. The only one I can think of that might be looking for me in here is Ash, and even then, she's been pretty clear that I don't need to go out of my way to visit her. Why would she seek me out in that case? Or better yet, why wouldn't she just come tell me herself? I just hope she doesn't have a weird revelation. Lucy's was enough, that's for sure. The birds chirp and warble harmoniously in the trees. The sunlight peeks through the foliage and rays both wide and small, and now and then a small mammal darts skittishly across the path. All in all, it's pretty peaceful. I can see why Ash likes it here so much. I duck under a branch and come into a familiar clearing. Confused, I turn around and see that the path leads right here. There definitely wasn't a path leading here the last time I wound up here. It's almost like it changed location. I peer intently around for any sign of Ash's presence. I can't see anything out of the ordinary, but a soft melodic humming drifts across the glade from the opposite side of a large tree in the center. I recognize Ash's voice and pad softly up to the tree, not wanting to interrupt her. Hey there. Oh, Leo, you startled me. Forgive me, I was away on my own planet. I don't think that's how the saying goes, you know. She tilts her head slightly in confusion, and I decide not to press the issue. A little birdie told me you had something to tell me. I would not quite describe Mara as a little birdie, but yes, you are correct. Forgive me, Leo. I believe this may be a bit of a rude request. Would you happen to have any books on you that I could borrow? I scratched my head. I wouldn't call that rude, unexpected perhaps, but with the way she asked, I think I would feel more rude if I didn't have anything to give her. Sorry, I don't have my bag or anything on me. I left all that stuff at home. Is that so? A pity, but I suppose it was selfish to request such a thing of you. Is that all you wanted to see me about? It's kind of Mara's fault for not remembering if all you wanted was to borrow a book. She shakes her head, her smile dropping slightly as she does. Her eyes drift between my face and the ground. It's pretty obvious she has something more important to say. I unintentionally gulp, feeling a strange sense of deja vu overcome me. All these signs are pretty similar to what Lucy did yesterday. Ash wouldn't pull the same kind of thing on me, right? I have something to show you. Would you mind following me? She turns so serious all of a sudden that all I can do is nod. Maybe she actually is going to confess to me. What I ask of you may seem odd, Leo, and I understand if you do not believe me right away. But no matter what happens, please bring me back here. This is starting to sound a little weird. If she's leading me somewhere, shouldn't she be the one bringing us back? Heck, I don't even know how I ended up here today. She turns away from me before I can respond and steps into the forest without another word. Dumbfounded, I scramble to catch up. Looks like I don't have much of a choice but to do as she says. I stay beside her as we walk, making obvious glances at her in the hopes that she might explain what's going on. However, she remains stoic, walking forward without hesitation until I'm forced to ask her outright. Can I ask where we're going? What exactly do you want to show me? I stop to push a hanging branch out of the way, but Ash walks through it like it isn't even there. As you may have noticed, I have a rather weak constitution. I nod and give a little shrug. Yeah, it is a bit odd. Her gaze hardens as she turns her focus to the ground. Her mouth opens a bit, but she shuts it before any words come out. I can't get a good read on her expression from the direction she's facing, but she almost seems frustrated. You see, I am tied to that tree in the clearing. Bonded, if you will. I stop for a moment while she continues on for a few steps. What does that even mean? I can understand that she has an attachment to that place, but is there some reason she needs me to know? Oh? I stumble back in stride with her, but can only muster a lackluster response. It barely even qualifies as a response. I bite my tongue and chastise myself for failing to communicate even the very basics of what I'm feeling, or what I want to ask. Yes, I'm afraid that if I get too far from my tree, I will die. In such an event, Oh, this is supposed to be... This is not supposed to be narration, this is supposed to be Ash talking still. Alright, well, there's a mistake right there. That's not even a big mistake. It just slipped through the cracks. Oh. Oh. In such an event, my tree will wither and rot away to nothing. Similarly, should something happen to the tree, I will be in danger as well, depending on the circumstances, of course. My mind almost comes to a standstill from the information. It's crazy, stupid, ridiculous. It has to be. Despite how serious her tone is, is this some elaborate joke she's playing on me? I stop walking again, dumbfounded for what feels like the 100th time. I don't get it. Is this some kind of joke that I'm not getting? Maybe she just hasn't gotten to the punchline yet. I didn't really peg her for someone to make morbid jokes, though, and that serious tone of hers is way too real. Seriously, what's going on right now? I managed to get back in stride with her again, and she seems unperturbed by my reactions. She is a bit weird, living alone in the forest and all. Maybe this is some weird attempt to make friends, like she's telling me a secret that no one else can know about. Know about, or believe, for that matter. As I said, I understand if you do not believe me. I realize it is quite a difficult thing to process. She says it so calmly, as though she hasn't said anything that sounded completely crazy. Yeah, you kinda lost me. And yet she hasn't completely lost me. This same thing happened yesterday with Lucy. I have no idea how I'm supposed to respond to this situation. My mind is still ablaze trying to process the information and make sense of it. It's only then that I realize that she's starting to limp and stumble. I quickly move to support her against my shoulder. She stays quiet while I help her stand against me. I keep her balanced, wondering how she was walking so gracefully only moments ago. As her breathing starts to get labored, I stop, forcing her to halt as well. Please, Leo, let us continue on. We have not reached our destination yet. At least take a break before pushing yourself over the edge. Once you catch your breath a bit, we can keep going. No, I'm afraid that resting here will change nothing of the current situation. She steps forward without me, using a tree for support as she continues to hobble along. What's driving her to do this? Do we have to get to this place at a certain time? It's clear that she won't take no for an answer, so I move to support her once again. Our pace slows the farther we continue on, however, to the point that it's almost painful to watch her struggle. Ash, do you want me to carry you? Oh, brown hair Ash! That's kind of you, but it would defeat the purpose of what we are doing. I stop again. This doesn't feel right at all. I can't just let her keep going when she won't even tell me what's going on. She can't honestly expect me to believe this has anything to do with that tree in the clearing, right? Look, Ash, I think we should stop. You don't look good. We can do this another day. She's weak, and I'm starting to think getting her to a hospital is the best course of action. Clearly something is happening, and even her hair is reacting to whatever this condition of hers is. Leo, please, just let me show you this one thing, and then we can go back, I promise. So in this scene, actually, originally, there was some really intense music that used to play, like really overly dramatic, and I think I wrote it out when I was making sure that the game, because I wanted to do this stream for a while, so I had to go back through the code and make sure that everything was running properly, so that I wouldn't have weird stops. Like if there were inconsistent lines or something, that was fine, but I needed to make sure that the game could flow from start to finish. And we've even already had some like weird issues with music not playing because the names of the files were off, but like in this case, I think I just took out the music because I was like, it's better just like silence might not be better. There could be other types of music that or tracks that could play that could be better, like the one that played during the Lucy confession. But yeah, I just think what it was playing before was way too intense. I bite my tongue and grumble under my breath before resting us both against a tree for a minute. I concede to her wishes, but insist that we at least rest for a minute or two so she can regain her strength. Wait, that's the same thing. That is the same thing written back to back. Oh, writer, Drew, I will name you. You've been in my chat before. I know you're not here right now, but yeah. So there's drink number 14. Should I make this smaller just so you can actually see that? Let's see. Small. Nah. I liked it better when it was full-sized. Even if you can't read it, oh well, that's okay. Ash manages to catch her breath after a minute, but it hardly takes 5 steps until she's completely exhausted again. That it is unnecessary, but I get what it's doing there. Bad, but not the worst, so I will not drink to that. Before I can catch her properly, she slumps against my shoulder and begins to mumble things under her breath. Centuries. The starfall. Split. Wish more. Curse. Whoa now, you alright? She nods weakly against my shoulder in response, still mumbling under her breath. I can barely pick up any of the words. It sounds like she's trying to explain a little more of what she wants me to see, but it's hard to decipher more than the odd word or two. I glance at her to make sure she's still conscious. Her feet are still moving, and her eyes are half-lidded. Somehow her hair has completely darkened. Drew! Drew! That one we can't ignore. It is weird that this scene is silent. It needs something. I glance at her to make sure she's still conscious. Her feet are still moving and her eyes are somehow her hair is completely darkened to a mud brown. My heart begins to clench in my chest as I watch her struggle. I look behind me, wondering if we should return. I touch Ash's wrist tentatively. Immediately, I'm taken back by just how cold she's gotten. I think about my options before finally deciding that taking her back would only be worse. I know she said to go back no matter what happens, but in this condition, there's no way I'm going to do that. She needs to get to a hospital now. I can see the edge of the forest off in the distance. At the pace we're going, it'll still take us a while to get there, but now I can make sure she gets some help. I try my best to keep her conscious by talking to her. Hey, Ash, did I ever tell you about last week? I begin speaking in a quiet, careful tone, trying to hide my all too obvious worry. I talk about my parents and how they'll be visiting me in a few days to check up on me. I tell her a little about my sister and how much of a brat she is. I end up talking about Ami and Yuji and all of the things the three of us get up to. Maybe if I tell her about our plans for the summer, it'll spark her interest enough to keep her awake. I even start to tell her about what happened at the lake yesterday. I try to make a joke out of it, but she doesn't react much, and the similarity of the situation is still freaking me out a bit. I gently shake her with my arm to try and make sure she's still awake. We're nearly there. You've had your eyes half closed this whole time. How can you My words are cut off as she nearly face plants onto the ground. I manage to catch her just in time, but she hardly seems to notice what's going on. Ash? Hey, Ash! She blinks several times, her lidded eyes slowly opening wider, her gaze in unfocused, and she lets out a Drew! Drew, no! No! Her gaze is definitely what that meant. Oh, we were doing so well, and then suddenly there's like 3, 4 in this scene. I'm not even drinking that much per thing. Her gaze is unfocused, and she lets out a slow breath. You told me to bring you back to the tree no matter what. I don't think that's such a good idea anymore, so we're gonna get you to a hospital, okay? Slowly, weakly, she shakes her head back and forth. I frown, exhaling deeply through my nose as I look down at her. Not yet. Nearly there. Ash, please. Her eyes focus for a moment, staring right into my own. I swallow the lump in my throat before reluctantly nodding and helping her back to her feet. The girl in my arms is practically a different person from the one I left the clearing with. She doesn't look anything like she did when we set out, and her weak constitution is far more serious than she made it sound earlier. Should I just pick her up and run? The edge of the forest is only a few meters away, and I'm sure that getting her some help quickly will be better than continue. Stop. Oh, the birds are back! The word breaks me entirely out of my panic, and I shift my focus right to her. It's spoken so clearly and with enough volume so that I hardly believe it to the point that I can't believe this shit. Oh my good god, we have drank so much in this one scene. Damn it. Damn it, Drew. Oh. Next drink, we're gonna have to pour another one. Maybe get some more ice, too. The word breaks me entirely. My focus right to her. It's spoken so clearly that I hardly came from Ash's lips. Can we finally go back? Can I stop tearing myself up with worry and help her home, or will she let me get her some help or something? I just want her to be okay. I don't care what she wanted to show me anymore. Let me show you. No. I deny her and stop her from making any movements. She struggles weakly against my grip, but I don't let up. Ash, I don't know what's happening, but I'm not going to let anything else happen. You're obviously not okay or healthy right now. No. She struggles a little more in my arms, and I loosen my grip because she honestly doesn't seem physically capable of doing much. Please, Leo, let me go. With slightly more force than before, she pushes herself out of my grip and stumbles towards a tree. From the way she's standing, it's taking all her strength just to lean against it. Keep eyes on me as you leave forest. She can hardly get a full sentence out, but she somehow manages to stumble from tree to tree, getting closer to the edge of the forest. I'm sure you can see how I've changed. Her voice sounds so forced. She's struggling so much. She's paler than anything anyone or anything I've ever seen, almost completely white. In places her skin looks cracked and broken. This isn't like anything I've ever seen before, and she only seems to be getting worse as we carry on. She looks like she might literally fall apart if we keep going like this. It couldn't be that she's actually dying as we get away from the tree, could it? No, it's impossible. There's no way anything she said about it is true. Ash and Lucy, they're both just normal people. The sun shines down on us as we reach the outer edges of the forest. There's no one else around to help, so I'm going to have to call an ambulance. On unsteady feet, she steps beyond the trees and turns to me with the weakest smile I've ever seen. I hope this proves that I am telling the truth. And with those final words, she collapses on the ground with a sickening thud. Ash! Ash! I shake her in my arms and watch her intently. Her chest is still rising and falling, but barely. My phone. Where's my phone? I need an ambulance now. What the hell do you think you're doing? You're gonna kill her! I spin around quickly before suddenly being thrown away from Ash. I know for a fact that she would have told you to bring her back to the tree no matter what. What the hell were you thinking, bring her all the way out here, huh? Before I can even give a response, Mara is running straight into the forest with Ash in her arms. I sprint after her without a second thought. Hey, stop! You're the one that's gonna kill her. She needs medical help, now! I rush after the two of them, weaving in between trees and ducking under branches while the girls ahead rush through unperturbed. How could I just let her take Ash so easily and run off? Just because they know each other doesn't mean that what she's doing is going to help. Okay, that's another drink, but we're at too intense of a point. We need to wait until it calms down in a little bit before I pour that drink. Within a few minutes, I burst between two trees into the clearing. Eyes darting around to find the two of them. Ash is already lying next to the tree, her hair somehow returned to its original silver color. I pause and take a few curious steps closer. She seems to be sleeping, and any signs of her previous condition have all but disappeared. That lack of a space between the comma and the and doesn't count. Okay, we're gonna pour that drink. Ugh, I didn't expect to be streaming this long today, but we've been going 6 hours now. I'm also eating these frozen orange ganache sweets that I made for Christmas. They're delicious. They don't need to be frozen either, but I just froze them because it keeps them easily. Mm. The Jameson is almost finished. Sad. I wasn't planning on finishing it today, but also I didn't think I was going to turn this into a drinking game. Disc not ejected. It's been ejected for like hours. I clutch at my chest and breathe a deep sigh of relief as I slowly move towards her. She's breathing normally and the cracks in her skin have disappeared. I practically crumbled to my knees. I don't know. I don't care how. I'm glad she's better now. She'll be fine. I jump at the cold tone of the voice behind me, whirling around to find that pair of slit-like eyes glaring daggers at me. You should go, now. Her voice has a defiant edge of finality to it. I'm honestly offended. She thinks she knows me and what I was doing without even spending a second to figure out what was happening. I guess if the situations were reversed, I may have behaved similarly, but I'm not going to let her think badly of me and tell Ash some lie about how I tried to kill her or something. Let me explain. A scoff cuts across my words, but I continue on as if I had heard nothing. She asked me to bring her out there, despite how much I objected. You showed up just as Ash passed out, and I was about to call her an ambulance before you snatched her out of my arms and nearly gave me a heart attack. I'm just as worried about her as you, alright? I don't want anything to happen to her. Mara rolls her eyes and exhales sharply through her nose, but her stature softens noticeably. Whatever. I disregard her obvious hostility towards me and move the focus back to Ash. What's wrong with her? Nothing. She'll be fine. Now leave. You sure she'll be okay? God, you're dense, aren't you? Look at her. She's already healing just fine. She'll be up and ready in an hour or so like nothing happened. I can only imagine what would happen if you'd brought her any farther away. I looked at Ash once again. She had already seemed back to her usual self when I first got here, but now that I pay closer attention, I can see faint streaks of brown hair fading back into the usual silver. I don't get it. How is this possible? Just get out of here before you cause more trouble. There's nothing I can do. If I actually had called an ambulance, it would have taken Ash farther away from here. She might have died because I didn't do what she said. The one thing she asked of me because her life was on the line. I shakily get to my feet and start heading out from the direction we came. Can you tell her I'm sorry? Just so she knows I didn't run off without thinking about her? Mara clicks her tongue annoyedly. Alright, fine. I nod a little to her. I get why she'd be so upset, but I thank her nonetheless. Look after her, okay? Obviously. Obviously. Alan Rickman, rip the delivery of that one obviously line as Snape. Okay, catching up with that drink. Ooh. Hostile as this girl may be toward me, she obviously cares for Ash quite a bit. I breathe heavily through my nose and realize I'm shaking. It is... trying to see the time, sorry. Time back home and maybe in like Europe and stuff. It is 11:40 back home. So it's almost midnight there, and it is what? Like 8:40 a.m. in the UK. So any UK people or European people, I don't think a lot of Europeans watch me actually, so yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. I realize I'm checking. Oh, I saw a bit of British English there. This realize we must have missed it, because the Ash's writer was British, and yeah, or not British. Sorry, he was Irish. But we were writing in American English, which even I was not happy with, because get things like color, which is OR. Hostile as this girl may be toward me, she obviously cares for Ash quite a bit. I breathe heavily through my nose and realize I'm shaking. With one quick look back, I step back into the woods. Lucy and Ash, just what are they? Scene change! After everything that happened, I ended up coming to school anyway. The whole reason I was cutting class was so I could have some time to think. How could I have known that skipping would make things even worse? Ash and Lucy, I'm not sure how to take everything that happened. Ash couldn't hold her own weight up outside of the forest, and Lucy didn't have any weight to hold up. There has to be some kind of coincidence that something is going on with both of them, right? And Mara, too. What does she have to do with all of this? I don't want to involve myself with these girls too much, but she seems like she'd be able to explain everything to me. Though, I get the feeling she wouldn't be that cooperative. plastic wrapped sandwich bounces across the table and bumps against my chest. Yo, what'd you get up to all morning? Sleep in or something? All morning? Did you just get here, Leo? I shrug and hungrily eye the sandwich Yuji started peeling into. Yeah, a little while ago anyway. I wasn't really feeling up for school today. I know the feeling, but I stay home all day instead of coming partway through. Jeez, you guys can't skip just because you don't feel like coming to school. Yeah, so anyway, Leo, why are you here now? I pause for a moment, trying to think of the best way to answer. Yuji will probably know right away if I lie to him. Some stuff happened. That doesn't tell me anything. Is it something to do with what we talked about yesterday? Why would he bring that up with Ami sitting right here? I know she doesn't know what we're talking about, but still. I guess you could say so. I thought he would take it more seriously, but suddenly a big grin spreads across his face. I should have just said I slept in. What are you guys talking about? Oh, just that Leo's been out meeting girls for the past few days. Whoa, what? That's not what I said at all. Girls? You mean you skipped class just to go mess around with some girl? I didn't. Yeah, because it was more than one girl, right? Yuji. I know you guys skip class sometimes, but doing it for this kind of stuff is... At least do it when you aren't supposed to be somewhere else. Hold on a sec, you're blowing this way out of proportion. Oh, but what you're saying is that you did go meet some girl. No, well, yeah, I did, but I wasn't trying to meet them, it just kind of happened. Them? Damn, man, was that a plural? I didn't know you had it in you. Leo, did you really mess around with more than one girl by accident? Ah, no! It's hard not to notice all the weird looks from everyone else in the room. It's too late for me to take back anything I said. I take a deep breath, trying to keep my cool as the two of them eagerly wait for me to say something in my defense. Look, all that happened was that I bumped into this mean girl at the park, we talked for a bit, and she told me someone else was looking for me. That someone else just happened to be a girl too. So you only hooked up with the second chick? No, we just, well, it's kind of hard to explain, but it wasn't that kind of a meeting. Yuji brings his hand up to his chin for a moment, but quickly shrugs it off with a smirk. I guess he's satisfied with the amount of entertainment he got from all this. Ami's still looking a bit concerned about my moral choices. At the very least, she isn't saying anything. I'm glad Yuji doesn't know about what happened on my way home yesterday. He doesn't need to hear about any more of the weird girls I bumped into. Anyway, I know school ends tomorrow, but you're still supposed to be here. Even if you have other things to do, you should save those for when you got more free time. Normally, Ami lectures us more sternly. I guess this whole skipping school to meet girls thing really threw her off. Even if it's not what she's imagining at all. With a sigh, I concede defeat and attempt to steer the conversation as far from this topic as I possibly can. The second half of the day takes an eternity to pass. By this time tomorrow, the school year will officially be over, and I feel like I might actually be able to relax. If only I didn't have the club to go to today. I don't have much energy, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Yu won't be too happy if I decide to skip out on it. Maybe if I'm lucky, it'll just be a meeting day and we won't have to do much of anything. Luck really isn't on my side today. I lean back in my chair and rub at my sore eyes. Yuji does the same and lets out a long sigh. Come on, boys, the sooner you get those scenes put together, the sooner you can get back to shooting. You didn't tell us we'd be the ones doing all the editing for the chase scenes. There's got to be a million cuts to splice together. And you still got me on special effects duty. How am I supposed to get all this work done? Think of it as a learning experience. Don't you want to see your work? Don't you want to work your way up to becoming the next Scorsese, Hitchcock, Tarantino, Spielberg? Were any of those guys stuck doing editing work? I'm pretty sure the only one that gets noted for this kind of stuff is Michael Bay. Mr. Yu laughs and enthusiastically pats me on the shoulder. I wasn't trying to make a joke, though. We only get to rest for a few minutes before we're back to editing. The only upside to this is that we aren't on boom duty. Again, I have no idea how heavy a boom is, so, yeah. If it's not actually that bad to be on boom duty, now you know the extent of my, my production knowledge. The 5 o'clock bell chimes out, and Mr. Yu lets us leave while he goes over the completed footage. Hopefully things are better next year when we're finally allowed to direct our own films. That was brutal. No kidding, I might need to get glasses after all the time we spent in front of those screens. Ugh, I can't wait to be done with all these crappy, thankless jobs. Actors and directors get all the glory. I try to smile, but I was just thinking the same thing. It's pretty sad when you can't even get noticed in a student film. Ami is waiting for us out front. After everything that's happened today, I don't have the energy to do much more than greet her. Not that it matters much, since she still seems to be avoiding a full-on conversation with me after what happened at lunch. I didn't clear things up with them, but I'm hopeful that it won't be an issue that sticks for long. It's not like this is the first time Yuji's purposely twisted my words for his own amusement, and thankfully Ami doesn't tend to believe him for very long. Though she did seem more concerned this time around. With a sigh, I readjust the straps in my backpack and start heading away from the school. The entrance to the school is pretty quiet, considering most of the students have already gone home for the day. Yuji and Ami head off towards their neighborhood, leaving me alone to contemplate whether or not Yuji will fix or worsen Ami's false impression of me. As I wait to cross the street, something odd enters my line of sight. Oh, here's where we get another moment of intense music. Is that a fox? And what's that on its head? I cock my head to the side, confused by the bumbling creature as it bumps into obstacles with what looks to be a jar stuck on its head. I wince as it walks headlong into an electrical pole. I can only imagine how uncomfortable it must be right now. My chest tightens as it stumbles its way onto the street. There aren't any cars right now, but there's no telling if it'll be able to find its way back onto the sidewalk. Hey, Shu, go on! It doesn't respond to my call. Oh, we're getting intense voice too. It doesn't respond to my call, and instead stops in the middle of the street to begin batting at the jar with its paws. The sound of an incoming car steals my attention, and I watch in fear as a big pickup starts speeding along just a few blocks down the road. Get off the street, come on! I shout a few more times, and even kick a couple of pebbles in its direction, but the fox has become too preoccupied with the jar to pay me any heed. That truck won't take more than a minute to get here at the speed it's going. If this stoplight would change, that would at least stall it. Good grief. Good grief. Why? This is more stressful than some of my final exams were. Why'd this have to happen today of all days? As the seconds tick by, I realize that there's no one else around to do anything about this situation. I usually tend to be a bystander when it comes to these kinds of things. But if I wait any longer... Damn it! There isn't a chance to think about what I'm doing as I use what little energy I have to sprint out into the street, my path set straight for the struggling animal. Oh, the truck is already close enough that the driver starts honking at me. Crap, I should have started any sooner. My heart pounds as I dip down to scoop up the fox. Got it. Ah! I lose my footing in the scooping motion and stumble forwards. No, I have to stay on my feet. The truck's horn flares in my ears from only a few meters away. Ah! I can't keep my footing and force myself into a dive roll in the spur of the moment, tossing my bag onto the sidewalk as I do so. The fox is making noises and squirming in my arms like crazy, but I have to cradle it as I hurtle towards the pavement. A striking pain shoots through my shoulder and back as I roll and crash into the curb. The truck whizzes by, continuing to blare its horn at me as it zooms off into the distance. The adrenaline pulsating through my body allows me to ignore this pain as I frantically scramble to the sidewalk, making sure the fox hasn't been harmed. It's still writhing around in my arms, but otherwise seems unharmed by everything that just happened. I breathe a deep sigh of relief and shakily pry the jar from its head. Oh, Chad, we did it. We made it through the intensity of that scene that didn't need to be that intense. As soon as it regains its freedom, the fox barks and squirms its way out of my grip, hurrying off in a frenzy. I wasn't expecting its thanks, but that could have gone a lot better than it did. I stand and brush some dirt off of my clothes. My hands sting where they slid along the concrete, and soon the rest of my small injuries begin to make themselves known. The crossing signal finally changes, but I was the only one that needed to cross. It's as if nothing happened since no one saw my heroic actions just now. Not that a real hero would be so clumsy. I'm pretty bummed out that this whole incident went completely unnoticed and unappreciated though. I sharply inhale from the stinging sensation, overtaking my palms. I should hurry home. I don't want these scrapes to start bleeding. And I think I'll avoid telling Yuji about this. I get the feeling he'll find a way to bug me about it. With an oddly heavy heart, I pick up my belongings and turn towards home. I'm going to sleep for a long time tonight. End scene. Okay, we're getting close to the end of the common route, so only a little longer. Finally, the last day of school. It's hard to believe that I'll finally be catching a break after all the crazy stuff that's been going on lately. My body is still aching from rescuing the fox yesterday. I still can't believe I even did something like that, but the bruises and scrapes are still here to prove it. I feel good about saving it, but did it really have to wander onto the street when there were no other people around to save it? Well, what's done is done. The fox made it out alive, and well, I don't think I actually benefited in any way. I check the time on my phone and start heading off to school for the last time this year. I'm surrounded by trees in every direction. With each footstep I take, I feel increasingly like I'm being watched. Am I being paranoid? Things did get out of hand yesterday. I wonder if Ash is really alright. Mara seemed pretty pissed when I tried to take her to the hospital. What was I supposed to do, though? I promised Ash I wouldn't do anything, but she looked so helpless. I couldn't just drag her back into the forest. What even is a tree spirit, anyway? Like a dryad out of Greek mythology? What does this mean? Does this mean there's some truth to the rumors? How many people have actually seen Ash and gone through that whole ordeal with her? Off in your own little world, I see. Ah, I've been walking beside you for the past few minutes and you didn't even notice. Geez, you could have said something, you know. Where's the fun in that? She's just as spontaneous as the last time I bumped into her. Thankfully, she doesn't seem put off by how stupid I was back then. Must be thinking about something important to be that zoned out. Important? Maybe. Although it's probably nothing. What? You can't just build it up like that and stop there. Now you have to tell me. The pouty face on her is so good. I'm not just hyping it up because it's my visual novel. I hired an artist and she did an amazing job with these sprites. I would love to work with her again on something. I don't even know what I would work with her together on, but yeah, no. I guess it couldn't hurt to ask her about Ash. Oh god, but this mouse just keeps scrolling. Well, the other day, I heard that Ash is, that she's what? I start to stall. Each second that goes by makes me realize just how crazy the explanation would be. Rather than subjecting myself to any possible ridicule, I decide not to tell her. That she gets tired really easily. Yeah, just the other day, she basically collapsed at the edge of the forest. Retta's smile disappears, and her eyebrows tilt into a worried expression. Her seriousness makes me uncomfortable, so I try to break the tension. I guess she's just anemic or something, right? One of her friends came to get her before I had the chance to call an ambulance, so I'm pretty sure things turned out fine. Anemic? I don't know anything about that, but she can't go very far without wearing herself out, if that's what you mean. She continues to walk with me as I head along the trail. The stress of worrying about Ash disappears as Renna's bubbly cheerfulness rubs off on me. Despite how happy she seems, I can't shake the feeling that she's putting on a face for me. I wonder why she feels like she needs to do that. It's not like we know each other well or anything. Near the end of the trail, she stops walking. I turn around to see what she's up to, but she's still wearing the same smile she had on the entire time. Hey, can you meet me here later? Huh? Why? I have something to talk to you about. It's important. You know, we just had a half an hour for you to say your important thing. She puffs up her cheeks in annoyance. It's pretty cute. Ah, acknowledgement in game. But yeah, I love these sprites. They turned out so well. There's like Yuji is probably the one that ended up a little bit weird because the shoulders ended up like in this weird position that made him look like this kind of. But nah. Other than that, everything else turned out fine. I'm kidding, but in all seriousness, I have school today. I won't be able to meet you. What about after? It's the last day of classes, so I'll be busy setting up for the celebration tonight. I won't be done until late. She taps her chin and rocks on her heels. Is it really something she can't say right now? A nice little Anna, Fire Emblem Anna pose. This one. I guess it'd be this side, wouldn't it? I don't know. Doing, what is it, mogging? She's like, oh, mogging. I don't mind meeting tonight. Huh? But it'll be late. I probably won't be done until it's dark out. That's okay. I don't have to be anywhere tonight. I don't exactly have any reason to meet with her, especially so late at night. Maybe I should just tell her to leave it for another day. She's doing her best to give me puppy dog eyes, and it's surprisingly convincing. I don't get why she can't just tell me now, but it looks like it really is important to her. I sigh and look away with a shrug. you're okay with it, then sure, but how will I let you know when I'm on my way? Oh, that won't be a problem. I'll be able to smell you coming right away. The dot dot dot. It's probably for the best if I don't ask what that's supposed to mean. Okay then. Ending it on that awkward note, I turn around and start heading towards the school. It's a good thing I have my deodorant with me today. And that's it. Thanks to everyone who still came to class even after most of you finished your exams. I know it might seem pointless, but that's the kind of work ethic that'll benefit you in the future. Your report cards will be sent out sometime next week, so don't forget to check your mailboxes. And for those of you in clubs, remember that activities continue through the summer. I have to bite my tongue to stifle a chuckle. It's really unnatural for Mr. Yu to say anything so stereotypically teacher-like. I bet he just wanted to end the year like that for his own peace of mind. Yo, let's go grab our yearbooks before the lines get long. I already had my things packed away, ready for this exact reason. We managed to hurry out of the classroom first and join the small crowd of others heading to the gymnasium with the same idea. Thanks to Yuji's wild pace, we are among the first few people to get our yearbooks. Oh, now that we've gotten ours, we still have to wait for everyone else to get there so we can all sign each other's. Thankfully, it doesn't take much time before the rest of the school starts meeting in front of the school to sign yearbooks. Somehow Yuji and I ended up trading books with each other last. Makes me wonder why we even bothered running out here first. I scribbled down an ironically short note and the dreaded hags in his. No doubt he'll do something similar, considering we'll probably spend most of our summer together. I don't think Ami will really appreciate a jokingly lackluster note, though. I'd better think of something normal to write in hers. Done. Don't read what I wrote until you get home, right? Huh? Why not? Just because, man. It'll make more sense when you're not with everybody. Does it mean he wrote something funny or something bad? I'm not sure if I want to read it. Somehow, I still get the feeling he did the same thing I did, though. Fine, but I'll probably end up seeing it before since we'll be here for a while. Ami needs us to stay and finish getting the gym set up for the dance, remember? No worries, I covered it, so you won't be able to. Sure enough, a bunch of sticky notes are conspicuously placed on the corner of the page he signed. When did he have a chance to do that? Sorry it took a while to distribute the books out to everyone. We're starting setup in the gym now, so you guys can come in. Oh, and sign my yearbook before you start. The other student council members have it right now, but it'll only take a minute or two. We spend our entire afternoon putting up simple decorations and moving tables and chairs around. It honestly doesn't look too different from how it usually does, but the gym really does take a while to clean up when there are only a handful of us. I slump down and share when there's a chance to take a break, and fully aware of the sweat that's accumulated on my back and forehead. A little more work than you expected? You realize you're sweating just as much as I am, right? Somehow he doesn't seem to have noticed, paying it little heed as he fans me with his hand. I'll just run home and get changed before the dance actually starts. What about you? You'll probably have to leave now if you want to get changed. I've been bringing a spare change of clothes with me for the past month. It's been so hot that I couldn't risk leaving home without one. And traveling between my place and the school probably lowers the chances of running into Ash or Lucy again. It's probably for the best if I try to avoid another encounter with either of them. With only about half an hour to go before the dance, Yuji and a bunch of other volunteers leave to get changed before they come back. Whew, looks like we managed to get everything done in time. I can't think of an occasion when you didn't manage to get something done on time. Doesn't matter if it's crazy or not, you always pull through, Ami. Oh, come on, that's not true. Even though she's let up since yesterday, this is the first chance I've had to have an actual conversation with Ami since that misunderstanding. I should probably try to clear things up while it's just us two. Leo, you go first. We share an awkward chuckle, trying to figure out who should go first, just using only eye gestures. Ami opens her mouth but quickly shuts it. I guess I should take that as my cue to go first. So, about yesterday, I just wanted to make sure you know that it wasn't what you were thinking. I mean, I was skipping school, but I wasn't planning on meeting up with any girls. I was just, wandering around. Did that work? It certainly wasn't the most convincing argument I've ever made. She still got that funny-looking smile from when we were figuring out who should speak first. I guess it didn't really change her mind. Well, you know how Yuji likes to twist my words to make things funnier for himself. It was just one of those moments. He really had no idea what I was up to. Not that it was anything bad. Well, The more this drags out, the less convincing I'm becoming. Truthfully, I don't know why I'd need to explain myself. Even if I had been cutting class to spend time with girls, it shouldn't be Ami's problem. Not that I want to upset one of my best friends to protect my pride. Sorry, I know that I was overreacting yesterday. Actually, just a minute ago, I was going to thank you for helping me out today and apologize for being all weird about everything. I know Yuji was just messing around, but something about it made me lose my head for a bit. She seems more embarrassed than apologetic, but I'll take what I can get. From the sound of it, she wasn't all that upset with me to begin with. Check, check, 1 2 1 2. Check, check, 1 2 1 2. I forgot about the sound check. You should go on and get changed, Leo. We're pretty much done setting up, so you can hang around while people start showing up. I can't even get a word out before she dashes off to the DJ's booth. She was definitely supposed to, run off screen and not just disappear. Maybe she's still feeling a little funny about our conversation. Either way, I managed to clear things up, so now the feelings are all on her. Content with that resolution, I hurry off to the locker room to get ready for the evening. The sky is a kaleidoscope of reds and oranges when I step outside. I must have lost track of time while I was celebrating with everyone. It shouldn't matter, though. I did tell Rena that I wouldn't be able to meet her until nighttime. Now that I'm out here, there isn't much use in stalling, so I start heading towards the forest. It seems a bit strange to want to meet at the forest. I'm pretty sure the only other person that would want to meet me here is Ash. And that's only because she's supposedly connected to a tree. I still don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. She didn't really seem all there in the head, but even crazies can only go so far. The path leading into the forest comes into view, and I can see Rena crouching down near some flowers. For whatever reason, she's still wearing those animal ears on her head. I wonder what she wanted to talk to me about. She seemed pretty eager, even though she wouldn't say what it was earlier. Her head perks up like some kind of animal when my footsteps come within hearing distance, and she quickly turns her attention towards me. Oh, phew, it's just you, Leo. Yeah, were you expecting someone else? No, I just didn't think you'd get here while it was still light out. I was going to make you wait for me after dark, especially not alone in the forest. She smiles sweetly and stands up straight. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Her smile fades a bit, and she starts to fidget with her hands. She almost looks like she might confess to me or something, which wouldn't be so terrible, all things considered, but I'd have to turn her down. She's cute and spunky for sure, but I don't even know her. Well, do you mind if we walk and talk? She's gesturing towards the forest path. I shrug and quickly text Ami and Yuji to let them know that I probably won't be going back to the festivities. Rena curiously eyes my phone as I tuck it back into my pocket. I scratch my neck and start walking down the path, feeling a bit unsure as she steps in time with me. We walk for about a minute without saying anything, and I start to suspect that I might actually have been right about the love confession. Taking it more seriously, I'm actually more concerned that she's been so quiet. She seems so energetic and loud this morning. Hey, before I tell you what I was planning to, can I ask you a few things? I guess so. I mean, I'm already out here, so you might as well. She instantly transforms back into her sprightly and cheerful self, beaming at me as she does so. I watch as she skips ahead a few steps and starts walking backwards so she can face me. Haha, okay, I've got loads of questions. What do you like eating? It's a pretty plain question, and not really what I was expecting either. Food, for the most part. Well, duh, I mean, what kind of food? Okay. Rena's gonna ask a lot of questions, so we've got a whole bunch of choices in a row. They're all gonna lead into something. So, let's go. Let's see what we can get with this. Let me set up the wheel. Because unless chat, you want to contribute to this one, because I'm kind of okay with whatever, but you gotta give me things. Otherwise, it's just going. Let's see. Meat, veggies, sweets, no preference. Okay, I'll give it a bit. Give chat a chance to choose what you want. And then if you don't make a decision, then I'll just choose, or I'll let the wheel choose what we get. looks like there's no... Oh, let's make this bigger. This is clearly not... Let's use 800, okay. But it's random. It's not the actual browser wheel I want. Okay, that's not right. Let's get rid of this. Okay, I'll just change Windows. Whoa, that is not correct at all. What the hell? That's not even the screen that we're on right now. Why is it showing the Ash screen? Weird, but okay. Hang on a moment. Because that is weird. Shouldn't be showing that, but... okay, well, for some reason it is not showing the right browser window. Because my Mac screen should be on top right now, and it is showing this old shot of this, which is not right. So I am going to not do that one, and I will just spin the wheel and tell you what happens. And we have... Oh, veggies. Okay, we're choosing veggies. We got veg. Boom. I'm pretty fond of vegetables. Vegetables? She says it like she's never heard the word before. Yeah, you know, carrots, celery, lettuce, that kind of stuff. You can't really go wrong with a plate of leafy greens, and it's good for you. She play gags and pretends to retch a few times. I take it she's not a vegetarian. Ooh, this music is getting loud. Let's turn it down a little bit. Okay. Gross. How can you eat that stuff all the time? It isn't like I don't eat anything else. It's not that weird to like veggies, is it? Haha, I won't judge you personally, but yeah, it's pretty weird. Okay, next question. Is she doing this to calm herself down before telling me the important thing? How many questions will I have to answer before she's ready? Question 2. Would you consider yourself an ordinary human? I don't know if I should take the question at face value or if she's just asking me something deeper than that. Judging from what little I know about her, my guess is the former. Okay, are we ordinary? Are we not? Do we not know what she means by ordinary? Let's see. Chat, you can also decide. I don't know, I think there's only one of you in chat right now. So if you want to choose the answer, I will go with whatever you want, but otherwise we are going with the wheel. Let's see, is this going to work? Is this scene going to work? No, it's not. For some reason, it is still very much... Huh. Let me see if I can fix this, because it should be... Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't know why it was doing that, but okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll spin the wheel. So, what are we choosing? We have... Define ordinary. Okay. I'll admit it's kind of a disappointing choice, but sure. What exactly makes a person ordinary? She taps a finger to her chin and hums in thought. It wasn't meant to be philosophical. I just don't know if our thoughts on ordinary are the same. Huh. I don't really know. But if you're like all your friends, wouldn't that make you ordinary? I guess, but I only have a couple of close friends, so it's hard to compare. Rena shrugs and doesn't spend another moment dwelling on it. Right, next question. This is going to be a long walk, isn't it? She ignores my complaint and clears her throat. Hee, okay, Leo, what kind of girl do you like best? I stop walking for a moment and stare at her. Her cheeky grin tells me that she's going to keep this in mind in case we ever meet again. She managed to ask pretty easily, though, so I can only assume that she isn't going to confess to herself to me. That or she has balls of steel. Alright, what is our type, chat? If nothing else, this is the one that you should be giving an answer for. Let me put these in the wheel, because again, unless you're gonna answer this time, I'm just gonna let the wheel choose. Laid back type. Someone energetic. No preference. Okay, I'm gonna give no preference a slightly lower chance because it's kind of the boring answer. We need to be assertive, chat. So we are going to make an assertive choice here and spin this assertively. What are we getting? We are getting someone energetic. There we go. Someone energetic it is. Okay, so back to the game. Someone energetic. I guess I prefer girls who are playful and upbeat. Does that make me your type then? All things considered, Rena really is the kind of girl I'd like to date. She's kind of weird, but then that's what makes her so fun. I'm not thinking of asking her out or anything, but I won't ignore the fact that she's pretty much my ideal. Hey, are you feeling okay? You're turning all pink. Wow, this room feels a lot darker than it seems like it's turning up on screen, but I should maybe put a light on soon. But for the time being, we're all good. What? Oh yeah, it's just you're pushing up close to me and all. I'm not blushing though. Blushing? Never mind. She ends up asking me question after question the whole time we walk. Some of them are pretty ordinary and others are so bizarre that I can't even come up with an answer. Considering how much she asked me the first time we met, I'm surprised that she hasn't repeated any questions. That or I just haven't taken notice. There have been a lot of questions. Though we're still a good distance away from the trail's end, I can see the edge of the forest coming up. Brenna is still babbling on about one of my answers, and I begin to wonder if she's forgotten the whole reason I agreed to meet with her. I continue to give her the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't take long before the end of the trail is just ahead of us. Rena? What is it? I wasn't going to bring it up since I thought you already would have by now, but why did you want to meet with me tonight? She seems to deflate a little and lets her head hang. It might be my imagination, but the ears on her headband seem to droop a little. Without warning, she jogs ahead, and I start to give chase thinking that she might be running off. She stops with the light of the sunset shines into the forest. I stop too, and with the sun shining behind her, she seems like a silhouette. I can still make out her features if I squint hard enough. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. I know you probably had better things to do. I did, but I don't think I should tell her that. Are you afraid to tell me, or is it just hard to talk about? She shakes her head and twiddles her fingers. Neither. I'm just not sure if you'll believe me, or how you'll even react. I open my mouth to ask her what she means, but stop when I see her bright gold eyes gazing firmly at me. She takes a deep breath and smiles, seeming to have found her resolve. I can feel my heart thumping in anticipation. I wanted to thank you, Leo. Thank me? The thumping of my heart seems to freeze, though I'm sure it's just calmed down because I'm confused. And didn't Lucy say the exact same thing to me? Is this some kind of strange coincidence, or... Yeah, I owe you my life. If it hadn't been for you, I would have died yesterday. Yesterday? What happened yesterday? I didn't even see her. A soft chuckle escapes from her, and she slowly takes a step towards me. I guess this isn't really making much sense. Sorry, I'm just nervous to explain it. I'm suddenly reminded of what happened with Ash and Lucy. The atmosphere now is just like then. Don't tell me that Rena is some kind of freaky creature thing, too. As the sun sinks lower, her features become harder to make out against the light. You see, if you hadn't run out into the street yesterday, that speedy monster would have killed me. Speedy monster? Now I'm completely lost. It's pretty embarrassing, but I got my head stuck in a jar and almost got crushed by the speedy monster. It kept screaming at me, and the next thing I knew, I was picked up and tumbling around. Then a human pulled the jar off of me, but I was panicking, so I ran away. It was you, though. I remember seeing your face, and you smelled the same as you did then. That's right. I was heading home from school, and I saved that fox from getting hit. How could I possibly forget that ordeal? But she can't possibly be trying to tell me. Something slowly begins to rise out of the back of her skirt. I can't make out the details of what it is, but judging from the shape, there's no mistaking that it's a tail. It was really hard trying to hide this from you, you know, but I couldn't show you right away. How can she be so nonchalant? There's no way this is real. That tail is just a fake attached to a string or something, and her ears are just a headband. As if to spite my thoughts, the animal ears twitch to the sides for a moment before turning back to the front. As I stare at her with my stunned expression, the ears slowly start to lay flat as if she's embarrassed. Let's go! There's so many Rena sprites because there's like ears up, ears down, ears like straight up for when she's surprised, versions with no ears, tail, no tail, different clothes and stuff. I love Rena's design. Even if like the clothing choices are weird, but that's kind of supposed to be the whole point. But let's keep going. This is who I am. I'm a fox, Leo. You probably still don't believe me, but I had to find a way to thank you properly for what you did. You're the first human I've ever trusted. I'm stunned, to say the least. My voice gets caught in my throat, and the only sounds I can make are incomprehensible stutters. You probably think I'm crazy, huh? That would be the most human reaction. I managed to find my voice, though I'm still not entirely sure what to say. Oh, so you're that. Her ears start to rise, but fall back flat again. My choice of words was poor, but I can't help myself at this point. You know, you really had me there for a second. So how are you making those things move? My pathetic chuckles are met with her blank stare. She doesn't need to say anything to tell me that the ears and tail are real. Come on, you've had your fun now. I step towards her and casually reach towards her head, something I would never normally do, especially to someone I don't know well. She doesn't cower away or back off like I would expect. My first thought is to touch her animal ears, but I reach for the side of her head instead. To my great surprise, there's nothing under those bouncy locks of red hair. My fingers are met by nothing but a smooth surface where her ears should be. In my shock, I insensitively and unintentionally pull my hand away and step back. Despite my rude actions, she simply fixes her hair so that it hides the earless spot again and drops her gaze downwards. You don't mind if I still want to meet with you sometimes, do you? I've never met a real human I could trust before. The smooth feeling on my fingers leaves a tingling sensation. I'm starting to doubt myself. Can any of this really be possible? No, there's no such thing as magic. Maybe she just had a birth defect and doesn't have actual ears. That's possible and plausible enough. Except that the ones on top of her head keeps moving like she's consciously controlling them. And that tail, it has to be fake, right? I can't see a string or anything holding it up, but there's definitely a trick to it. I think. Or maybe I don't. I don't even know what to believe right now. This is all too much, and it's crazy enough that I think she's actually telling the truth. The longer I stay here with her, the less sense this is going to make. I need to clear my head before the ear and tails drive me insane. Sorry, I just remembered something I had to do at home. It's urgent. Yeah, I'll see you around. She looks hurt, and I anxiously make my way around her. Without looking back, I stiffly march towards the edge of the forest, fully aware that her gaze is directed on me. My pace quickens once I'm out of the forest. It's possible she's following me, but I need to get away from her before I say or do anything stupider or more offense than I already have. I look back for a moment, and the edge of the forest is at least a block behind me. Rena's figure is standing next to the trees and looking at me, but she isn't giving chase. I don't stop walking until I've turned a corner, effectively taking the forest entrance out of my sight. My lungs greedily take in gulps of air, and my heart keeps pounding, threatening to burst out of my chest. I'm still not entirely sure why I ran away from her, but it was my first instinct. My animal instinct. There's no way. There's just no way. She's playing a joke on me. She has to be. I keep telling myself that, but the seriousness in her voice and the sincerity in her eyes were unlike how she spoke for the entire walk through the forest. I creep back around the corner to get another peek at the forest's entrance. As expected, she's no longer there. I let out a sigh and slowly turn back around. Ash, Lucy, and Rena. In just a few days, I've managed to run into 3 girls who've tried to convince me they're not humans. and they've honestly haven't done a bad job of it. What's next? Is Ami going to suddenly reveal that she's actually some kind of creature too? What if I turn out to be the only human in this whole city? I shake my head. It's such a ridiculous and far-fetched thought that I feel silly just imagining it. It isn't true. It's all some kind of elaborate prank that they've collaborated to pull off. I bet Yuji's the one behind it. I'd better see if I can get him to spill the beans. But I can't exactly be upfront about any of this. If, and this is a big if, they're not lying and Yuji has nothing to do with it, I can't just go blabbing around about there being mystical animal and tree people running around. Not only would he think I've gone nuts, I'd be selling them out after they put their trust in me. In that case, I probably shouldn't even mention it to him. It's such a stupid reason, but who knows what kind of mess I've really stumbled into. Is it just a prank, or are these girls being serious? Serious about being a tree, and having no weight, and now being a fox. I muss up my hair with both hands, tempted to scream out in frustration, but knowing better than to cause a scene. The last thing I need is to attract more attention to myself, and worst case scenario, Rena would come rushing out to see what's wrong. Some nearby dandelions become the victims of my frustration, flying off their stalks as I kick at each one without restraint. I'd better get home and try to sleep this off. If I let these things stew in my head, I'll probably go crazy. The trail of dandelion corpses behind me seems like an indication that I might already be going crazy. I dig my teeth into my lower lip and run the entire way home. I can taste some blood starting to seep out, but it doesn't even matter at this point. I just want my normal life to return. Okay, chat, it is getting quite dark in here, so I'm going to take a moment to just get the lights set up, because I didn't think I was going to be here for this long, but it is taking quite a long time to get through all of this, so let me come back in a minute once the lights are set up. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot better. There's a lot of shadows and stuff behind me, but you know what? Who cares? That is not the point. Also, sorry that took a while for me to get that going, but yeah, okay. So, let me see. Okay. So, let's get back to it. So, what has happened? We just had the Rena reveal. Uh and it's wild and crazy. Oh my god, there are more. There are more things. I mean, you should have already gotten the idea of what all of these girls are at this point. So yeah, let's keep going. So, you have one new message. Hi Leo, it's Mom. You're probably still sleeping, but don't forget to meet us at the station today. The train should get us there by about 10 o'clock. See you soon. Oh yeah, we get to see his parents now. So that's cool. I don't think anyone has been watching stream for long enough at this point to have seen that his parents were coming. But yeah, I slumped back onto my bed and glanced at the clock. 8:30, huh? After everything that's been going on lately, I completely forget that they were coming for a visit today. I'm not exactly in the best state of mind to see them. Well, that should be a past tense. That should say forgot. Um, so here's another drink to that. Rena, what was that all about yesterday? It's crazy. Okay. The tail was one thing, but the unnatural smoothness on the side of her head was on another level. My fingers are still tingling at the thought. This is crazy. It had to be some kind of elaborate prank. She didn't really seem like the kind of person to pull that kind of practical joke, so I just let her make a complete idiot out of me. Though she wasn't laughing. She actually seemed pretty serious. Serious about being a fox. I lie there in silence for a while, stuck on how her ears could be missing and how any of this could be real. As the minutes tick by, I remember that I need to get out of here if I'm going to meet my parents on time. With a grunt, I pull myself up and head out the door. I've still got some time. If I take the forest path, maybe I'll run into her. Something about the forest seems different today. It seems more lively, more active. Every slight movement in the trees catches my attention. I can't help but look over every time a twig snaps or a bush rustles in the distance. Are my senses heightened because I actually want to find Rena? No, that's stupid. I'll talk to her if I happen to run into her, but that's it. Focus, Leo. You're going to meet your parents, nothing else. Focus. Focus. Damn it! I kick at the dirt in frustration, scaring off some unsuspecting birds. How could I possibly push something like this to the back of my mind? She said she's a fox. A fox! Well, she did more than just say it, but it can't be possible. I take a look around. I'm not too far into the forest yet, so if I step off the path, I probably won't get lost. I just have to make sure the edge of the forest stays in sight at all times. Probably wasting my time, though. What are the odds I'd even run into her in a forest this size? She might not even be here. I still got the feeling I'd regret not trying. Okay, here we go, chat, again. Are we going left? Are we going right? Are we following the path? What is the decision? Let's put these in here because I don't know if anyone's going to say anything. So go left, go right, follow the path. Okay, I'll give it a bit. I'll give it a bit so you guys have time to decide, and then if nothing happens, then we are off to decide which way we're going. And this time I'll leave it all weighted the same. Go left, go right, follow the path. Because these answers don't really seem like they should be overly obvious about which one will lead where and do what. So Let's see, chat. Anything? Anyone wanna? Well, okay. I'm going to spin the wheel, so let's look at the wheel. Go left, go right, follow the path. What are we doing? We are going left. Okay. So, we are going left. Let's do it. I know the risks of going off the path, but I should be fine if I walk in a straight line. With that thought in mind, I turn left and make sure not to wander side to side too much. Okay, that's a weirdly written sentence, but okay. I get what I was going for with it. I definitely wrote that part. Left, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I know whose scene it is. I constantly stumble over rocks and roots. It's probably a bad idea to go looking for Rena in such a huge forest, but it's the only place I've ever really seen her. Though, assuming that whatever she was saying the other day was true, it's possible that I've seen her all over the place. No, it's not possible. All these weird non-human people can't possibly exist. Those are the facts, but I can't get the image of Rena's serious expression out of my head. Lucy was the same way, and Ash wouldn't have let herself collapse like that if she was just messing around. All three of them went out of their way to show me who they are, what they are. I shake my head and clap. Clap my cheeks comes up again. Oh, it's been so long since it came up. It's been like hours. Okay, well, here we go. There's 20. It's not even a bad thing. It's just like I said I would drink every time clap cheeks comes up. To clear those thoughts from my mind. It's impossible for things like that to exist. They're all fairy tales and myths, nothing more. Whoa! I almost trip over a few exposed roots. I have got to stop getting lost in my thoughts. Falling over in the forest isn't exactly my idea of fun. As I thought, finding Rena in the forest isn't an easy task. I wander for about 10 minutes before stumbling into Ash's clearing. Well, I guess that's not all bad. Maybe I can ask her if she's seen Rena. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Ash since she collapsed. I should check to see how she is. Mara said she would be fine, and she looked okay when she was back here. Ash? Leo? Yep, it's an Ash scene. We didn't get the Rena one, Sag. I hear a rustling in the branches of the large trees. A few leaves shake free and spiral to the ground before I notice a pair of legs dangling from a branch. A few moments later, Ash drops from the tree, landing with a grace I hadn't expected. Oh, always. That is such a bad effect. She pulls herself up to stand, stretching somewhat. Seems I woke her from a nap. She smiles to me as I close the distance between us. It seems there's no ill will about my absence the past few days or my actions from the last time we spoke. It's good to see you again, Leo. I was worried I had scared you off. Well, maybe a little, but I did say I would see you again, didn't I? I can't recall, though it is possible Mara failed to adequately pass on the message. I must admit that I am rather surprised to see you so soon after that incident. You must have been confused and shocked, I'm sure. A nod, a nervous smirk forming on my lips. Yeah. I scratch my head a little, finding it difficult to get out the words I want to say. Do I just flat out ask? No. I should ask her how she is first, right? Or maybe I should ask if she's seen Rena, since that's why I came here in the first place. You can ask, Leo. I'll do my best to answer. Her words prompt me to blurt out a rather stupid question. How? She lets out a chuckle, bringing her hand to her mouth in an attempt to hide it. She doesn't do a great job, but thankfully I don't consider it rude. I ask myself the same question quite often, I'm afraid. Even I do not fully understand the how or why I came to be like this. Needless to say, somehow I was separated from my body and given this one. She gestures to the tree and then down at herself. My brow furrows. Regardless of how convincing she was 2 days ago, this is still an incredibly difficult thing to believe. How someone can one day be a tree and then be a person is just baffling. Okay, so you are this tree? In essence, yes. I am still tied to my original body and to this forest. I do not expect you to ever fully understand or believe all of this, Leo, so please do not stress yourself trying to. Even I have difficulty believing this happened at times. I chew the inside of my cheeks as I look at Ash. She certainly looks like a perfectly normal girl. Do you ever wish it hadn't happened? Or had worked differently? I can see her visibly shrink back as I ask the question. She does her best not to show it, but it's hard to not see the sadness glint in her eyes. I almost wish I hadn't asked. A silence passes over us with Ash's eyes struggling to stay fixed on mine. Sometimes. Her voice is quiet, sad. There's more to be said, I can tell, so I stay quiet and let her continue. I am unsure if I regret existing like this, or regret that I cannot venture beyond this place. Is this body a blessing or a curse? To exist like this, and yet be unable to truly exist with your kind. It is a cruel fate, is it not? I make a noise in the back of my throat, trying my best to answer her in some capacity. What can I say? It's clear that something here is keeping her alive, but I don't understand well enough to question her. I'm sorry. It's a pathetic attempt at making her feel better, I know it is, but I can't just leave her like that. She lets out a small laugh. Forgive me, I did not mean to get so melancholy. I exhale slowly and try to smile to assure her that it's okay. What else can I do, after all? We both stand in silence for a moment before Ash shakes her head. I'm being silly. I apologize. I don't talk about this very often. If at all, I bet. Thank you, though, for comforting me. I'm grateful that you listened. Don't mention it. The beeping of my phone breaks both of us out of our focus. I curse myself a little. I promised my parents I wouldn't be late, and here I am. With how awkward the situation is, it feels weird to just up and leave. Sorry, but I have to go. I'm meeting my parents today, and I'm running late. Ash raises her eyebrows curiously, her gaze following my phone as she nods in acknowledgement. I apologize for delaying you. No, it's fine. It's not like I've never been late before, but, well, you know. We stand facing each other for a moment or two longer before I let an awkward smile onto my face. I'll see you around, okay? I look forward to it. With that, I hurry off, my mind ablaze with questions and regret for how that ended. I wish I'd been able to stay longer, but I'll have to save it for next time. Through my sweat-drenched eyes, I finally spot the familiar outline of the school appear over the crest of the hill. I should just about make it there in time, although I wouldn't have to be jogging right now if I had just left that business with Ash until later. I'm still not entirely sure if I should be wasting my time with her. Lucy, Rena, Ash, I wouldn't be surprised if the next girl I ran into claimed she was a sentient rock or something. At any rate, I don't have time to think about it now. I need to hurry so my parents aren't waiting too long. I already don't see them much as it is, and being late would just make me feel even more guilt. I gasp for air as the collar of my shirt suddenly tightens and the upper half of my body comes to an abrupt halt, followed several seconds after by my dangling legs. Oh, another fantastic scene incoming. Well, if it isn't Leonardo! As I cough and catch my breath, a feeling of dread overtakes me. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. With no escape route immediately obvious, I begrudgingly turn around. Whew, you nearly tore my arm off the speed you were going. Impeccable timing, however, as I just received some very exciting news. I don't bother to suppress my eye roll. As always, she seems to either not notice or not care. That's great, but come now, this won't take but a moment of your time, and I'm sure you're dying to know all about it. Dying inside is more like it. No, she does. So I was just having a lovely chat with my professor the other day, you see, and it just so happens that he'd been in a meeting with the university's director of strategic oversight. I've spent so much time discussing my research with him that... And on she goes. We dance our usual dance, me trying to politely move on and her drifting inevitably back into my path without breaking her stream of consciousness, sometimes even forcing me back a step so that I don't tread on her feet. I'm almost impressed at how she manages it without any apparent effort whatsoever. I force a polite smile and nod every so often, but I still have no idea what it is she's even talking about, nor do I particularly care. Desperate to find an excuse to leave before graduation day, I peer around Sheeta's head as she continues unrelentingly. To the left, a car parked in front of the school catches my eye. Maybe someone stayed after hours? As the thought crosses my mind, Mr. Yu emerges from the front entrance, precariously balancing a sack of boxes in his arms. It looks like he's taking the last of his belongings home for the summer. And they've agreed to divert discretionary funding from the Collegiate Academic Interest Grant to back it. Isn't that exciting, Leonardo? Oh, yes, very. By the way, if you could only grasp the full magnitude of this development. I never really gave it much thought when I was in high school, but this is ridiculous. I'm going to have to just cut her off and walk away at this rate. There's nothing for it. Hang on a minute. Some movement past Sheeta's right shoulder catches my eye. It's hard to tell from here, but I think... Is that Mara? The figure standing on the path looks toward me and immediately breaks out into laughter. Yeah, it's Mara, alright. Sheeta continues to rant and gesticulate obliviously, and I anxiously glance back and forth over her shoulders at my two possible options. Mr. Yu looks kind of busy, but I could escape into the school under the pretext that I'm supposed to be helping him. Then all I'd have to do is leave through the back entrance. On the other hand, I could chance it with Mara. She's not exactly a people person, but if I'm lucky, she might create some kind of distraction, although it's kind of hard to tell if she'd play along or not. Every moment I spend deciding leaves me with less time to get to this train station. I'd better figure something out quick. Okay, chat, what are we doing? Are we calling Mr. Yu for help, or are we are we using Mr. Yu as an excuse, or are we signaling Mara for help? What do we do? This is a coin flip. This is, yeah, so not a spinner wheel. I will flip the coin. So heads is top, tails is bottom. I know what we want, but what are we getting? We've got heads. Okay, so assuming that no one's going to say anything, we're going to use Mr. Yu as an excuse. So let's do it. But we just look at the time. I really have to go. Wow, that was bad. Oh, but you simply must hear the rest of my story. I've lost my place now, so I'll need to start over. Sorry, can we save it for another time? My teacher is actually meeting me right over there, and he'll be mad if I'm late. Sheeta glances at the car I'm pointing at with a disappointed scowl. Luckily for me, Mr. Yu just went back inside, so she won't see that he's actually just bringing his belongings home. With a quick huff, she turns my way again and drops her sunglasses over her eyes with a sweep of her fingers. Very well, Leonardo, you were in quite the hurry when you arrived, so I suppose that you must already be running late. Do make sure to stop for a chat the next time you see me, though. I simply must finish my story for you. Right, sure, see you around. Without looking back, I scurry off towards the school before she has a chance to reconsider. As I reach the entrance doors, I glance back to check whether the coast is clear. Sheeta is still standing on the other side of the street, fixated on her clipboard. I'd rather not deal with the consequences if she happened to look this way and saw me sneaking off, so I'd better go inside just to be safe. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Mara still standing in the same spot as before and giving me what I could swear was a rather uncharacteristic thumbs-up gesture. Well, I don't have time to think about that right now. I stride briskly down the corridor, relaxing slightly as I notice the clock on the wall. I should still be able to make it to the station almost on time if I get a move on. The empty classrooms pass by in a blur as I rush down the hallways. I've never seen the school so devoid of life before. It'd be a little spooky if it weren't the middle of a perfectly sunny day. I screech to a halt as some distant murmuring reaches my ears. It sounds like Mr. Yu's talking on the phone just around the corner. I chance a peek, and sure enough, he's chuckling a sheepish apology to someone. His wife, maybe. It's probably not a good idea to let him see me running around the empty school. As soon as he turns around, I'll sneak past him. Luck seems to be on my side. He saunters into a classroom and shuts the door behind him while continuing to apologize. If there's no one else around, why would he need to close the door? It doesn't matter. I need to get going. I take this opportunity to hurry off, making a full-on dash towards the exit and on my way to the train station. Looks like I'm in luck. The train is just pulling into the station now. I stop in a patch of shade to catch my breath. I really need to find some ways to avoid running into Sheeta. Or at the very least, figure out how to end her conversation more quickly. I manage to slow my breathing, but there's not much I can do about looking so sweaty. As long as my parents don't think I'm getting heat stroke, it shouldn't matter too much. Leo, over here! Their heights need to be adjusted because it's like Lyra's weirdly tall and Orion's supposed to be really tall and Lyra's supposed to be not so tall. But yeah, I'm wrapped in a hug before I even have the chance to greet them properly. Oh, I've missed you, sweetie. How have you been? Is everything going well with school? Are you lonely without us around? Ha ha ha! Give him a second to breathe, Lyra. He says that, but all he's doing is laughing and patting my shoulder a little too strongly. My parents, Lyra and Orion Hurst. Fun-loving, enthusiastic go-getters that manage to work their way up to successful careers while raising 2 kids in a busy city. For someone like me, they're the perfect people to go for life advice, and yet I don't think I've ever taken advantage of that. Maybe it's the fact that I'm kind of the black sheep in my family, the one that never really adopted that reach for the stars mentality. Who knows, but it's thanks to them that I never really had any troubles growing up. I didn't expect them to show up in their work clothes, but it's not surprising. As the district superintendent and the head of university exchange students, it's hard for them to get much time off, let alone time off together. It's kind of weird that they'd have to go to work on a weekday after school's been let out, though. I guess I don't really know what they do during the off-season. Regardless, I should feel lucky that they never neglected me as a kid, considering how often they have to work. If anything, my sister and I were always doted on whenever we needed anything. I never let it get to my head, but Karina, spoiled, is just one way of describing her. Thanks to their jobs, there was hardly any effort to get transferred into my current school. Actually, it was more of a struggle getting my mom's permission to live on my own. I had to call her pretty much every day for my first year just to let her know that I was still alive and well. Dad's more easygoing, but maybe that's what happens when one parent... And it cuts off there because that is bad programming, so... Finish that drink. Let me pour the rest. But I will not count that as one on the drink tally because it's not a missing word or bad grammar or sentence. It's just that it's bad programming more of that and like not double checking. But again, I only did the bare minimum to make sure that the script ran and worked before I started doing this stream and everything, so, you know, the fact that it even works now is pretty much all you need to know. So that does not count as a drink. At least not a tallied drink. Why they keep... What is this? Oh, Japanese spam. Report. I don't know what this is. I'm glad that I'm here now, though. They're both pretty protective to the point that it can get overbearing, so having this freedom is nice. I miss home-cooked meals and the luxuries of home, but overall I feel more like myself out here. Feels like ages before my mom finally releases me, and I might be imagining it, but I think the shoulder my dad was patting has gone numb. Oh, but it really has been a long time since we last saw you, Leo. When was it again? 6 months ago? Okay, so here's another thing. I remember when we had this out as a demo, and you had this encounter with the parents, or I guess it never got this far, but there was the phone call with the parents, and a lot of people thought it was weird that the parents' names showed up as, like, their names instead of just being, you know, like, mom and dad, and I never thought about it that hard. I always just thought, you know, it's their names, and they are very clear right from the beginning that they are mom and dad, and Leo always calls them mom and dad, so having their names never felt weird to me, but I don't know, what do you guys think? Let me know let me know in chat or down below in the comments when this is a VOD. Yeah, something like that, right around winter break. It's too bad Karina was busy today. She said she'd come visit you sometime when she's free. I'm sure she misses you as much as we have. She doesn't miss me at all. She's a brat. That was the sad thing. So we have all the art and all the sprites for Karina, but she doesn't show up in this beginning arc, like the common route, so we never got a chance to actually utilize any of her sprites. Just as long as she calls ahead. This isn't the first time they've come to visit, and it's always a bit of a scramble trying to figure out things to do while they're here. I feel a bit guilty that they had to come all the way out here instead of getting me to come back home for a few days. It's not like it'd be much trouble to visit home. I guess I shouldn't feel too bad since they were the ones that said they'd come visit me and insisted that it was fine. Now I just need days to focus on them instead of the crazy stuff from the past few days. So Leo, any lucky ladies you want to tell us about? Well, so much for not thinking about the crazy stuff. Ooh, a handsome guy like you is bound to have more than a few girls chasing after you. But that doesn't mean you can bring them back to your apartment. We talked about this before, remember? I know, but no, my only close female friend is Ami, and I don't actually know many other... My sentence trails off as images of Lucy, Ash, and Rena all pop into my head. This is probably the worst time to be thinking about those problems again. Leo, you zoned out there. Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just, thinking. Thinking, eh? Yeah, so there is a girl, isn't there? What? No, not even close. So, then it's a boy? What? You know we love you, Leo, so if it really is a boy, that won't change anything. No, that's not what I meant either. They both have a good laugh while I try to suppress an oncoming headache. There's no way I'm telling them about those girls. I'd rather mention Sheeta before any of them. At least she isn't trying to convince me that she's some crazy animal spirit, whatever kind of thing. Except at this point, I don't think it'd even faze me if she turned out to be one too. We spend the day mainly just wandering around the city and catching up on what's been going on since the last time we saw each other. Other than this crazy past week, which I won't be mentioning to them, there isn't really much to tell them about. I go to school, I hang out with my friends, and I do normal high schooler things. Was my life always this routine? I wave to my parents through the window of the train as it pulls sluggishly away from the platform, before turning away to hide the wave of relief that washes over me. It's nice to see them every now and then, of course, but it always reminds me of why I wanted to live out here in the first place. Then again, that could mostly be attributed to Karina's behavior over there coddling. An involuntary shudder runs down my spine at the prospect of her coming to visit on her own in the near future, and I try to shake the thought from my mind as I turn and start heading out the city area. By the time I reach the school, the setting sun has painted the sky a vivid orange, and I pause for a moment to consider my options. Rush hour was a while ago, and there shouldn't be any students around, so heading home through the residential district is probably a better choice than getting lost in the dark on one of the other paths. Before I can get very far down the road, a rustle in one of the bushes alongside catches my attention. I cock an ear to try and identify it. Ooh, that's not very good writing. So let's go 21. That's on me too. I definitely wrote this part. Huh, nothing, I guess. I continue walking, trying to think of somewhere in town I can unobtrusively dump Karina on her own when she comes to visit so I can get a break from her nonsense. There it is again. What is that? I stop and squat down in front of the nearest shrub and peer curiously inside, trying to catch a glimpse of the offending critter. But so, oh god, that I forgot that it goes up really suddenly like that, so it's like, but good thing the volume is down. Boo! I break the world high jump record, emitting a very unmanly sound in the process. Gasping for air like a fish out of water, I point a finger accusingly at her, still unable to speak. She cackles malevolently back, hands planted firmly on her hips. You know, if you jumped much higher there, you would have probably taken off. My heart finishes tap dancing on the inside of my chest, and I feel my breathing returning to normal. Speaking of taking off, kudos to you for earlier. You escaped from that obnoxious woman much quicker than I expected you to. The alternative was asking you for help, and somehow I doubt that would have done me much good. Oh, I don't think you give me enough credit, kid. Would you have helped me? She smirks devilishly, but doesn't answer. Something about the combination of that expression and her creepy eyes gives me the jitters. Fine, keep your secrets. Ah, Lord of the Rings lines going, fine, keep your secrets. I'm going home. Mara falls in beside me as I step past her, and we walk down the street together in awkward silence. Streetlights begin to flicker into life as the sky darkens, and the only sound besides our footsteps is that of chirping wildlife and the occasional murmur of leaves in the treetops. Now and then I glance surreptitiously at her, but her expression is flat and unreadable. What is she up to? Eventually the silence grows more uncomfortable than I can bear, and I clear my throat nervously. So, did you need something from me? Nope. Oh, I see. The silence resumes, and I glance at her again to try and figure out if I'm missing some sort of cue. Do you live in this direction too? Sort of. Not really, though. I'm, not sure Look, don't get your tail in a knot, kid. I'm just walking this way because I feel like it. I'm not gonna do anything to you. Why so paranoid? Are you scared of the dark or something? I guess you could say I'm kind of on edge, you know, after all the weird stuff that's happened lately. Weird stuff? I glower at the side of her head as she stares pointedly forward, an all too familiar grin of smug satisfaction troubling her lips. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. She's the one who told me to go see Ash the other day. That alone was bad enough, but with Lucy and Rena's revelations, too, that makes 3 weirdos in the last 3 days, more than enough to throw anyone off balance. Mara eyeballs me condescendingly out of the side of her face. You'll be fine, kid. Mara, this isn't some stupid prank you've been orchestrating, is it? This business with Rena and Lucy is one thing, but don't you think you took it too far with Ash? She looks over at me and arches an eyebrow. After a moment's silence, she continues in an uncharacteristically serious voice. Ash has been a friend of mine for a very long time, kid. Something you wouldn't understand. Well, it's not like you don't have form. What were you even doing hiding in the bushes earlier? Do you get a kick out of accosting young boys or something? She stops dead in her tracks and her face darkens ominously. Careful, kid. Did I look like I was having a good time when I was carrying Ash back to her tree? Who do you think you are, anyway? You can't just go throwing around accusations because you don't like me. What? I never said anything like that. You think that was a prank? Are you blind? Didn't you see for yourself just how serious that was, you idiot? You're asking me to believe that she needs to stay near a tree in order to live? What am I supposed to be seeing exactly? If anyone around here is the idiot, it's you! It's you! She flares her nostrils and snarls, her narrow reptilian eyes staring daggers at me. I stand my ground. After a few seconds of staring each other down, she seems to concede defeat. Mumbling incomprehensibly, she starts off down the road again, her hands jammed into her pockets. Almost immediately, I regret snapping at her. It wasn't a fight I needed to pick, and after everything that happened with the other girls, I could really do without having to wrestle with a guilty conscience as well. I stride briskly down the street and catch up with Mara, hoping she'll tell me to buzz off or something so that we can at least talk to each other again. Annoyingly, she ignores me completely. I guess I'll have to swallow my pride after all. Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. Don't flatter yourself. I don't care about your little temper tantrums. She doesn't meet my gaze, and I'm left unconvinced. The atmosphere thickens uncomfortably as we walk in silence. My heart darts around for something to change the subject with, but nothing from the forest of empty streets and identikit houses grabs my attention. Okay, some of these, again, Mara scenes. I wrote a fair amount of the scenes, but a lot of these in-between bits are definitely written by the original author. Because I would never have used the word identikit. I don't even know that that's a word. I'm sure it is, but I don't know what it means, other than just, why not just identical or similar? Eventually, the tension reaches boiling point, and more in hope than expectation, I throw out the first thing that comes to mind. Tension reaches, but I guess it's fine, yeah. So, anyway, the next time I run into Sheeta, would you mind helping out instead of laughing? I could really use the help. What? I send what I hope is a winning smile her way, and after a moment of bemusement, she snorts and softens her expression a little. You don't need help, kid. You just need street smarts like me. After all, you didn't seem to have any good trouble getting rid of her today. Any guidance you can give me will be greatly appreciated, oh wise one. When should I report to your dojo for training? Presumptuous, aren't you? I'll have you know, this right here is years of training and experience. You don't just give that kind of thing away for free, especially not to grasshoppers like you. Grasshopper? You're not that much older than me. Age is just a number, kid. Ooh, mysterious. Does anyone actually fall for that shtick? I'm not the one who can't even escape a simple conversation. No thanks to you. She lets out a giggle, not a mean or condescending one like I'm used to hearing from her, but a genuine, honest laugh. Oh, this is why Mara was gonna be best girl. Just so good interactions. I'm taken aback. Normally just being around her makes me feel unsettled, but right now she's actually kind of nice. Cute even. It's hard to believe this is the same girl as before. If someone were watching us now, blabbering away and laughing each other, we'd probably look like a pair of love-struck teenagers, assuming, of course, they didn't hear all the shouting that went on before this. In fairness, all the shouting before would have made more sense because it's like, oh, teenagers, look at them doing their dumb little arguments that result in nothing. Ugh. Oh, exactly. So, then again, there are plenty of guys at school who always have one girl or other clinging onto their arms and proclaiming undying love, and they seem to shout plenty at each other. I wonder if they hide in bushes waiting to startle one another as well. Cut it out, Leo. I feel my cheeks reddening from such a ridiculous train of thought. I hardly even know this girl, after all. You know, kid, you remind me of someone I knew a long time ago. Oh, that expression. The soft smile from Mara. Sorry, what? Am I interrupting something? No, sorry, go on. What handsome and intelligent young man do I remind you of? She smiles and gazes up at a few early stars in thought. As she hums contemplatively, it becomes apparent that her smile is disappearing once again. Uh-oh, please don't be an angry memory. It really was a long time ago, huh? I didn't realize it had been so long since I last saw him. Him? Some sort of ex-boyfriend, maybe. That might explain why she acted so familiar with me when we first met. If the way she treats me is anything to go by, it must have ended badly. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. She waves me away dismissively and stares with longing up into the night sky. It reminds me of the expression she had when I left her on the swings in the park. Was she thinking about this guy then too? Whatever happened must have been pretty painful for her to look the way she does. Mara, why don't... Huh? My train of thought screeches to a halt as I catch sight of a large black shape slowly descending from the back of her hoodie. I quickly look from it to her face, but she still seems to be lost in thought. Whatever it is seems to be uncurling as it slowly continues to fall out. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it looked like a snake. In fact, it looks exactly like a snake. What the heck? The end of the thing hits the ground, and a chill runs up my spine as it begins to curl around her leg. Does she not realize what's going on? Mara, there's something... Unable to continue, I raise a quivering finger and point at her leg. Eventually, she takes notice of me and glances down. The cicadas drone mournfully as we stand there for one interminable moment, a frozen tableau lost in a crack in time. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. In an instant, her face is mere inches from mine, closer than I've ever seen her before, her fearsome eyes glinting angrily in the streetlight. The absurd, fleeting thought crosses my mind that she might be about to kiss me, soon belied by the hand closing tightly around my neck. Don't say a word. Unable to meet her gaze, I glance at the floor, catching a glimpse of the strange black mass vanishing back up inside her hoodie. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice that her hand has the same black covering as her neck. I've never been close enough to observe, but they look like scales? No, she's another creature. Thing, isn't she? Just like Rena, Lucy, and Ash. What the hell is wrong with this place? Why are all these crazy fantasists wandering around, and why do I keep running into them? A long time passes before Mara releases her grip on me. Don't ever mention this to anyone. Do you understand? Why do you understand, Leo? I can hear the breath catching in her voice. She really means this. She even called me by my name. Yeah, sure. Not a peep. Apparently unconvinced, she continues to stare at me in anger. The hand she was using to grab me still hovers clenched at her chest, and I can see it shivering despite the heat. Abruptly, she turns on her heel and hurries off in the other direction without another word, leaving me standing there dumbfounded. How is this possible? Was that scaly black thing some kind of tail? Was she hiding it this whole time, even when she came to Ash's rescue? My head throbs as I try to process this new development. Every fiber of my being is telling me this must be some kind of hoax, but this is the fourth time in as many days something like this has happened. Is this really happening? Is anyone in this place not some crazy were thing? No, they're people. They're just people, weird human people. I will my legs into action, and they shakily drag me in the direction of my apartment. Tonight will not be an easy night's sleep. Whoa. Oh, the Mara scene. Mara is best girl. She's always kind of fated to be best girl. Sleep isn't coming easy to me. With everything that's happened over the past few days, my head is full to the point of bursting. I feel mentally exhausted, but I can't stop my mind from racing. The clock reads a little past 3 in the morning. I've been lying here for hours and still don't feel any closer to falling asleep. I guess there's no point in just lying in bed hoping to fall asleep. A walk might help tire me out, or at least clear my head. I quickly throw on a jacket and grab a flashlight, just in case, as I head out. The air is surprisingly warm for this time of night, more than I'm used to at home for sure, but the occasional burst of wind brings a chill that makes me glad I brought a jacket. I wander pretty aimlessly for a while, my mind jumping from meeting to meeting with each of the strange girls I've met. Why did they all choose to reveal themselves to me? I suppose they didn't all do it voluntarily, but I was still the one who found out. I'm not sure how it happens, but I soon found myself along the edge of the forest where I first met Ash and Rena. I must have come here subconsciously with where my mind was. I shrug and push in through the trees, clicking on my flashlight as I navigate my way to the center. Ash seems pretty calm and in the know. Maybe she can help settle my thoughts. If nothing else, just talking to someone might help clear my head. I just hope it doesn't end up giving me more to think about. It takes a few minutes in between getting lost in the darkness or tripping over the occasional branch, but eventually I find my way to Ash's clearing. Ash, are you here? She surprises me when she pops her head from around the other side of the tree, the telltale bags under her eyes signaling she's either just woken up or is about to settle down for the night. Leo, what are you doing here so late? I couldn't sleep, so I ended up taking a walk. Couldn't sleep? Why not? I chuckle a little, scratching my cheek as I close the distance between us. With everything that's happened the past week or so, it's just kind of difficult to get my mind to switch off so I can rest. What do you mean? I pause and consider how to explain it. Surely she understands what I mean and is asking what in particular is keeping me up. Well, I'm just having a hard time believing Rena is actually a fox, or that you're some kind of tree spirit. Earlier, Mara accidentally showed me her tail, and a few days ago, another girl tried to tell me she wasn't human either. How am I supposed to sleep when all this weird stuff is happening around me? You consider us weird? No, I didn't mean that your personalities are weird. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be lying, but wait, what am I saying? She starts to chuckle a little, holding her hand above her mouth as she does. I was only teasing you, Leo. I know you wouldn't think badly of us, despite how shocked by it all that you might be. Yeah. Perhaps if you knew more about our situations, it would help you sleep sounder? I nod along with her words. It's actually why I visited. I thought maybe you could help clear things up. Then I'll do my best to help. I do know the others quite well, so what would you like to know? Okay. Well, so, up until this point, we have not seen Rena enough times and gotten enough Rena points to have Rena be an option in this situation. So we only have two choices: ask about Mara, ask about Ash. Who are we going for, chat? To me, it's obvious. I've already said, but I would like to point out. So I was saying earlier, Mara has some of the best scenes. I mean, up until now, she's also she has had some of the best scenes, and I think it continues. There's not much left of the game, to be honest. But Mara is arguably my best girl in this game. It feels weird to say that because this is my own game. But Ash was originally, when we were first trying to figure out what we wanted to do with this game and what kind of story, Ash was the main girl. So like in most visual novels there is a main girl, at least of the older ones. So if we think, let's say like Clannad, for example, Nagisa is obviously the main girl, but Tomoya can romance more girls than just Nagisa. So, you know, and you do actually have to go through all the other routes just in order to see Nagisa's fully all the way through to the end. So originally Ash was going to be that girl for this game. And then we decided, no, we want to go more general. We don't want to make a main girl because um, that puts more pressure on whoever's writing her to like make and uh, a more fulfilling and interesting story than everyone else's. Um, so we decided to, or I think I made more of an executive decision to say, no, we're just gonna have all of them are gonna be equal importance. They're all gonna have like an after story segment. There was a lot of story planned for all of these girls uh, in their routes. There was like a full regular heroine route after this main route, this common route, where you're basically just locked onto their path. And then after that, once you had gotten all 5 girls' routes completed, it would unlock I guess I shouldn't say it would unlock the you know what? No one's gonna be able to play this ever, so I will just say it. At the end of the good end of all their routes would be them wishing to become a human to stay with Leo, and then in that ending segment, for most part, it would end with the wish they kiss or like do whatever, and like yeah, that would end the route. But once you got all 5 of their routes completed and got the good ends for all of them, it would unlock the human arc, which would be an additional arc for all 5 of them where they become human and they have to then then they start going to school with Leo, and there's a lot of troubles with going to school because characters like one that has not shown up in this because she only shows up if you get her route, uh and Lucy and Rena can't read. They don't know anything. Mara can read a little bit, and Ash is the only one that is confirmed to be able to read. And so some of them have struggles in school because of academics. They all have struggles in school because of certain animosity from a specific character. I think I will leave that one off until maybe after I've played through this game a little more and showed off what is in it. But yeah, no, there was a lot planned out, and it just didn't work out because mainly because I didn't want to be a writer, and it was looking like I was gonna have to end up writing all the routes for all the girls. So yeah. But anyway, so chat, for those of you who are here and actually care enough to put me on the main monitor for like a few seconds, just type in there's no poll. There's not enough chatters for it to make a difference. So just tell me, uh, Ash or Mara, who do you want to see? Who do you want to hear more about? I know who I want to hear more about, but we might leave that for another day unless you guys decide on it. So, do you want to go for my subjective best girl or the original main girl? Who is it gonna be? Who do you want to know more about? Oh, ooh, disgusting. But it's here, and I need to do something with it. Either this or brandy. Can you even drink brandy by itself? That seems weird. I've never even thought of brandy. Brandy to me has always been a mixing liqueur. Or I guess, is it a liqueur? I don't know what brandy really is. It's either a mixing thing or it's a cooking thing. Um, and my friend made some flambe type stuff while he was here for Christmas dinner, and that's what he was using it for. And then I guess he just left the bottle. So who knows? Anyway, I've left it for long enough. It looks like chat doesn't care enough to decide on their own, so I will flip a coin for Mara or Ash. So let's do this. I think Who is on top? Who? It is Mara is heads, Ash is tails. Mara it is. Ask about Mara. Let's go. Do you know much about Mara? She is rather private about her life, but I have come to know her during our many years together. I've run into her a few times now. All she seems to do is tease or make fun of me, but I don't know. Is there any reason she singles me out, or does she do it to a lot of people? It's rather doubtful. Mara is quite distrusting of humans. She has had bad experiences in the past due to her nature and appearance. So I am the only one she annoys. That doesn't make me feel any better. However, I would suggest you don't take her behavior to heart. I understand that she can come across as abrasive. She is always on the defense, but if you can earn her trust, she will change. Well, okay, I'm not really sure if I want to get to know her more, but I guess if I can push past the teasing and death threats, then maybe we could actually get to know each other? But why me? Even the first time we met, it was nothing but insults. Ash chuckles a little bit in response to my question. I can't say I know for sure. Perhaps she thought you would be fun, or simply because of how often she's seen you. Maybe a part of her is hoping that if she keeps interacting with you, then you will do the same. She has been lonely for a very long time. Oh, the plot. The plot thickens, chat. Also, I want to cover up this Jaeger with as much as I can, so I'm putting in some ginger ale on top of the rocks. Some flat ginger ale, apparently. The plot thickens, though. She has been lonely for a very long time. Oh, sheesh. Forgive me, I believe I may have said too much. Please try and forget that I told you this. She doesn't like when people know how she feels. Consider it done. But I would like to know, what's up with her? Not to be judgmental or anything, but she does look kind of weird. Does she have a skin condition or something? Ash cocks her head to the side. I answer by gesturing down along the side of my neck, the same place I've occasionally noticed Mara's scales. She is like me. What do you mean? She isn't exactly what she appears to be. Her appearance is one of the reasons for her behavior, so I suggest you approach the subject more sensitively should you decide to raise it with her. Yeah, I wasn't really planning on asking her about it directly. A chuckle escapes Ash in a few humored breaths. I would agree with that. She rarely becomes truly angry with others, but if you were to upset her, I cannot even begin to describe what would become of you. Considering she basically threatened to kill me if I spoke a word about her tail, I don't think I need Ash's descriptions. If you two do come into contact again, I would advise you to just treat her as you have been. She doesn't often share information with me, but as of late she has been speaking about a rather foolish child that she keeps running into. Gee, thanks, Mara. Consider it a compliment. She's not spoken about a human so energetically in nearly, well, in a long time. I paused at the fact that Ash chose the word human, but considering the subject matter, I let it slide. Did she? I wasn't paying that much attention. Spoken about a human. Yep, okay. I'm not exactly used to being called a fool, and definitely not used to taking it as a compliment, though I guess I'm not used to pretty much everything that's happened over the past week or two. The sound of a yawn breaks me from my thoughts. Ash's hand is covering her wide open mouth as she does, and seeing her triggers my own, which I quickly cover as well. Forgive me, but it is rather late. Yeah, sorry for keeping you up. Thanks for talking with me. I do enjoy the opportunity to talk, Leo. Do you need my help finding your way out of the woods? I quickly shake my head and tell her that I'll be just fine. We bid a goodnight to each other, and I watch her climb into the branches of her tree with surprising agility before I make my way home. By the time I reach my bed, the sun is starting to rise, and I collapse face first into the covers before drifting off. Alright. There are no more choices to be had. This is where we find out what route we got. I think I have an idea. It's either gonna be we got onto a route or we failed. It's not. There's not a toss-up between multiple heroines here. It's either we got one of them or we just failed to get onto one at all. Let's see. The whole day is gone before I know it, and the orange rays of the sunset are peeking between my window blinds. I feel like I've been sitting on the edge of my bed without moving all day, but that can't be true. I don't think it's true, anyway. My mind is lingering on the events of last night. I still can't believe I actually went out and met with Ash. The whole situation seems surreal, but the fact that my shoes and jacket are on the floor instead of put away is reason enough to believe that I really did go into the forest last night. As crazy as it sounds in my head, there's really no reason not to think that it happened. I place my forehead into my palms, feeling anxious about what I should do. I can practically hear the cyclone of butterflies tumbling around in my stomach. I know I can't stay inside forever, but I'm reluctant to go anywhere in case I run into one of those girls again. Rena, Ash, Mara, Lucy, they're all some kind of strange creature. I didn't believe any of them, but at this point I'm having trouble denying what they've all told me. As much as I want to ignore all of it and pretend like I don't know any of them, they've all put their trust in me in some way or another. I'm still not entirely sure why, though. Rena and Lucy are the only ones with semi-valid reasoning. Um, I guess it's never been revealed what in this route. So this is another weird writing inconsistency. In this specific one, Lucy has never said why she put her trust in Leo. She just said, "You saved me," but we don't know why because Lucy never actually said what she is at this point. I mean, you can kind of guess based on the way she looked, but because of the way that we went through the common route, you don't see her enough to really get that sense. But I think that's the only scene we saw her in this whole game. Holy crap. Yeah. So, yeah. But anyway, let's keep going. Well, I suppose Mara doesn't exactly trust me. She's threatening me into secrecy. I don't know why that was its own separate line. It didn't need to be. A jingly pop beat coming from my pocket brings me back to reality. In a dazed moment of confusion, I look around to find the source before realizing it's vibrating against my leg. Oh, that I. W-I, the wife. With a half-hearted glance at the screen, I answer the call and press it up against my ear. Hello? Where the crap were you, man? We were supposed to take reference shots for our film today. I glance uninterestedly at my desk calendar. Sorry, I forgot about it. Yuji sighs deeply through the phone. Can't be in summer mode already. The seniors weren't too happy, but being the great friend that I am, I covered for you. Thanks for that. I'll make it up to you at some point. You'd better, man. There's a pause in the conversation. I peek at the screen to make sure Yuji is still there. Anyway, are you feeling alright? You sound, I don't know, depressed or something. I don't answer right away. The thought of telling him everything briefly crosses my mind, but I can't bring myself to do it. Even if he doesn't think I'm only messing around, I don't think I could live with the guilt of blabbing their secrets. It's nothing like that. I've just got some stuff on my mind, is all. There's another pause. I wonder if I sounded convincing enough just now. Hey, since you owe me, you should buy me some snacks and come over. Huh? I said you should come over. Like, now. It's only about 8 o'clock, so heading over wouldn't be too bad. I mean, if I can walk around Terraina in the middle of the night, then this is nothing. Stop at that convenience store by your place, the one with all the good ice cream. Oh, and Nami's coming over, so you need to get her some too. I pause to consider what he's saying. Ami, are you sure you want me to come? Yes, I'm sure. Jeez, it's not like the three of us can't hang out just because I can't help but chuckle at his embarrassment. He rarely gets like this, so I try to savor the moment. I'll head out soon then. Okay, see you in a bit. He hangs up, and I'm once again left in the silence of my room. I hesitate to slide my shoes on. It's not that I don't want to hang out with them, but I don't know. There's just too much going on for me to think straight. Probably won't seem like myself. I've already committed to going over to his house, though. He'll be pissed off beyond belief if I tell him I changed my mind within a few seconds of saying I'd come over. With a reluctant sigh, I pull myself up to my feet and head out of the apartment. After a quick stop at the convenience store, I find myself heading towards the forest trail without thinking, and in spite of myself, my feet continue to lead me forwards. I step warily onto the forest path, focusing intently on the path before me. I can't afford to let my thoughts distract me from staying on the walkway. As I reach one of the familiar forks in the path, I have to pause for a second to make sure I'm going the right way. It feels a little strange taking the one that doesn't lead to school, since Yuji and I so rarely hang out at his house. I can't help tensing up at every rustled leaf and snapped twig. It's a big forest, but Renna could be snooping around somewhere, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ash just so happened to appear out of nowhere. Guys, I know what route we got, and I'm actually like, it's crazy that we got this route, but okay. More than those two, though, I'm most concerned about Mara. After what happened last night, not to mention all the other times we've run into each other, I don't know what would happen if we do cross paths again. She's so difficult to read that I have a hard time figuring out her thoughts on our somewhat odd relationship. I can't even tell whether she likes me as a person or not. As for me, well, I guess I'm not entirely sure how to feel about her either. She's most definitely not a friend, but I don't hate her either. Considering how she treats me, I really should loathe everything about her, but I just don't know. Maybe she's more charismatic than I realize, or maybe I'm actually a masochist and I haven't realized it yet. But there is something stopping me from simply dismissing her completely. At this point, I'd be willing to at least entertain any explanation, even about my own subconscious. The butterflies hurling themselves up the sides of my stomach refuse to settle down. Mara has caused me nothing but trouble since we met, and the thought of running into her again after she threatened me is terrifying. How should I react if we bump into each other? Bah! There's no point in worrying about this kind of thing. I'll just have to play it by ear if I ever do run into her. A shrill clawing noise jerks me back to reality. I cast my eyes around for the source of the noise, and sure enough, there's a small black figure lying on the path just ahead. Looks like a baby bird fell out of its nest or something. Wait, what's that? Just off the pathway, a furious charcoal blur thrashes wildly about, and I slow down to squint at the sight to try and figure out what exactly is going on. I stop dead in my tracks when I realize that it's a large crow fighting with a rather familiar black snake. It looks like the same black snake I watched eat an unsuspecting chipmunk a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so that also didn't happen in this run through. So again, there are some slight inconsistencies, like these small things. I think also that happened before there were major cuts to the original opening, because it took like 5 days before you actually met any of the girls in the original. And then we cut it down to be like 1 day before you actually sort of bump into any of them for the first time. But even still, the opening section is long. It took like what, an hour and a half or 2 hours for us to run into one of the girls for the first time. Yeah, it would definitely need a lot of rewriting if I were to ever actually like release this as a proper game. In fact, it looks an awful lot like the same black snake that Mara was hiding. No, I don't know that. Coincidences happen. Right, just a coincidence. I find myself staring slack-jawed at the death match, mesmerized by the spectacle of nature in action. The crow, hovering a few feet in the air, dives and swoops at the snake, trying desperately to drive it away from the helpless chick. It snatches at nothing but air as the lithe reptile dodges effortlessly, keeping its beady eyes firmly affixed on its foe. The dance continues as the snake waits patiently for its opportunity to strike back. With how ferociously the crow is fighting, it looks like one mistake by either side would be the end of it. Like a bolt of black lightning, the snake suddenly streaks towards the crow and makes contact. It latches on, dragging the helpless bit of bird to the ground and swiftly entwining it. I think I actually did write all of this part. I was just taking a lot of inspiration from the way that the main writer had been writing Mara's scenes prior to this, so it's just me copying her style. I feel my insides tightening up in discomfort. Slowly and excruciatingly, the crow's screeching fades away. The sinuous body of the snake unravels itself leisurely, leaving its fangs embedded in the now motionless feathery form for a moment before tossing it aside like a rag doll. Then, slowly but surely, it lifts itself up onto its haunches and stares directly at me. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm losing my voice. I've been talking for, 8 hours straight now? Jesus. It's going to try and come after me too? I reflexively take a step backwards and shift my weight in preparation to make a run for it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I briefly consider the notion that it's probably more scared of me than I am of it. Yeah, right. Call me a coward, but after what I just saw that thing do, I'm taking no chances. Slowly and surely, I start to back away, not breaking eye contact with the creature. The longer I meet its piercing gaze, the more I'm reminded of Mara's eerie reptilian eyes. It's unkind to think it, but she really does look just like a snake. Just as that thought crosses my mind, a dazzling flash of light surrounds me. Blinded, I shield my eyes. Ah! Then, just as soon as it appears, the light vanishes. I blink forcefully a couple of times to catch my bearings, and the sight I'm met with when I look up shakes me to the core. There she is, standing in front of me as if she had been there the whole time. Boys, chat, I can tell you now, by some crazy, crazy miracle of the coin flips and chat's one single input into what we should do at the beginning, which still ended up being a coin flip, we got the most difficult route to get. We got onto Mara's route. I don't know how that happened, other than there was one where I kind of cheated to get a Mara point, but I was kind of like, well, it's either we get a Mara point or we just don't get any points, so might as well just get it. How did this happen? How did we get the hardest route with coin flips and spinning wheels? I don't know, but we did it. So let's just be glad that we did and accept it and watch Mara's common route ending before her actual heroine route that never begins because Sag, it doesn't exist. Standing in front of me as if she had been there the whole time. She isn't smirking or distressed or anything. She's just staring at me. You weren't supposed to see all that. Look, I didn't plan on killing the bird, okay? The stupid thing attacked me first. I got too close to the baby. I don't kill things for fun. It's just instinct. I do it because I have to, not because I want to. You humans are just the same. Worse, if anything. At the words, you humans, a switch flips in my brain, and I finally managed to process everything I've just witnessed. Mara, what are you? I guess it's too late to keep up the pretense. Whether I like it or not, I can't hide what I am from you anymore. An awkward moment of silence passes and Mara waits for me to respond. What can I even say? I still don't even know what she means. Not convinced? I literally just changed forms right in front of you. What more do you need to see? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to ask. I don't even know if I want to ask. Mara's mouth curls upwards, almost imperceptibly in amusement, and her jet black tail emerges from underneath her hoodie to scratch the side of her head. You really are just a dumb kid, aren't you? Just my luck that you, of all people, would find out about all of us. Listen up, because I'm only explaining this once. I'm not a human. Rena, Lucy, and Ash aren't humans either. Who knows if you'll ever meet her. But Seren, yeah, not a human either. So I guess it's pseudo spoiler, but we saw the scene where Mara talks about what the giant fish in the saltwater lake is. It's Seren. Seren is the mermaid that is in the thing, but you never see her. You never interact with her like in a meaningful way until you get onto her arc. So you see this final scene, like the one that we're seeing now, where it's like post Ash scene, or I guess in the other side of things is still no, it's not Ash because Ash doesn't know who Seren is. But yeah, no, there's you can get basically the way that the game works. It splits off after a certain point where it's like where you can either see Lucy. Well, so we saw the Lucy scene, and that was the only scene we saw of her. So we saw her right there near the beginning. Or you see the Ash scene where Ash collapses, and it's one of those two scenes that you see first, and that affects which of the remaining routes that you can get. So Ash and Lucy, basically whoever you see first, since we saw Lucy first, that the idea behind the story is it freaks Leo out because he's like, what the hell are you? And that sets you on the path to either get onto Rena's or Ash's routes. If you see Ash's scene first, that again freaks him out because he's like, oh my god, this girl collapsed and I just brought her back to a tree and now she's okay. What does this mean? And that freaks him out. So he ends up only going towards a Lucy or a Seren route. Mara is accessible from either side of those, which in theory, you would think, oh, that makes her easiest to get because you can get her no matter which side of the spectrum. But she also has the most, like, her conditions for getting onto her route are the most specific. And you need to get a certain amount of points to get a certain scene, which happens after you've seen the Lucy or the Ash scene at the beginning, because that gets you the nighttime park scene, which is necessary to get onto her route. Um, and I don't know how we got onto it, but we did, because the coin flip at the very beginning gave us the film photo club, which is the only way to get an extra point for Mara at the very, very beginning, which gives you a point for her scene. And yeah, it's crazy that we ended up on her route because it was meant to be the most difficult to get onto. Do you get it now? She briskly steps up to me and jabs me in the chest with her tail, as if to drive the point home. I can barely even feel her prodding. My chest is so numb I can't tell if my heart is beating a mile a minute or not at all. Hey, are you listening to me? What? Yeah, sure. You're the only person who knows about us, and it better stay that way, understand? If you even think of running your mouth, well, I can't be held responsible for what I might have to do. She leans forward menacingly, and I gasp as a cold, dry sensation traces itself swiftly and firmly up my back and around my neck to rest delicately on my throat. I find myself unable to break eye contact with Mara, but out of the corner of my vision, I can make out an unmistakable glistening black shape draped across my shoulders. I didn't want to have to do this, but I can't trust you to keep your lips sealed, so from now on, I'll be watching you. Anytime you step out, I'll be there. You might not see me, you might not hear me, but I'll be there. But I'll be there. Trust me. I could have probably guessed that she would do something like this, but to hear it said so candidly really drives home just how real all of this is. Desperate to try and wriggle out of the situation, I blurt out the first excuse that comes to mind. But aren't you risking yourself? Risking exposure if you do that? I do hang about with other humans, all the time. She taps my forehead playfully with the tip of her tail and withdraws it from my neck, breaking out into a devious grin. In all my years, you're the first one I've ever let my guard down around, kid. Don't count on it happening again. And besides, who said I'd be watching you in this form? She waves her tail playfully in front of my face for a moment before withdrawing it beneath her clothes once again and turning around as if to walk off straight into the forest. Just as she's about to step off the path, she glances coyly over her shoulder. But hey, look on the bright side. If you run into that crazy researcher lady again, I'll be right there by your side. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll actually help you out, but it's the thought that counts, right? She cackles malevolently at her own mean joke and vanishes in another blinding flash of light. I catch the briefest glimpse of a thick obsidian shadow retreating into the underbrush before I find myself utterly alone. That is, apart from the 2 dead crows and a head that can't decide if it's empty or full of questions. My phone starts buzzing insistently in my pocket. It's probably Yuji wondering where I am, but there's no way I could even begin to explain it to him. Ignoring it, I command my still trembling legs into action and sluggishly make my way down the path. Am I really going to have to spend the rest of my time in Terrena under Mara's spiteful custody? I'm doomed. And we did it, chat. We finished the common route for this game, and it took like 6 hours. Oh my god. This game was too long. Also, it took a lot longer because I was doing stuff in between, and I was also reading out the narration, which makes it take a lot longer, but holy. I knew we were making a long game, and a lot of the text is extraneous and unnecessary, especially going through it now so many years later after we'd stopped production on it, that there's a lot, like so much that could be cut down. I know originally when I was working on it, I was like, man, I don't know where it could be cut down. We even cut down like 50,000 words or some crazy number just when I was turning those first 5 days into like 1 day, so that we could not make it take so long before you reach. And even then, it's still so long. So I would definitely, if I ever wanted to release this as a real thing, I would have to cut down just so much. But yeah, I have no intention of ever releasing this as a thing. I mean, if I have enough people in chat or in Discord or whatever that are interested in playing it, I wouldn't mind sharing the distributions and everything of this file specific, or not this file, but you know, like of the game, just so people can try it out. They can kind of see what route they end up on, because yeah, it's I think despite how long and boring a lot of the dialogue and monologue and narration and everything can be, I still see what I wanted to accomplish with this, and I know how I probably could. It's just from the writing perspective, you read through everything so quickly, and it's just wild how quickly you can read through everything. And then when you get into it, like in this manner where I'm like narrating all the things and like playing the game, things just get long and tedious, and yeah. But again, I think it's absolutely fucking wild. Yeah, it's, you know what, let's go back to the camera. We're taking off the sound of the logic audio. Why is the logic audio this should not still be getting audio. But yeah, no, I think that is pretty crazy, the amount of stuff that we put into all of this for a game that never ended up seeing the light of day beyond. We did release a beta for it that wasn't this one. I just kind of like compiled what we had done, because we had basically finished everything. There was just like a few coding things that needed to be worked on and things like that, so that by the end it could run. And so yeah, there was a lot to do by the end of it, but ultimately it ended up working out, and I'm not unhappy with that. There's a lot that I would fix, but after sitting here for 6 hours to get through one route, it would obviously be a lot faster to get into the other routes now, because we played through one route. So you can skip all the dialogue you've seen, like fast forward through it and just make choices to get onto other routes. And I'd be interested actually to see what other people get, but for the time being, I'm just going to leave it as a thing that I do. I do still want my friend to come over and try and play it. I know when I was showing him the artwork, the sprites of all the characters, he also was like, oh my god, Mara is clearly going to be best girl. So I know he wants to get Mara's route, which unfortunately I'm going to try and dissuade him from getting onto, because Mara, we've already gotten Mara's route by coin flip, and that is wild to me that somehow the hardest route to get onto was accomplishable by coin flips and, you know, the works. So chat is not doing anything, but you know what, we'll just put you here anyway. But yeah, actually, you know what, I'll leave chat over here, because no one's saying anything anyway. It doesn't matter if you can really see it that well. And okay, one of the things that I said I was gonna do at the end of this video, because I said, oh yeah, these clocks, I haven't moved them to this side of the screen for any specific reason, like hiding what the next actual like video I'm putting out is gonna be. No, absolutely not. Why would you think that? Surprise, surprise, it very much is, because the whiteboard drawing is done. I'm just in the process of editing it. The Patreon version is almost done. And once the Patreon version is done, I basically just have to cut down all the Patreon segments and add it and make it YouTube friendly. So that might mean cutting down the length of some of the times where the tracks are playing. But yeah, because it's taken so long, and I feel bad that it has taken so long to make this video that needs to get put out within the next like 4 days, I'll just show you what the next video is going to be. And once that video comes out, in the video, it basically tells you what the next two videos after that are gonna be. So once that video goes live, you'll have three videos lined up for, I will say, soundtracks, specifically soundtracks. It's not going to be openings or endings. I know those ones tend to do a little bit better on my channel than the soundtracks themselves, but uh none of I honestly can say that there weren't like any super strong openings or endings that I felt this year other than Bananyas. So anyway, drum roll. We are doing, I don't know how well you can see that, but that is Senshi. Let's, you know what? Let's camera video. Let's zoom that in. Oh, look at that. Look, it's Senshi. Wow. So, yes, the next soundtrack video that is coming out is Dungeon Meshi. Uh it is a Dungeon Meshi. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna put the clocks back over it because I don't want to block chat. Not that anyone's saying anything, but it doesn't matter. We are blocking it. Yes, the next soundtrack analysis is for Dungeon Meshi. It is the soundtrack, again, not the openings or endings for the show. And now maybe that'll help you understand why this happened and why Dungeon Meshi got rated so highly, because honestly, I mean, Dungeon Meshi deserves to be rated super highly, so that shouldn't be a question. But yeah, it is. This is the tier list I did earlier for those of you who missed it. But yes, Dungeon Meshi is like right up here. And it is super deserving of being in that spot. And I am super happy that it is in that spot. So yes, Dungeon Meshi. And then the only thing I'll say for the time being is that the two videos that are coming out after that are definitely in the new year, because I haven't even started on them. One is an A tier. Yeah, one is an A tier show in this tier list, and the other one is an S tier show in this tier list. And I haven't really thought about doing anything else in this thing other than maybe one ending track. Yeah, just looking at this list now, there's only like one ending track that I thought about actually analyzing and doing a video of, but the more I listen to the song, the more simple it is, and maybe kind of difficult it would be to make a video about, because I wouldn't know what to say other than just like, it sounds amazing. So yeah, for the time being, know that Dungeon Meshi is next, and then there's an A tier show that will be the one after the Dungeon Meshi one, and there's an S tier show that is coming out after that. And that is all I'm gonna say. So anyway, this was not supposed to be an 8.5 hour stream today. I thought this was going to take, oh, that's the wrong thing. This was supposed to be like a few hours at most, like maybe, like I know the first thing took us 2 hours, making the tier list took 2 hours, but this I genuinely thought was gonna take maybe like 4 hours, be a 4 hour stream max, and we doubled that. So anyway, thank you guys for coming and checking it out. There will not be a YouTube cut of this video probably, because it's too much footage for me to go through, and I don't feel like doing that. So thank you for dropping in. I know there are like a couple people in chat right now, or at least that have this on their second monitor. I again, I'm not trying to be a streamer. I just want to stream when I feel like it and do fun things because they're fun. But my main thing on YouTube is still going to be soundtrack analyses, opening ending analyses, anime music related content. And whenever I do a stream, it will not necessarily be in that vein, but you know, it'll just be something that I feel like I want to do to engage people in real time versus what I do in my YouTube videos. I think I said at some point I might try out Twitch, but I have no presence on Twitch, so for the time being, I think I am still gonna just stay on YouTube. At some point, maybe if I want to do some like more music specific things, I might have to go to Twitch, because YouTube is just gonna flag me anytime I play a song. or like a soundtrack thing, and it's just gonna make it way too difficult for me to try and do anything um, with official soundtracks. So we're gonna do it on Twitch if that ever happens. But again, I have no presence on Twitch, so I'd have to ask people to come join a Twitch stream versus on YouTube where my presence exists by itself. So anyway, that's it. Thank you guys for joining. I hope you enjoyed this stream. I know it's the middle of the night for a lot of you. And it's only like Europeans and Asians that would be awake right now. I started when it was like evening time for North Americans, who are my primary audience. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me know anything about my tier list that you liked or disliked down in the comments, or tell me what you thought of the game down in the comments below too. And I'm definitely gonna stream that game again, that visual novel again at some point, because I just want to show off the other routes, and maybe it will give me inspiration to potentially do something with it, because I still have all the artwork, so why not attempt to make like a concise version of what we were trying to go for. But yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye.